second here. Okay, so today we're going to be picking up with some Timberborn, starting a brand new settlement. For those who are unfamiliar with Timberborn, it's an absolutely fantastic game that I've got a couple hundred hours in already at this point. Highly recommend if you like your survival settlement builders. It does have the unique thing that everything is based around water. So you've got like dams and aquifers and water wheels and all this kind of stuff. So water management is the name of the game. But it's a post-apocalyptic game featuring sentient beavers. They have the two factions, the Folktail and the Iron Teeth. When you start the game, you can only play as the Folktail until you get to a certain level of progression, and then the Iron Tail are unlocked for you to use from then on out. So with that said, we are going to be doing this a little different today. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to create a new map. I'm creating a new game. We are going to be doing Folktail today. And that's because, like, the last 3 or so times I've played the game, I played as Iron Teeth. I have all the achievements for Iron Teeth that I did on stream and everything. So let's do Folktail, because I haven't done them in a hot minute. Yeah, you can actually see we did the Wonder on Iron Teeth. I actually need to go through, now that tracking's there, I need to go through and start doing all these for the Wonders. Now, I haven't fully decided what map I've been doing. Oasis is one I'm considering. That does have some gimmicks in that there's only one water source on the entire map, and it's a seep, so it can't, like, fill up the lake even higher and all that. But then around it, they've got a bunch of these things called aquifers. You can put up a little machine and you can pump water out of them. That's one I'm considering. We did Spillage last time. It was an interesting map. I'm not going to do it again. Yeah, ways so you can fill the lake with pumps. Right, there's ways to make it work, but the point is you have a seep to start with, so getting more water there is a process. You've got pressure, and I don't really know much about that, because all these unconventional ones, they make weird challenges. Thousand Islands was one of the ones I found to be the hardest when I last played, just because with all the water around you everywhere. I'm actually surprised they didn't mark this one as unconventional, because with all the islands around there, like, containing and moving the water around is actually kind of hard, because the water's just everywhere. Helix Mountain was the classic hard map. We've done that many times. I think you start up here near the top, and it was just the idea is there's very little grow space, so you just try and make best what you can. Water retention on Helix is fairly easy, but actually giving yourself usable land is the whole thing. Hi.
Hey, handsome. I'm just giving you attention.
Yeah.
I love you.
Love you too. I think I might do Oasis. Because like I said, there's a spillage here, but then there's also the aquifers out there, which is a new thing for 1.0, that you can put a machine on it and pump water out of it. I think we'll do that. So we're going to go for that, and we're going to do this. We're going to do hard mode. Now, for those who don't know the difference between your modes, you can actually look at the settings to see all the details. And it boils down to a couple things. If we look at the normal mode and hard mode, we start with the same number of people at the same ages and all that. Food consumption and water consumption is the same, but the starting food is 90 and starting water is 0. So starting food. So we start with about not a little over half as much food. But the really nasty one is if we look for the drought duration, a drought can last for 30 days. And the good season is 5 to 8 days. It is gnarly. That's what it builds up to. It'll start not that bad, and it'll slowly build up. And we can have a bad tide by cycle 3. So, sorry. You'll have 3 cycles where you won't have a bad tide, and then you have a 40% chance of bad tide. So hard is going to be genuinely hard. I haven't done hard in a while. We've done it on the channel in the past, but like with each major version, we wanted to check out the new things and all that, so we didn't go straight to hard. Because if you're depending on the water flow for your power, which we'll need to do early game, it means when the bad tide and all it shows up, or when drought shows up, your town shuts down. Let's see. First Oasis. Boom. Done. Alright, so when you start Timberborn, you've got your little building here. basically that's the core of your place, and your beavers come out. There's a couple things you've got to do as early as possible. Oh, they've already got an aquifer drill up here. Now that requires mechanical power. That's going to be a whole thing. So, and we do have these for mechanical power here, so that's good news. We'll end up having to like do weird things where we ship the mechanical power around. But we've got the water seep. For those who are not familiar with Timberborn 1.0 or its experimental branch, which we ran previously, the big issue you run with water seeps as opposed to water sources. Water sources are what you're used to. You could like wall it off and it would fill over the top eventually. Water seeps will only ever go one tile deep by themselves. There are ways using pumps and all sorts of stuff you can move the water out. But once the water seep itself is 0.8 depth of water, so just about a tile of water deep, it stops producing water until such time that it's no longer there. So some of the stuff we're definitely going to want to do is I want to get up here, get horsepower to start running that thing. But before we can get to that point, there's a couple things we have to do. We are on hard, so absolutely one of the first things that needs to happen is we're going to need a water pump. We didn't start with any water, and we're absolutely going to need water as fast as we can get it to happen. So connect that over. Now, that is our critical project there. The next thing we're going to need is some amount of food. A source of berries will do okay for now. It's not going to be sufficient. We're also going to need to say, hey, cut down all of the trees in this area. If there's a tree here, it is to be taken for resources. Oh, actually, I unpaused. Now, there's not really a great place for me to position these tree cutters yet. So just make do with this. Alright. Now, one of the other key things is we're going to be a bit short on supplies here as far as wood goes. Once this is cut down, that's it. I've got trees up here, but I'll need platforms to get up there, and it's looking like on all sides I'm at least 2 layers deep on all these sides. I've got one stairwell here to reach that geothermal for some mechanical power, which is pretty exciting. But at least at the beginning, we're going to be really constrained there. But some of the early things we need to go for is I will need the inventor to get science. I will also need housing. That'll be a secondary priority. You can probably unpause with this. Okay, so for the moment, that'll be wood storage, because we'll need that. That'll be berry storage, because I'll need this. And I'm going to need at least 1 or 2 things for water storage. Now, I got to be careful about queuing up too much, because we have very limited amount of wood. But we're going to need to get the inventor built, one of our earliest projects, and then we're going to need to get the forestry built as our second project. Because until I have that, we're running unlimited stuff here. And the geothermal engine is going to cost me a pretty good amount of science. But I think that actually might be okay. It might actually be worth it for me to gun for the geothermal to get that never-ending mechanical power. We'll worry about that in a minute. For right now, I just need them working. Go ahead and put everyone in queue here. Because what they're going to do is they're going to slowly go through. They're going to grab berries. They're going to do all that stuff. We do have this set as a very high priority to build the water pump. Because until we get that water pump going on, our beavers are going to gradually dehydrate until they die. So that has to come online right away. Once we get that done, because we are playing as Folktale, we need housing in order for our population to grow. that our population will slowly decline if I don't do that. So you carry 3 people, and I have 13. It's not great. So it's 3, 6, 9, 12. That'll be 15. Now, another cool aspect of Timberborn is just the fact that with Timberborn, it does have a whole concept around vertical building. So, like, if I run out of space here, I can literally just keep building houses on top of houses on top of houses on top of houses. Now, I will have to make a path up to there, and we'll have to make ramps and all, and I don't have the resources to do that yet. But that is a thing that will end up happening. Okay, so we're about to get our wood pump, our water stuff going. So we'll get the water pumping. So that should prevent the immediate threat of dehydration. One of the next things I'm going to need to do is we're going to need to get our farming up. So we've got our efficient farms. I'm going to start with one over there. Generally speaking, I do find in this game, when I'm making the farms, I really prefer to set up the farms where I have 2 farms, one that's planting and one that's harvesting. Alright, so let's check in our food stuff, because I gotta remember... Yeah, because some of those will need to be processed up, and some of those can be eaten directly. So potatoes, chestnuts, and that... It's looking like for our food, carrots we can just grow and eat as carrots. So I'm going to go for right now back here. All of this is carrots. All of that is carrots. We'll certainly want to go and expand that to be other things as well in time. But for right now, that's all carrots. Okay, so with that working, I'll probably want to boost you to be a slightly increased priority. And I'm also going to need storage for carrots. And as you can see, we got a lot of projects queuing up, and they're just going to take some time. I only have one beaver that's not already working a job. We will be running into problems around that where we won't have enough workers. We'll want to get that online as soon as we can. And I think the plan is I'll put the forestry over here so I can make all of this woodlands over there. So basically make it food, woodlands, food, and right now we're going to have the housing and stuff down here, but we'll ultimately want to move that up onto these ledges so that where we have the water we can take advantage of. And you're working on this side. Let's go ahead and for right now, I'm going to shove one of those over here as well. Because wood is going to be one of my big delays for the time being. So if we get that built, we can bring in the wood a bit faster, because that's going to be my early bottleneck. And like I said, one danger I'm going to be running into is getting that science up as early as we can, so that we can hopefully get the forestry up as soon as possible. Because once we exhaust this, we're going to be in a weird, like, there's always this initial, you survived that first wave of water and food, and like your first drought and all that. And then once you get past that, you kind of exhaust your existing wood supply. And by then you want to make sure you've already got more wood planted. Because you'll have a little while that you just can't do anything while you wait for that first round of wood to come in. Alright. So, meanwhile, we already know we have to have a science lab. That has to happen. Because that needs to save up for the forestry. Now, there is a little bit of workaround nowadays where I can work my way up here and get 200 science. The problem with that is I've got to get up there, and that's going to take me quite a bit of effort to get up to that point now. I'd have to make a bunch of platforms and all that that I would need to buy a bunch of science to do. And then I'd also need planks and a whole bunch of stuff. We're just going to quickly wait here. They're going to keep bringing those logs. Or burning through our wood supply at a very alarming rate. Okay, we've hit the point where I don't have enough workers to work. I'm going to go ahead and take 2 of you off of this job. So we're going to build a little bit slower. But that's okay, because we're not getting the wood in. We're starting to get some people who are getting thirsty. But we do have the pump going, so they should resolve themselves. Now, big thing is I need them to get these supply houses up. We just need to let them run. There's nothing more for me to queue up right now until they've had a chance to catch up. Once we get the other stuff going on here, that's actually not true. I could get you going. But we want to get the forestry up and running as soon as we can. The forestry does require planks, which will require mechanical power. We won't get that till we get some homes. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to do this temporarily for a solution. So grab you. And grab you. You are lower priority. Oh, no, you're lower priority up there. Because I need them to get the houses and the other stuff done first. We'll get the planks. Then, like I said, we'll get the forestry. The forestry will go down here. And what I'm probably going to do is I like to usually split my first planting to be like, this much is going to be, I think it's birch, which is the fastest growing but lowest yield. And that much is oak, which is the highest yield but slowest growing. And so that way I kind of like limp along on the birch until that oak starts coming in. Then I eliminate the birch and just go fully into oak just for maximum yield of wood. Alright, I need you to prioritize that. We need more water being stored. Alright, so they finished with everything they could be doing for right now. Let's check. Do I need to cook the sunflower seeds? I don't remember. Sunflower seeds. No, it looks like sunflower seeds we just eat as a raw crop, which will work out great. So we can go over here. And just keep them planting as much as possible, because food and water are going to be the things that keep us alive. So we are starting to store at least some water. So that'll help quite a bit. We're going to need to store way more water. But, you know, that is what it is. So we've got the warehouses and the houses being built. Those are going to have to happen soon. Okay, you're now a neutral priority. Okay, I do have a spare beaver. And keep him working. But once we get the lumber mill up, then I want to try and go for this geothermal vent. Because that could give me mechanical power without requiring me to have someone running in a wheel or anything like that. And with that, we can start using it to make our planks and our gears. Alright, so first drought is already almost here. I'm suddenly realizing we are not remotely keeping up. You're now max priority. We'll probably be perfectly fine through our first drought. Usually the first drought's short enough that you can just ride it out fine. It's kind of like the shot across the bow of being like, hey, as a reminder, this is a mechanic. Get ready. I'm very concerned at the speed we're going through these trees, though. Take another one of you off of working here. Like a spare beaver to work this thing as soon as it's up and running. Cool. Because we need to store as much water as we can before the drought happens. Oh, you managed to plant all that too? I don't think we increased the size of the farm yet. I mean, we could... I guess you might as well. I'm not using that space for anything else, and hoarding food is definitely not going to hurt us. Oh, and that's carrots. I'm also going to need a storage for the sunflowers, aren't I? Sunflower seeds. Okay, well, we got a couple who aren't homeless. Now, with the folktale, the way you get more beavers is as long as they're fed and, you know, like they've got food, water, and housing, they will naturally make more. So the way you increase your population is you build more houses. And if you're like, I have too many, the way you know, decrease the population is you get rid of houses. Because as long as everyone has their needs met, they will just continue to make more beavers. Unlike the Irontail, which is the other faction, when it comes down to it, they have growth vats that you put like berries and water in, and they just produce that way. And the idea is like each growth vat will roughly cover a certain number of beavers and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we got about 2 days till the drought shows up. I'm probably going to need you to bump up the priority of the inventor. That's the workplace of the inventor. Because I need you to start getting that research moving. Because we get the research starting to move, we can get our forestry in place. And then with the forestry in place, we can get the geothermal in place. But that's kind of the first one, is just getting yourself set up before your wood supply runs out, and before you have like your initial wave of dehydration and starvation. Like, because we've already gone through a good chunk of our food. Alright, well, for the moment, go ahead and plant more carrots, I guess. Because you generally want to use all of your green land for things that require fertile soil. So growing trees and food. Versus all this barren area. That's the place you tend to put wanting to put your like warehouses and all that kind of stuff. Cool, so we've got research started. Now we will need 30 research to go to the forestry. And what I'll probably do is once I get the forestry set up, I'll probably get rid of this lumberjacking post. I'll put the forestry around here and then the lumberjacking posts on either side of it. And this whole area will be just for all the trees for cutting down for our wood supply. We've almost got everything built back here. It's going to be a little bit of a bummer to build these just so I could tear them down and build them up here in a minute. Actually, let me check. Does that... Okay, you just require planks. I was about to be like, don't you dare require metal. Because like I said, we'll get the geothermal up here, and then I'm going to move my planks and all that up here. Make room down in this area. One of the first things we're going to have to do is figure out how we're tackling water. Because we'll have, like, bad water and good water, and we're going to need a way to handle these. I'm assuming the way I'm going to end up needing to handle the first wave of bad water is hopefully I can get this kind of walled in. Where I can just lift and lower a gate. And then we can just kind of pump the bad water out. Like, basically wait till the bad water event's done, lower the gate, slightly contaminate our water, and then have one of these pumps over here that just draws bad water. And for right now, just barrel it and call it a day. Just, like, put stuff like this. Now, immediate temptation is to make more water storage. And it's a very strong temptation. It's not a bad temptation. But I gotta remember I'm dealing with a very limited wood supply. The trees here, that's it. So I gotta make sure I save enough for my forestry. And then once the forestry is set up, then I can go through and start dealing with the other stuff. Alright, well-being high score, because we now have shelter. Now, the well-being is a big thing. Basically, you'll get well-being for everything you do for your beavers. But if we actually look over here at our beaver stats, you'll notice on here, like, I got a couple of beavers here that are now moving at 5% faster speed. So the beavers who have reached 5 wellness, they get a 5% boost of speed and a 20% boost in how fast they work. Whereas the beavers at level 1 wellness, they don't get any boosts. And those keep getting higher and higher, to the point your beavers will do the work of like 4 or 5 beavers by themselves if you take good care of them. Average wellness 4, and that's because we're now getting the carrots, so they're getting more food groups. Alright, here comes the drought. Now, right now, there's nothing I can really change worthwhile for the drought. I could turn off the pump, but this first drought will probably not be long enough to justify that. Now, one of the dangers is if this goes dry, all my plants will end up dying. And thank you, Dark Strider, for the 255 stream streak. Catch the last 255 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. And thank you, Canahawk, for catching the last 145 stream streak. Catch the last 145 streams without missing a single one. So, again, thank to both of you for those incredibly long stream streaks, supporting the channel for all that time. I really do appreciate it. Okay, don't bother with that yet. You're running in a wheel that has nothing being run off. I mean, I guess you can. It's fine. Okay, we're almost to the point of being able to research the forestry. We're definitely going to be depending on these geothermals for mechanical power for a while. Because having a bunch of beavers running in wheels for a little bit of horsepower is not going to work. You streak as a group? Oh no. Okay. So with this, we have the 2 of them. So we're going to go ahead and knock down our workforce 1 more. Because I do need both of them going. And that'll start getting us planks. And we do have enough research now to unlock the forestry. Alright, wellness score 5. Yeah, so I can't quite get to it yet. But we'll get there. They should be able to build it as the materials come in. I only need 7 planks to begin with. At 7 planks, I'll probably shut these down for the time being. Yeah, you're dehydrating fast. Yeah, but at 7 planks, I'll probably shut those down for the time being. We can start figuring out from there. Well, I guess I should not have that row of plants there, because I need a path to get up here. We can start putting housing up here as well. Yeah, so a bunch of these trees you're going to notice they'll be growing soon, and then they'll be eligible to be cut down. So there's a good chance by the time that's built, they'll have carved enough of a path that we can reach it. So yeah, the moment they hit 7, we're turning that off. Okay, so you got 4, so 1 more plank should do it. Okay, so for right now, turn that all off. Get another beaver on construction. And then as soon as we can get this up and running, we'll get that up and running. I might need to yoink... Well, actually, that tree's fully grown. I might need to yoink just this one tree to connect it up. It's a little bit of a waste, but if it's not connected, they won't work it. And that's got more trees than that, so there's at least 3-4 trees you got to go through to connect that. And I will make it a path the whole way around the river or lake for right now. Alright, so we got our first couple of beavers being born. Now, one catch is I am going to need more housing. Once they build that, they should tear this up. And I'll put more housing up here, where it's soil I don't have good use for other things. In the meantime, as I mentioned before, we've got birch here. Birch grows really fast, but it only gives you 1 wood per birch tree. So it does kind of super suck. Cool. And with that, you're starting to do your thing. But early game, you kind of just have to because you need wood now. You don't get the luxury of waiting for it. Now, on the other side of this, we're going to go over here, and that's all going to be oak. Oak is the other extreme. Oak gives you incredibly good wood, but it also grows really, really slowly. So the idea is I want to get the birch to kind of just keep us limping along long enough to get over to the oak. And then if you have the extra capacity, fill that in with berries. Oh, you can't reach that, can you? I guess that won't matter. We'll leave it alone. It's one of those things that later on I can put a forestry up here, just have it fill that in, and then just get rid of the forestry. Oh, actually, part of it's because there's no path here. Once they get the path stuff sorted out, it should improve. Okay, so we got your junk sorted out over here. So let's take a path over here. Then you'll need to go up this way. In the meantime, we can grab a little bit more path over here. And put a house up there for right now. I want to avoid building too fast. because we're working on limited wood supply. Now, one thing I probably am going to want to set aside some of the, some stuff for is let's go to our storage here. I'm going to set you all to water. And I'm probably going to want to go over here somewhere because they're going to need the teeth grinder. Because eventually our people are going to hurt their teeth cutting down the trees. Alright, so we're getting all the trees planted. That's good. And it is being a mix of the oak and the birch, which is good. I don't really have spare workers to go after the planks too much, but want to get that turned back on soon. Beaver teeth never stop growing in real life? Yeah, no, the idea is you get chipped teeth, and they just need to, like, kind of clean up where their teeth are chipped off. But yep, nope, they keep growing their teeth because they can keep munching on that wood. There's a lot of animals out there who have those kind of things. Okay, let's actually get rid of these two. That was dumb of me. I can't get rid of those yet, and I know it. Alright, put it back. I can't actually get rid of that because of, the geothermal power requires planks. So I gotta actually make those planks. So you're a low priority, but you'll turn back on. You're a low priority, but you are turned on as well. Oh. You're a low priority there. Okay, we got a wellness 6. We're working on this stuff as hard as we can. Okay, we just keep filling that in as they get those cut down. Yeah, no, I was going to say is I was going to get rid of that. I was actually... Well, that's interesting that you actually got that planted despite supposedly that not being in range. Right, so let's go ahead and we're going to tear up a handful of crops there. Because I will make a second efficient farmhouse. And then we assign 1 to harvest and 1 to there. Cool, so first drought is weathered just fine. That's pretty typical. That's just like, oh right, this is a mechanic in the game. I gotta be ready for it. I get 3 of those before we can have our first bad water. The bad water is when things are going to get really messy for us. Because bad water will come from here, and it will poison the water and ruin everything. I don't think I will be able to get a proper solution in place in time for it. But we're going to try. Okay, we're up to 16 beavers. I got 1 job that's vacant. So let's go ahead and make another house. And at 160, we get the mechanical power here. Then this moves up. And after that point, I don't need to worry about it. So we got 2 jobs vacant. That's just going to be the way it is for right now. You haven't played Timberborn in a while? Timberborn is excellent. And it did just go 1.0 today. Actually, shouldn't have those 2 there. So what I'm going to do is this is going to move here. And those two, one of them's going to go away and move here. The other one's just going to go away forever. And honestly, you've got almost no trees in range, so you're gone. There's the path. We're waiting on that one to be done. You... Yeah, so yoink up you. The other tree there is about to be fully grown. We've got another house built, so we'll give that a chance. We want to be careful to not expand our population too fast. We're on very limited supplies right now. Need one more adult beaver to be able to get that going. In the meantime, though, we're going to build a second efficient farm right next to the other one, and we're going to tell it to have a priority of harvesting. So basically, one of those will be constantly trying to pull up the vegetables that are grown, and the other one's going to be planting them. It works really well to have that synergy between the two of them. This is the natural born ones. We've been doing the Iron Teeth for the last 2 or 3 playthroughs, so I have literally all of the achievements for the Iron Teeth at this point, so we're doing the Folktale because I'm missing a bunch of achievements for them and I haven't played it for a long time. Because they also have, nowadays, there's even more differentiation between them. Like, over the years, they've fleshed out the factions to have more and more and more stuff that's, like, unique to each faction, that kind of thing. Okay. So there's the second of those. So I still need more workers. But that should be a boon on our food. Yep, nope, this is the 1.0. Yeah, no, released in 1.0 today. This is no longer experimental branch. This is straight up 1.0 is released. And yeah, we're checking out the Oasis map this time. I did Spillage last time, and I liked that gimmick with that. But we're doing Oasis this time. We've already had our first drought. We weathered that just fine. We are on hard mode. Oh, bad water source. Infinite depth. Okay. So that doesn't look like that'll be able to reach me. But it's going to spill over here, fill in this channel back here. That side probably goes out the map. This side will go over here, but doesn't go farther. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to fill that area and then spill out the map. No, we do get bad water through here. It is a seep. But we have to wait for the bad water event to happen. Which, we are in hard mode this time. So it can't happen until, I believe, the 4th cycle. At the 4th cycle, then bad water is free game. It's a 40% chance each time. That's going to be really, really rough. Part of dealing with that to begin with is just going to have enough supplies all set aside that we could potentially ignore the first one and just ride it out, having all of our plants die and just recovering. Maybe. But we're going to try to not have that be the thing. Yeah, tree's about to be fully grown. Okay, so that's done. So you two are out of here. So this whole area is all trees. That whole area is crops. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. We want to get up here to get horsepower to this, because this can pump out water. Now, that kind of thing, I actually don't know how it handles bad water and all that as well. But the big issue is I've got the seep here. It's a very limited water supply, and we are going to have to handle that. But there's going to be quite a bit of figuring out with this one. Yeah, so that's going to be a bad water source. That's going to be a bad water source. Alright, second drought is already on its way. I am going to need more beavers. And with that, we'll need more water storage. Because that's one way to handle the whole thing to survive, is to just have an overabundance of materials. That won't last you into the mid to late game, though. You can get away with that early game, just stockpiling stuff and calling it a day in the barrels. But late game, you're going to end up needing to have more significant supplies. We're already coming up on our second event. Like I said, after the third cycle, then we have the issue of like bad water, which I'm worried about. Which beavers are you? We're doing Folktale today. I should probably put that in here. New hard mode. Folktale run starts today. Yeah, because I've done Iron Teeth for the last, like, 3-4 times, and I want to just mix it up. And then I have, like, all the achievements for the Iron Teeth at this point. Versus I've got a ton of achievements that are Folktale only to do. So I've almost got enough, research to start working on the geothermal power. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure that's just going to spill over. It's going to ruin all this area over here. But that's going to flow off the edge. So that one shouldn't be a threat to me. I don't see any obvious places where we're going to get ourselves into trouble from bad water lines, because we got tons of these like little aqueducts and all that kind of going through there, but I'm not seeing any holes just like leading in here to just dump stuff in on top of me. No good selected, my bad. Water and water. Okay, keep planting your trees. It's going to take a little while. We're going to get our first birch trees in. We just need to keep queuing up to plant the trees. Oh, we can probably... Oh, you're already queued down to 2. Never mind. Probably give those a neutral priority for right now. Oh, that's going to also potentially lead to injuries. Okay, that's right. So, once we get the geothermal unlocked and built, well, I guess unlocked, we need to make a medical bed over here somewhere so that when we take the rare injury, we can at least have the beaver not die from it. Okay, so you're 60, and the medical is 80. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and choose the medical now. because we are definitely going to take an injury before then, and I don't have enough workers as is, and we need the planks to keep things going. So we shouldn't be too urgently needing on this stuff either. Food-wise, we're in really good shape for the time being. Water, I do have a decent amount set aside. But we're going to need to do stuff with this oasis probably sooner rather than later. We're going to be in real trouble from the continuing to grow droughts. I also need to have a way of managing the bad water. Now, the immediate thought is to block this in with levees, except for one gate on one side. During bad water, I slam it up. The bad water chokes in that one little teeny spot, and then I lower it down, and we have like a bad water pump anywhere around here to just trickle out the little bit of bad water that contaminates our water. The other option would be to make a more sophisticated system of larger where we can pump it out and all that. But that, I think, is going to take more time than I have. So I do think we're going to need to start working on that as a priority, but that's only going to happen after I can get platform to get out here. Because I think I'm going to make a little walkway out here, put the levees into this spot, and like I said, I'll need at least one side to have a gate that I can lower and raise, so during bad weather we raise it, and it's effectively just a drought for our purposes. And then when we have a drought, it just doesn't matter. Like, it's just we either have enough to endure it or we don't. Okay, so we've got the birches starting to come up. So let's go over here to all of you and switch you over to birch. Or oak. I'm going to leave some birch up this time. I made that mistake my last playthrough where I switched everything to oak immediately. You don't need a walkway? This is true. I do need a ramp down, though. So we just need the stairs down in one spot. Which we're about to have the science for. Okay, so next we need levies at 120. Actually, don't put that there. We got a much better spot for that. Because if I go up here, and we carve a little path through these trees, and then I put it up there, that'll be better because then I can plant some of the spatic down here. Using the existing stuff up here. They can cover almost all that. Alright, drought started, that's fine. That's an 8-day drought. So, I've got 180 something water stored. There's a good chance we run this dry before it's over. So I believe, yeah, the spatic I've got to grill. So we won't worry about actually planting it yet, but that does have us in position to take advantage of it for at least that time. Alright. Once these next round of beavers grow up, we should get this online. And then we'll get the levees and the gate. So the crappiest, littlest gate is 150. So we're talking almost 300 to get there. We need that before cycle 4. Because at cycle 4, bad things are going to happen. And we haven't looked at the automation because that's the new. So automation looks like... Okay, so it's basically locked behind the gears for the first level of it. So I can have a lever that I can manually turn stuff off. We can have a relay. We can have a flow sensor. We can have a depth sensor. Yeah, so we could use something like the depth sensor, and if the depth is not high enough, turn these off to avoid drying out the whole area. Meanwhile, keep grabbing the oak trees. Keep filling those in little by little. Because we'll get all that birch, and that'll be good. And hey, Uko, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak and all that stuff. We've got our warning that that thing's about to blow. Alright. So we are getting planks again. Or rather, we are getting some planks. Which has been a long time coming. So we'll get this built. We're probably going to want to store the planks somewhere. And ultimately, we're going to be doing the planks and all that up here. So I'm going to go ahead and set you to be up here. Alright, so we've got that connected. So we still got to wait for 120 science. At 120 science, I could start building the levees around this thing. And then the one side will just be a floodgate that we can slam up and down as needed. And Rongor on their 225 stream streak. Thanks so much for that. I do appreciate it. Alright, let's go here. And keep slowly switching everything over to oak. How's that water doing? It's doing alright. Yeah, food we're in great shape. Water we're doing alright. I probably would want more storage than we've got, but we're doing alright. We are going to need to really pick up the pace on getting things ready for the bad water. And then once that's sorted, I really need to pick up the pace on getting some kind of reservoir of some capacity. Because this will only ever stay one tile deep, and we are in hard mode, so eventually our droughts will last about 30 days. And when that happens, we straight up die. That's ultimately the way that played us out. If we don't have a reservoir, we straight up die. So you're way up there, which makes you really hard to reach. Yeah, you're way, way up there. We do have the ability to pretty easily get up to this ledge. That doesn't do us any immediate good. But we do have opportunities to potentially get ourselves water supplies. The big catch is, with us in the deep part of the hole, as where we're based from, I can't just flood water in here. Not easily. I'll have to, like, bring it over top and then dump it in something in the middle there. Because if I do just dump it in here, it'll just fill up the area and drown everything. Like, I could potentially wall this off, break that open. I mean, honestly, I could just wall this off and let it overflow over the side. But it would need some way to, like, funnel it into the reservoir and then build up the reservoir's walls to allow it to be more. A lot of that we're not going to have the tech we need to do stuff meaningful for a while. It does look like a lot of map as the as these things come online, we'll be able to turn green pretty easily once I'm running those. And I still have vacant jobs. It's okay. There's only one job not filled right now. You're slowly getting those planks together. Yeah, it does feel like on hard mode, we're going to want to kind of go out of our way to not be dependent on water flow for our power. So you got all the geothermals. They don't give you a lot of power, but it's free and forever. So for like trickle power, that's good. As folktales, we can get like these little wind turbine things. It'll be pretty good. Okay, you're getting to be about halfway down, which is a little concerning. I just need way more research. Alright, let's speed up the game again. There's not a whole lot for me to do while we wait. There's nothing for me over here, really. So, potentially one place you can make some stuff happen here, looking at this, is if I can get that online, and we tear down this, it'll dump into here, and while this will be pain because our beavers will get injured trying to deal with it, we can block that off, and then this will become a reservoir. Now, I gotta be careful because we got bad water on this side, so I want to plug that up. But that could be a pretty big expansion, because I'm not really seeing another good place for me to get water going from here. Alright. So there goes you. Once the drought's over, this thing should start spewing out bad water. We have just enough workers to keep things running right now, so we're going to avoid increasing our population for the time being. Yeah, so we still got some birch growing in there. So yeah, so it should actually be about right when that birch finishes growing. We should start getting our first oak trees up. Yeah, so food we're amazing, water we're doing fine. We've got one spare beaver who doesn't have a job. Got plenty of planks and wood for the time being. I'm just letting that stockpile for a minute. You can reach all that, right? Yeah, you can reach the whole area. You're gonna throw that game that you've been playing into the suggestion channel? It's really fun? Gotcha. I appreciate it. Yeah, like, we get a lot of stuff, and, like, don't get me wrong, we get stuff in there, it's like, well, it's not really a good game for streaming, or, well, it's not really that. Like, that does happen. But broadly speaking, you'll notice a lot of times when I do my poll being like, here's games I'm considering, a lot of the games from the game suggestions channel will get in there. There'll also usually be stuff that's had a major update or something that's new that maybe didn't get suggested. But yeah, I do very genuinely go through that game suggestion channel quite a lot. Like I said, there does end up being a number of suggestions that are like a completely different genre than I normally play or whatever, and that's fine. Like, sometimes we'll play stuff kind of out there in left field, but there's a lot of times that, you know, that doesn't end up happening. But even then, there's times where people suggest a game and it's like, well, not for stream, but I'm totally playing that on my other time. There you go, a lot of fun. You enjoy City Builders? Yeah, City Builders are excellent. I played lots of them. Alright, so for right now, it looks like we're pretty close to about to run dry here. But I think we'll get to the other side of this before it runs dry. If not, it'll run dry right before the end of the drought, which won't be long enough for us to lose our crops or anything. The one that's got me really fretting is the bad water. Okay, so we can go here and we get our levee. So I surround that with a levee. And I did leave one space gap. And the reason we left the one space gap is I want to make that a gate. If we're looking at a bad water coming up and I'm not going to be ready for the gate, we just make that a levee as well. But the plan will be for the bad water, we slam that door closed, it fills that up, and it just sits there and it's effectively a drought. That at least gets me through the bad water. Now, one downside is this does mean I'm losing a bunch of tiles of water that the levees and the gate are occupying, but that is what it is. Now, down the road, I can do stuff like get a pump going and just having the pump constantly pulling water from out there, from in here over there, to help out. And that's one solution we can do. That would require me getting mechanical power to this spot, and it need to be something like the geothermal that's constant. If I have, like, beavers running in a wheel to do it, it's never going to get done. Yeah, that's about to go dry any second now. But the good news is the drought's about to end any second now. And you only need 30 planks, so that's fine. Keep collecting. I'm sure that's going to be a constant issue. And hey, Genly, how's it going? Because I believe that's drought 3 now? No, that's drought 2. And drought, like the third one, we should still be safe from bad water. On hard mode, you get 3 droughts, and then you have the chance of bad water from then on. Alright, meanwhile, here comes the bad water of the bad water source that just came alive. We got another bad water source over here. So that'll spill down there. Spill over here, spill into this area. I see. Okay, so if I wanted to make this into a big freshwater source, I would need to wall this off so that the bad water just flows through and out the side of the map. This map is going to be a pretty tricky one to take advantage of any other water sources. Yeah, so as you can see, this is not a seep, it's an actual source. So it will continue to fill this up until it spills over, versus mine is a seep, it will not fill up. We gotta do some engineering to do that. If I'm gonna have the wood supply, let's get plans here. Cancel that spot. We haven't built it yet. I'm gonna make this a little bit wider. And the reason I'm doing this is so as I enclose this, I will be set up in a way that I can potentially put a pump or something else here to draw the water across the other side kind of thing. At least it gives me options. Whereas if we're restricted to just the tiny little spot, then we won't have the options. Because I'm not too worried about them running out of time building just that area. It's a matter of whether or not I get the science in time to do the floodgate. Okay. So the next thing we get is the floodgate to deal with the bad water. I still want to get the geothermal power up once we get 2 seconds to breathe. Our water supply is held up during the drought so far. They do have a couple of spare beavers workers-wise. We can go ahead and turn you up. And keep those things going. Oh, one thing I wanted to check. I don't think they added anything for it, but that's fine. There's been mods for this game to add Twitch integration where it just names the beavers after people, but I wasn't sure if they baked it in or not. It's one of those things that, like, Twitch integration is always cool and all that. I understand it's like an extra layer, it's more stuff you have to add into your game and all that, which is more dev time taking away from like the actual main point of your game that only applies to content creators and all that, and their audiences. But it's a cool thing. It's kind of come one of those things that if I play a game and they let, like, the fact that we can name our beavers because of how short their lifespans are feels like a not thing. Like, the functionality is there, not to say it's not. But there's little reason to, because you know the beaver's not going to live long enough for you to want to deal with it. You can also have it do, like, the RimWorld method, where you have, like, a saved list of, like, here's all the names to choose from. Like, here's a bunch of custom names I've added. That can always be a fun one. Regardless. But for those who haven't seen, that RimWorld, Timberborn has dropped in 1.0 today, so it is fully released. You can go get it, like, right now, and also... You don't want to get attached to one beaver. Yep. But it is, like, in 1.0 right now, you can go get it. For those who didn't see, they did add a bunch of automation to the game. I can't really take too much advantage of it yet, but we can have, like, a little sensor here that says, like, okay, what's the depth of the water? And I put it there over the water and go, okay, if the depth falls below, like, half a tile, turn that off. Which is good, because normally if this beaver has nothing to do, he's still going to sit here. He's going to sit here and do nothing the whole time. And that's just what's going to happen. With the automation, you can have it turn off the buildings, and since the buildings are physically turned off, the beaver will reassign to wherever they're going. Which is cool, because that lets you run your settlement on a much smaller beaver population to accomplish the same things. So, like, for example, with the planks. If my planks, for example, get to a point where I've got over, like, say, we're going to store 200 planks. Well, 180 planks. I can tell once you have 180 planks, turn that building off. Just forget it. I'd probably set it to like 150 or something like that, but you get the idea. That you could turn these off at 150 planks and those beavers just go off and do something else. Or just take a break. Whatever it is they decide to do. Okay. We're kind of getting the last of the birch trees through. And we're going to have a bunch of our oak coming in relatively soon. And they'll be fully converted over to oak and get the most amount of wood for labor. But we are kind of starving ourselves a little bit on wood, which is really not ideal. But we'll get there. Because I still got a bunch of birch trees, like, in this nonsense. Well, I believe if we go over here and I clear the planting zone, because I want to make sure... Yeah, clear the planting zone. So we can for oak. Yeah, so those are all the birch trees in there. So that way, as they get those ones knocked down, we'll get those switched over as well. So like I said, we should start seeing some of these coming up on 70-80%. There's always that awkward point of flipping from one to the other. Alright, so we need to get 150. I should have another drought this time. Part of me is like going, okay, do I get another set of water storages going? Because I can't afford to give up the science to go for the bigger ones yet, and they need gears, and we're not ready for gears quite yet. So, like, put 2 of them over here or something like that. So you're in 8 days. Yeah, so that followed pretty much the exact path I expected. Alright, so we got another drought in 3 days. And then after this drought, then we can potentially get bad water. It's a 40% chance per cycle of it being bad water. I also haven't looked at the automation. So the automation, we have a lever where you just manually flip it one way or the other. Simple logic operations on its input signal, so I'm assuming you can do like addition or whatever. You've got the flow sensor, how much water is going by, a depth sensor, how deep the water is, contamination sensor, which is how contaminated the water is, chronometer, which is based on time, weather, so that'll be just like, you know, are we in temperate, bad water, whatever. Power meter monitors the power of network parameters, so that's a good one. So if you run to a situation that you're like, your free power is enough to run your machines, you could turn off anything that requires fuel or manual. Population counter, we adjust the population. Resource counter, a science counter. Hi.
Hi. You're a sweetie. Yes, you are. My love for you goes very far.
A firework launcher. Love.
Love.
Yes, a lot of cool stuff in there. Unfortunately, the resource counter is a little bit later in the sets of options. Alright, for right now, we're going to pause these two. I've got quite a bit of planks in storage. And I'm going to need more of this becoming, the levees. So we need to let that backlog of wood build up a little bit. Now, as far as my water, I can use a fluid dump, which is horribly inefficient. There is the mechanical fluid pump. That's late game tech. We're not going to have that. An aquifer drill is also fairly late game. So I think the reality is we're going to have to go for that aquifer. That's just going to be the reality. That if I want to survive, ultimately we got to get up to this aquifer and get it some kind of mechanical power. And once we get some mechanical power, it'll flood this way, flood that way. There's no way through here. It'll flood down here, go up here and off the map. So then the idea would be we could probably block it up here. That makes this area have water. And we need to keep going. Now the curiosity with the aquifer drills is I do believe those will get bad water as well during the bad water event. And hey, Baghdad Bob, thanks so much for the 60 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. We playing as Folktale? Yeah, we're playing as Folktale today. I've done my last handful of runs as Iron Teeth. I wanted to go ahead and do a Folktale run because I have all of the Iron Teeth achievements, so Want to get more achievements, I gotta play Folktale. But the big thing I'm curious about right now is how I'm going to be dealing with the extended droughts, because this is not going to hold up long. And I do think the answer here is I'm going to have to go for that aquifer and get it some horsepower. It needs 200 horsepower to fully operate. And then step 1 will be just getting that horsepower up there. And then step 2 is once I get that horsepower up there, is actually getting that water where it's usable. I think ideally we would make like a little chute that goes over here, box this in nice and high, so that we have like a really big reservoir. But that is a project scale I don't think we have the time to see through. I think it's going to be getting up there, getting it running, and then just doing our best to just get fresh water somewhere. You know, and then potentially would turn off these pumps and just let this oasis just be its thing, and eventually the droughts would get long enough that it's a problem. You know, hopefully by then we've got a solution, or at least a different location to do a bunch of our stuff. So those will be up soon. Getting a bunch of our oak trees at like 60-70%, so those will be ready soon. And the food... Okay, so grill doesn't require any science. You don't seem to require any horsepower either. I need to not use the wood. Like, I want to get the next thing queued so I can be like, okay, we get that going, we'll start planting the spatic, we'll get the warehouse for it and all that. But I need the wood for the levees before our first bad water, or we die. If we have a bad water just get pumped in here, that'll just be the end of the entire settlement. Okay, speed up time again. We've almost got enough research for the gate, so we should be good with that. Okay, so this drought is not as long as the last one, so we should be perfectly fine with this one. Yeah, a lot of these are all in their 70s, approaching 80s. So hopefully those will get done very, very soon. Yep, no, it's cool that's 1.0. It's good stuff. Okay, so new plan. Cancel these ones here for right now. Because I'm going to be riding right up to the finish line on our wood supply. But cancel those ones for right now. And we're going to wait to see on our wood situation whether I just go straight for the gates to deal with the bad water, or we do that extension that I was talking about to facilitate handling the bad water. Now, for getting power here, I got a couple of options. There's none of the geothermals nearby. The one option is I build this over here and we pipe the geothermal power all the way over. That's going to be a lot of work for this stage of the game. We're pretty early. I'd probably want to go up against this wall, up, over, and down. But with the geothermal, it's just forever power. I don't have to put more effort into it. It also make it weirdly run like it would give more power during the night when the beavers are asleep to like kind of get the water flowing, but then during the day as they're splitting their power between all this stuff, then it's not getting as much. But there is the thought here of effectively making a channel down here and then putting a sluice there at some point to check the depth and all that. And then making this into a reservoir right there. Again, that's... The catch is I gotta be alive long enough to get to that stage. Alright, we're down to our last tree or two. Yes, you're about to be grown. Got a bunch of you hovering around 70-80%. This is gonna be close. Because the next one can be a bad water, or another drought. Meanwhile, we can go here, and not you, that would have been really dumb. I will need a floodgate. So yeah, sluice requires metal, and we're not ready for that. Lots unlocked. So you're going to need to be a floodgate. Yes. Okay. Alright. So for the 2 floodgates, I would need 20 wood. For the levees, each of those is 12 wood. Okay, that's it. All of that is oak. Like I said, some of this is like in the 80-something percents. Once I get one of these down, we'll be good. Worst case scenario, if it looks like I'm going to come up short, we delete those 2 buildings and get the wood supply now to deal with it. And that would let us finish this off for the bad water. If it's another drought, we just don't have to care. Like, that'd be a decision we make the moment it queues up being like, oh, it's bad water. We can delete those, and that'll give me that last little bit of wood to cross the finish line to put the gates here. But hopefully that won't be necessary. Now, the next 150, I want to put on the geothermal, so we can start moving some of our mechanic stuff up here to run off the geothermal power, and deal with that. We can go from all that. Let's get this out of the way. Yeah, I'm feeling like more and more the answer is going to be get this geothermal, pipe its horsepower over here and over there, just to get it to that aquifer, even knowing that's going to be not really practical, because then at least I'll get that trickle bit of water extra coming through. And then I think the next step will be start boxing this in to make a reservoir over here. And we'll just need a sluice here or something that I can go through, and whatever I'm ready for in this area, we can start dropping water in there. Because then what I could do is I can take it from this shape, we can start boxing it off a little bit more. Just for the practicality side. We can start turning that into an actual reservoir where we don't really care about the water seep. You can just bury it. You thought they removed sluices? No. Oh no, you know what? They did. They changed it. Okay, so fill valve. No, you're right. They did get rid of sluices. My apologies. Yes, we got fill valve, a one-way outlet that regulates downstream water level. Okay, so that basically gives me the functionality that a sluice had in regards to checking the other side's depth. A throttling valve, a one-way water valve at adjustable flow rate. Interesting. Yeah, so then they use the automation. So that's where the contamination sensor would come in. So the contamination sensor would effectively be the other purpose of the sluice. You know what? I'm okay with that. Because then it's basically these two together give you all the functionality of a sluice. And they're locked behind the same level of material. But even if we don't have a sluice, a dam would do in this case. The idea here being just enough that, or a floodgate, that I can control being like, hey, let the water through and all that, and then we can automate it all. We do have metal up here. We'll want to get that metal. So far as that goes, it's 250, 300 for all that. Okay, the water is back. But no, I stand corrected that they did get rid of the sluice. It surprises me, except for the fact that this whole automation section makes it not really thing. Oh yeah, I forgot that they have, you can now do API and webhook calls. Memory, change of states, timers, all that. Yeah, the lever would be the minimum one, because I believe that, I would manually go and say, trip that lever, turn everything on and off. It feels more like they split them into fill and throttle valves. Well, right, but that's what I was saying, is if you look at what's here, so you got the fill valve, so it regulates the water level downstream. So the idea being, on one side it can come in at, like, 1 depth, and the other side it's going to come out, like, 0.2 depth. So that being a way that you don't, like, when you have another pool, you're trying to keep that depth. And then the other one is the throttle one, which is just the flow rate for mechanical power and all that, which has reasons for that. And then what the sluice did is kind of split between these two, which is the checking down below what the depth is going to be, and the contamination to handle, like, let stuff through or not. Alright, we got another bad water source, so you're going to go here, over there, and right off the side of the map, so that one should be okay. Got like a little pool you're going to build up over there. But nothing threatening us. But yeah, so slowly we're seeing more and more of the bad water sources come alive. And they're mostly just worming around, so that'll be a little bit more inconvenient for travel. But yeah, so it's kind of like they took the functionality of the sluice and they broke it up into like 3-4 pieces, and then gave all the different pieces the capability of accomplishing the same goal once you got there. Okay, so we do have enough wood now to be able to do the gates. So that's 12, 24. We want to make sure we save at least 20. Because we need to save 20 for the actual gates themselves. All right. Hey, Whoa Jess, thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Whoa Jess? Another fantastic content creator on the platform that I highly, highly, highly recommend. And we got 3 days till our bad water. But for those who don't know, Whoa Jess, absolutely fantastic. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Luxury buddy, you get the shout out wrong like every third time lately. Take the extra second, my man. But definitely go and check out Whoa Jess. What were you playing? Was it Timberborn today and all that stuff? Yeah, no, you're good. Just, you know, make make sure it doesn't go out early a little bit more. Because now I gotta wait on the cooldown, so I can't shout out Jess, I don't think. Hit shift and hit enter. Yep, you're playing Timberborn? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I hope you had a good time with it. For those who don't know, Woe Just Again plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel, but doing some Timberborn, but does a whole lot of indie games. Really good times over there. I hope you had a good time with it. But again, fellow member of the House Hit Frequency stream team, really fun time over there and all that. Freshly moved into the new digs and all that good stuff, which is fantastic. Ooh, do I have the planks? Okay, cool, I do have the planks. But yeah, we're just getting started. We're doing the Oasis map. We are doing Folktale because I've done Iron Teeth from my last like 3-4 playthroughs and I got all the achievements for Iron Teeth. So I was like, you know what? Let's do Folktale. I don't have all the achievements. Let's get it done. But we're just starting off. We're about to have our very first bad water. So that's all locked down for now. And I haven't messed with the automation yet. I did the update before the automation update. Okay, so the next thing we want to get going is let's get that turbine. We got the science, let's do it. Give me power. I spent most of the stream relearning the games that you haven't played since 2022. Gotcha. Yeah, no, this is a game I've played fairly regularly on the channel. I usually don't end up playing the hard mode very often. Not because of anything wrong with it, but because I want to accomplish some things that the hard mode, because it makes the drought so long, and that's where a lot of your mechanical power comes from, is the flowing of water, that it can serve to just slow things down at times. But, in this particular case, like, let's do some hard mode. Because once I stabilize things, it shouldn't be too bad. We got this new geothermal power that's infinite power, but just, you know, only so much at a time. Just trying to figure out how I want to approach this. I've got this contained where we can handle our first bad water just fine. So the next thing I'm going to probably want research. Yeah, no, I genuinely actually would advise, unless you're specifically looking for the challenge, hard mode is something to avoid. You require the metal. Okay, that's fine. Because what we're going to do is we're going to have these gates slam closed the moment the contamination gets high. Like, the moment this starts to get contamination, this water will stay fine. This will get bad watered. And then what I'm going to do from there is I'm going to open that gate back up and just let the bad water mix in with this water when the bad water's done. And then from there, we'll have to figure out, because, like, it'll bleed into the rest of the water. It'll probably still be fine. It won't be enough bad water to make the whole thing contaminated. But I will need a solution for that. So slam the gate up. And that should make it so just this little inner chamber becomes bad water. Because the seep can only go one tile deep. We'll hopefully get very little bad water in there. And then when it's over, we can slam that gate back down. Meanwhile, you're giving me mechanical power. I think my plan here is to... so we do have some of the bad tide drains over there. Okay, but if I were to block off this route, it would just funnel it off the side of the map. Because my talking was to try and get the mechanical power from here over to this, which will give me water, and then start making that into a reservoir. Ew, it's like sewage. Yep. Now, if you want a wild map, there's a map called Spillage, and those things are everywhere on it. And Spillage is the map where you're like, okay, where's the next thing that's going to catch fire? Oh, good, let's go deal with it. Alright, so we're gonna move my plank production up here. Oh, so this... You're done. I don't need you down there anymore. In the meantime, we can go ahead and switch you to just being more sunflowers. You can't wait for the landmine maps modders make? Yeah. Does Spillage at least modify the time so bad water is still default? Hey, Alana, how's it going? It's good to have you as well. I know you've been playing this as well. I'm pretty sure everyone in our circle is probably going to be playing this in the immediate future. But, all that good stuff. Gotta run? No, that's no problem. You take care of yourself, do all that good stuff. And also check out Alana Raman, our fantastic content creators, played a bunch of Timberborn over the years as well. Ben, I think, yeah, doing Oasis as well. You try to tackle islands for your first 1.0 map. You're not used to being land starved. Yeah, no, I did the islands before. I was like, this is a deceptively hard map. It's like there's water all around you, and weirdly, it's hard to make it work. You got your 3 Wonders achievement? Nice. Yeah, no, I finished all the Iron Teeth achievements when we did the experimental branch, and now I'm working now on getting the folktale ones, because I'm missing all of the folktale ones and then the one for beating the game, like doing your wonder in 15 cycles. Oh, please tell me. Okay, cool. For a moment, I thought I miscalculated that. I was about to like, please tell me you're not going to flood over on top of my head. All right. Because that'd be the death of the settlement right there. Yep, so everything is gross and awful. But yeah, no, again, Alana Ramos is our fantastic content creator, another fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel. So very much, if you like indie games, pretty much anyone on the team is probably a good choice. Alright, so I want to get power over here, which is not going to be easy, because that'll give me at least some options for maintaining water here. You can see how this is getting mildly contaminated now as the evaporation is slowly getting rid of that. We are going to just kind of endure this one, that I'm going to let that just float here, and then we're just going to let the little bit of bad water go out here. It shouldn't be enough to matter, but I am worried about that. Okay. Man, it's going to be so much to get over there. Right. I wonder if they changed the... So your 3 wood for that storage, or the platform, which is 3 or 6 planks. That still amuses me. I hadn't noticed that. I think it was in Alana's channel that I saw Alana using the small warehouses in place of the platforms because they're cheaper. And they just have like random storage everywhere. That you can just like be like, okay, there's more food, there's more this, there's more that. Because it's just cheaper. You plan to replace them but never did. Yeah. And I think that's totally fair. Alright. Like, I keep looking at this being like, how much of a pain this is going to be. Because the mechanical power, I believe, needs to be plugged in here. And for that, we would need to unlock the vertical gear. Alright, so that's going to take gears. So that's going to take quite a bit of time. We're going to want to unlock the gears for the larger water storage. Because that's probably how we're going to have to ride out the first couple of big droughts. Never happened. Nothing is more permanent than a temporary solution. Yep. We've been doing a lot of Factorio recently, and that is definitely one of those things that is especially true in that game. Factorio is notorious for it's like, well, I'm just going to put this here, it's temporary, we'll go over there and we'll do it right later. And then just another project shows up and it just keeps happening, and you never do get to that later. Because always another fire that must be put out. Okay, so we've got that where I no longer need a dedicated beaver to powering that. So yeah, we get 400. Technically, that thing can use 50. I do think we go for the gears next at 100 science. And then after that, we go for the larger water storage, which would be 120 science. At some stage, we're going to want to take some of that science and set aside for beaver wellness stuff, because the wellness makes the beavers work better. if we look up here, for example, all my beavers that are at level 6, they are 20% faster working and 5% faster moving. And if you look at this one that was just born, so it doesn't have any perks, you know, they don't have that. Those stack up to the point where you'll have like one beaver can work the work of like 4 beavers because they're walking around at like twice the speed and working like 3 times as hard and all that kind of nonsense. And then they live like, you know, 2-3 times as long as well. And that can all go a long ways for a lot of stuff. Alright. Yeah, because our water during these does get pretty low right now. That's going to be more and more bad water as opposed to having any of the clean water in there. That'll be another thing I'm going to have to probably prioritize. So I think we go gear, larger container. From there, we'll switch over to metal. And then after we get to metal, I'll probably want to get the bad water pump. That way, whatever contamination we do get in here, we can pump that out, and we're just going to chuck it into a barrel and call it a day for right now. We're not going to fix it. We're just going to dump it with the intentions of later getting stuff. Oh, one thing I can do that we had earlier. Get the grill. Put the grill there. Get a medium storage here. So you'll be for the raw spatter dock. Then we can go to this side. And this will be for the cooked spatter dock. Did you need mechanical power? No, you just need wood. Alright, and so with that, we can go down here. Ah, right. There's a whole different type of farmhouse for you. Well then, don't worry about that. The other stuff can be built. I forgot with them, they have... Like, I'll just tear that up and put an aquatic farmhouse. But that's not an immediate priority. Because that's another 150, and like, the science is our bottleneck right now. Yeah, so you're 250, you're 300. Right, it was the gears. Let's get the gear production online. So there's gears. Gears, I believe, will want to go into this style of warehouse. So there's that. We probably should also go and build you and make you another place for lumber with the intent on shutting down this lumber drop-off point in favor of that one later, and then this can become a campground to get the morale bonus from that. Because that'd be a easy place to put that. It's right by a bunch of our houses. We got houses over here and over there. Alright, so this is where things are going to get a little unfortunate. Welcome out, contaminated water. Hey, Blind, thank you for the raid. It's like just Halcyon Frequency Day in here. But thank you so much for that raid. For those who don't know Blind IRL, another fantastic content creator, and yet another fantastic content creator who is in the Halcyon Frequency Street team, doing some Dwarf Fortress today and all that good times. Definitely someone to check out. Does play a decent number of different indie games out there, like Caves of Quad, Dwarf Fortress, all that kind of good stuff. So if any of that sounds good to you, absolutely fantastic person to go and drop a check out and all that stuff. But thank you again so much for that raid. I hope you've had a good one. We're just doing some Timberborn for the 1.0 release and all that good stuff. Playing on a sweaty try-hard map and figuring it out. On hard mode. Because, you know, why not? Why not just jump into the new version for the 1.0 release and make bad decisions? It's just got kind of how you have to roll. We did just write out our first bad water. So this is mildly contaminated with bad water right now. And that'll progressively get worse each cycle. Where are you at? Well, you activate soon, but you're already submerged in bad water. So that doesn't matter. Where did your bad water come from? So you can go up 1 block, and then you'll spill over here, and then you go down there. Yeah, they'll be fine. Oh, it's probably from the spillage drains. Anyways, but yeah, so again, check out Blind RL. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Once again, recommend. And I do apologize to everyone getting caught in ads. I actually don't have pre-rolls turned on. You just happen to land during the mid-roll. Just the way it goes. But welcome in, I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I play a lot of like city builders, settlement builders, tycoon, roguelites, simulation, strategy, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Got a raid and run? Absolutely no problems whatsoever. You get that raid and run, you have a good time. Like, thank you again so much for that raid. You get done what you got to get done. And I do appreciate it and all that. But yeah, so we did just get through our first bad water. And right now we're kind of just working on getting our science along. The next thing I want to get is the medium water tank. So we're going to go ahead and decommission this. So I want you to empty that and move it all over to that supply. Then we're going to tear down that. We're going to make that into a campground. So you can make your beavers a bit happier, which will help their wellness, which will help them work harder, and yada yada. But we'll get them there. But the next move is to get the bigger storage for when the droughts get longer. Once we get that, we're going after metal. Because with our current setup, this will gradually become more and more bad water. Because when bad water happens, I slam these gates up. This little middle spot fills up with bad water. And then once it's over, we kind of just dilute the little bit of bad water out here. Unfortunately, it seems like the evaporation tends to favor evaporating the clean water ahead of the bad water, which does mean we'll eventually have this slowly become more and more bad water, and that'll be a problem. But if we get the large water containers here, we can store a bunch of water, and then eventually, once I get this metal up here, we can use that to then get myself the thing where I can separate out the bad water, and we store that, and I won't be able to do anything with it right away, but I can just shove it in a corner and whistle to myself and pretend everything's fine. The tried and true practice for solving any and all problems. Let's go ahead and rip up that line of trees so I can get at that metal when we're ready. But so far it's been going smoothly. The only waves beavers have been dying so far in the colony has been strictly by old age. Okay, so we got another bad tide coming in 3 days. If those keep happening back to back like that, we're going to be in trouble. Because like I said, each round, I don't know, I don't have the tools to see what percentage of this is bad water. I'd guess like 4 or 5%. But each round, it'll start to become more and more bad water until it goes from being manageable to, you know, touching it is asking to die. Okay, so with that, I'm going to also have to unlock the platform for 100. Okay, well, that's not an immediate priority. Immediate priority, bigger water storage. Because these little ones aren't going to hold up much longer, and we did get the gears. You're almost empty. That's fine. And then, like I said, that'll become the campground, because I believe you start with that, so I don't need to research it. Yeah, we'll get ourselves a little bit more wellness. And then the bigger water container is 120 science. It's going to be a pretty big push to try and getting up to the metal production. And I think for our bigger water goal, I need to get mechanical power up here, because this will produce more water. And I think once it comes to that, we're going to try and get that up here. And I'm going to make a reservoir around there. And that'll be our temporary solution, because then I can just, you know, trick down a gate a little bit here and just flood the water out. We'll make like a little channel or something. We'll definitely need better than that. But it's... the time it takes to fix it properly is more time than I have. So I need to kind of just band-aid ourselves to the next day so that we could then fix it properly later. Okay. So here's our bigger water storage. So we're going to go 1, 2, I'm going to go for 3. So you'll be water, and you will be bad water. And for right now, I'll leave the little ones just the way they are, but that will let us put in a much, much larger reserve of water, because each one of these is 300 water versus those, which is 30. So one of these is 10 of those tiny ones. But those are more conveniently placed, so we'll leave them alone. Are you done yet? It's got 2 logs in it. That's close enough to done. I'm just going to delete it. Let's slow down time, because I am going to want to be there to flip that over from, you know, what we got to the other one. Okay. And clean up all that crap I dropped on the ground. Alright, so what ends up happening here is we've got all our good water here that's got mild bad water contamination. When this gets down to just about to flip over where this will start spewing out bad water instead of good water, we slam these gates up. This seep has very limited water pressure, so it'll only go 1 tile deep at any given time, so that we don't have to worry about that. So we slam the gate up, blocking all water flow here. And so when this switches over, it'll only get a little bit of bad water in there. And we just kind of ride it out like it's a drought. Okay, so the next research. Okay, and where are you? Oh, that one's fine. I don't care about that one. Okay. So the next move is I got to get up here. I was going to wait and get the metal next, but I can't reach the metal without the platform. If I at least have the platform, I can get the beavers up to here, and then make another ramp to get the beavers up to here. And that at least gets me access to something that can give me more water. And that'll be a matter of figuring out how I can use this aquifer to try and help. Now, the quick and dirty answer would be get mechanical power to it of any kind, and then we start to wall this thing off, and then have a floodgate in this side to slowly build this up to make an aquifer. And then when I need, I can just lower the floodgate. Even if I don't have a channel, I can literally just dump water over. It'll settle into the right place eventually, and be, like, good enough. That is a 12-day long bad water. Oh, that is... okay. That's what you call really bad. So that's longer than any of the droughts we've had. That's 12 days of bad water. So there's a very good chance this will run dry before this is over. We're going to keep them pumping for now to try and get as much water into storage as we can, because evaporation is a mechanic in the game. I'm pretty confident we're going to lose all of our farm crops. I can actually live with that. Losing the berries would be a little rough. The trees should be fine. The real stinker here is that this gets me too much percentage-wise bad water when I do ultimately have to let it out. It might kill everything by the fact that it's bad water. That's a pretty severe escalation from like 6 days to 12. But that's the RNG behind it. We are on hard mode. Hard mode gonna hard. So we might actually get punished that I may not have made my larger water storage fast enough. Okay. So, can you filter bad water into clean water? So I can No, you can't turn bad water into clean water. At least not that I recall. Maybe the Folktale have it, but I know the Iron Teeth don't. But I don't believe you can filter one into the other. So effectively, bad water is like a drought, except has the risk of contaminating everything. So, like it used to be before the bad water was added, you just built a giant reservoir and you basically beat the game. Like once you got a big enough reservoir put aside, you could contain enough water that you didn't have to worry about, like the droughts could be 30 days and you just don't care. With the bad water, you start have to actually thinking about going, okay, well, I need a reservoir, but I need like a lock system in front of my reservoir so I can divert the bad water away and keep all that stuff. You thought the manual pumps would keep the clean water out of bad water, but at a 10% rate? You thought manual pumps would get clean water out of bad water? I mean, unless something changed, these, what they'll do is they will get the clean water out, but it doesn't change the bad water. It'll get, like, it's basically if I have a mixture that's part clean water, part bad water, it'll still keep pumping the good water out of the mixture. But once it runs out of clean water and you just have bad water, the pump will simply stop working. Or once it gets too low of an amount of good water. It's kind of like the reverse is how the bad water pump works. If you got a little bit of bad water, it'll keep pumping out the bad water out of the good water. But that's the reason I need the metal, is I require metal to make the pump. If we look over here, the bad water pump, I need 5 units of metal to get that. Which requires me to get the metal from up here and keep things moving. That's locked behind quite a bit of research, unfortunately. That is kind of the next direction we're going, is I'm first going to get the platform so we can reach here and there. And then we got to push for a research to the next thing. Yeah, so that's getting to be mostly bad water in there. And we're holding up so far. It's not going well. That water level's going down way too fast. And it's partly because we're pumping and partly because we're evaporating. There's nothing I can do about evaporation. But pumping, I can pause those. But then the catch-22 is if I pause it, and it evaporates away, and I didn't have enough water in storage, then all the beavers die. Versus if I pump it all out too early, more likely the beavers survive because they've got the water in storage, but all my crops die. But I've got more than enough stuff here. Okay, wellness went up because of the camp. But I've got enough crops here. If we lose all of these crops, I've got almost 700 crops in storage. Not a big deal. We can just literally wait for them to replant everything and reharvest. And the wood too. So I'm feeling pretty okay about all that stuff. So I think we just ride and we just keep pumping. And if the crops die, you know, so be it. There is so much bad tide going through the area. Like, the speed of that water flow is a lot. If you put some water wheels on there, they would be hauling. The whole map is just bad tide all around us. It's actually so much, it's spilling over the edges. It's flooding. Yeah, so want to demolish this barrier. Yeah, we demolished this barrier. Then I can block this, routing that bad water out. And we can continue... Well, actually, no. If I just make my reservoir start along this edge, that'll work fine. And there's nothing putting water here. That's just the stuff from this spot. So yeah, so if I build a wall over here, it can just flow around there. We can build a wall over there. We can make this our reservoir. But I'm a little concerned about having enough time to do that. Okay, so I've got 100. Let's go get our platform. And we'll do this again up here. You can tell them then to rip out the trees up there. So it'll give you access to the back side of the pump. Have you probably go over this way. And probably around there. They tell you to rip out all the offending trees that are in your way. No, I didn't line that up at all well. Okay. So you need to get all that done. That's going to take time. And then it's the juggle. If I go too ambitious, the project doesn't get done. And then everybody dies. If I don't go ambitious enough, it ends up being irrelevant because it's just not enough. So I think I'm going to do is the first version. We're just going to go to the other side of the stream and no farther than that. We're not going to try making it ridiculously deep or anything like that. We're just going to try and get something functional at all. I'll probably need to go one tile higher than that, won't I? And you're just about to be fully exhausted. Yeah, so you can see what little bad water there is starting to like get very noticeable because we're pumping out all the good water. Okay. So I can't really take it another tile deeper yet. But you can start with that. Because worst case, you can put pumps up here and that kind of thing. Alright, we have officially run dry. We still have 4 days left, and there's no more water. Now, I do have 250 water in my storage to try and keep the beavers alive. Our plants will die here. The carrots and the sunflowers are going to die. The berry bushes will probably be fine, and the oak will probably be fine. Now, the real scary part is that is basically practically 100% bad water now. Because all the other water's kind of evaporated away. So I just gotta ride this thing out to the other side and hope for the best. What I can do in the meantime if I've got the planks. So I got 70 research. If I go for the mechanical power, so you're only 40 research. So that's really not much. Let's go ahead and get the... Oh, that's interesting. Let's go ahead and get this going. Because what I need to do is I need to get mechanical power over here. So I'll put you there. What would be the best way for me to do this where I won't have to make a bajillion gearboxes and all that? We can go here. I will have to make it go over the path on either side. Let's not do it there. We can make this way less painful. So we can go over here, put a regular old platform over there. This is going to be a really inefficient design. I'm just trying to get the power there. It's just one piece of lumber per tile. If we can get it that far, that'll be fine. We'll need gearboxes here and here to get over the path. Okay, now we just want to run it back there. Alright, so the problem is you won't be able to reach that spot. Like, to build a tower there. So we'll actually go... Have you come around this way. Then that'll have to do for now. We will need to be able to go over the top here. So that you can reach all of this side. And you can reach that side. We'll go ahead and give you a path up here. Let's just hope they can actually get anything done with this in a timely manner. So you'll be able to handle all that. So you got this large area up top here. You can run you along like this. I have a couple pieces I won't be able to reach from right there. What would be the best way of dealing with that? Probably just skip building that one tile. And then they should be able to reach the rest of that, and then we build that last tile when it's ready. Okay, that's going to be a highly, highly messy, awful way of dealing with that. So bad tide's over, slam the thing down. Okay. So it will slowly dilute the bad water, which will make it usable again. We did get really low on our water that was stored, and we definitely ran dry to the point that all of our crops died. None of the berry bushes died, none of the trees died, but our crops got absolutely decimated. That's not a big shocker. Okay, so research now. The next move we've got is I'm going to need to get, again, the metal flag and the smelter, so that we can get the bad tide pump. Well, do I need the bad tide pump? I might be able to get away without that for right now. It might be more important that I get this reservoir resolved. Because even with that going dry, we can endure that, as long as I've got enough water in storage. And because it had a chance to fully evaporate, the bad tide that was in there did get, get rid of as well. Yeah, so they're working on getting all that built. And that's not the way I should be doing it, but it's the way I'm doing that kind of in the pinch. Then we can rip up all this path and all that going over here and just leave the mechanical power going. We'll definitely want to make that better over time. But right now, I just need the water supply coming. And then we need to start making this into a reservoir. What would it take for me to get dynamite? I assume that's going to be way down the road. Yeah, that's way down the road. We'll need to get metal production online. Regardless of what I want, we'll need to get metal production online. So far, everyone has a job. Now, I believe with this, it'll give me fresh water when it's fresh water and bad tide when it's bad tide. And it has infinite power to it. So we should be able to actually make this into a reservoir, which is kind of my intent, is to make this into a reservoir and then make a way to, for right now, bleed it into our oasis. And then we would want to then turn around in this oasis where it is right now, make it into its own respective reservoir and stop depending on the water seep. Which could be building an aqueduct over top of here to just dump down in here and then just making this taller. But other things we can do to help is I can turn around with these and put them up on this when we make that into a reservoir. and then I'm not pulling from that little shallow basin or whatever. Once I get the metal, we can start putting in some more automations. Like right now, I've got the lever. I got the contamination sensor. Yeah, unfortunately the weather sensor requires some more advanced stuff. Yeah, we can work on all that. But this being a water source, we ultimately will need to go and have this water source where I check and go, hey, is the water clean? Yeah, okay, put it into the rest of the system. Okay, is the water dirty? Nah, divert it out of here. I think I've also hit the point where 2 pumps is not enough. Because I'm noticing they've been sitting here going at it. I'm not really seeing the water supply go up very much. I think it's just that's too far away. That we're losing a bunch of time to that. We can certainly add haulers and builders and all that, but that's going to be another time thing. So get you out of here. I also just realized I didn't put a path on top of here, so you'll never get that done. You're getting all that sorted. You're working on getting our little levee system over here sorted. Oh, you need a path here. Because, yeah, we'll just wall off a little bit of that for now. And then we can build that up as able. And that'll be a thing that'll end up needing to happen, is I'll need to have this gearing going way up high and over. But this will be probably our main water source for the time being. I assume that still works when fully flooded, because it would be very hard to use if not. And I know these work underwater. Alright, so it's been 30 seconds since our last bad tide, so it's time for a bad tide. Okay, so we've got an immediate problem I've got to deal with. So, the issue we have is I'm simply not pumping enough water. So let's go and get you out of here. You are now top priority. And I'm going to need 2 new water pumps. And you're now high priority on both of these. Because I need to be able to pump those there and get that done. We're also getting to the point that we're likely to need, we're likely to need to expand our housing to have the workers to work on the things that I need. Unfortunately, that also will add more of a need on the water, and we're not ready for that. Let's get this water done. Then we'll try expanding our housing to let some more beavers be born and all that. And keep things moving. Getting pretty close to being able to unlock our scavenger flag to start getting the metal. So I want to go ahead and get a place for this. Not really a good place for the metal, is there? Because I want this spot to stay open for the mechanical power. I guess technically I could also put it up here. The entire metalworking process. It's not the most convenient location, but that would work. So you could have the scrap metal here, the actual proper metal there. Because then what I could do here... what's opening? Okay, so you're opening here. You'll go down this way. There's more spillage there. Yes, that'll be fine. That goes into existing systems. But yeah, because then what I can do is I can bring that already elevated line of power over here, then just have my metal production right there. And they're doing their best to get everything going. Okay, so we're pumping very, very aggressively, trying to get this water through as quickly as we can, just to build a buffer. Here's hoping that this bad water is not as long as the last one. Because while I can absolutely endure, you know, a decent length bad water here and there, if we get them back to back to back, it will be a slowdown attrition where I'm not getting enough food. We let that run just a little longer. As soon as it says 0 out of 0 days, we slam this thing all the way up. Alright, we got it sealed. Time to endure another bad water. 9 days. Okay, so it's longer than we had early on, but not as long as the last one. That's about when things started to dehydrate. Alright. Oh, and before I forget, I gotta tear that out. If we don't tear that out, bad things happen. Because then I'll start flooding over, and while it might work out for me, it could potentially flood over in a way that destroys my stuff. So I'll demolish the first blockage on the right first, so I can run across that to do it. I believe they can run across that to do it. I'll have to wait till they get those platforms built. You know, honestly, I'll probably want to get to the other side anyways at some point. And planks have not been that big of an issue. That way they can just take care of it. Because we're going to want to divert that water out as best we can. In the long run, I probably also would put a line of levees here just in case they overwhelm that at any point, which will probably happen. So that way, again, if I divert this and it ends up being too much that this floods, it would flood directly into here. So we want to put just enough line of levees there so it would just flood this and just rush the water out that way more. Okay, we're almost to the point of having our metal people ready. Because that's 250. They're continuing to make this aqueduct up here. But again, I still don't have a real plan of how that's getting down here. We're mostly going, get the water up here, and then, like, even if I just literally just wall this off higher, and then just let it flood over the side a little bit here and there, that would be an option to potentially dealing with it a little bit. Like, literally build this thing up, and then just have, like, a big gate we can yank down as needed, just dump water into this area. So we just let down just, like, one tick. It refills this whole thing, flooding a bunch of this, till we can get, like, a proper aqueduct or whatever going over. So here's another question. Is where that water seep the lowest height? It is. Because I was going to say maybe I can make a little tunnel to go underneath there, but that does not appear to be an option. When you see water going so fast, can your beavers be swept away? No. No, that's not a mechanic in the game where you have to worry about, like, water flow being too much and shoving your beavers into a place they get hurt or whatever. Okay, so we're getting all of that done. That's fine. We just gotta let them keep building. We got the contaminated water there. So one thing I can do is I could start squaring this off a little bit to make that into a proper reservoir later. with the intent of just making a channel that goes across here from one to the other. That would be a doable thing. It's gonna be a little tricky where everything's positioned because of the water pumps and all that, but we'll have to worry about that when we get there. Alright, so one of the automation blocks we could potentially look at... Oh, we also have... There's you unlocked. So we can get our metal scrap. We're gonna need more beavers. Like, a lot more beavers, unfortunately. Okay, so I don't want to build... Yeah, get the bigger houses. They're all just logs. Maybe we end up getting just the bigger house as our next move. We have our first injured beaver. Luckily, I built a medical tent preemptively. So we're good. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of working to carve out these various areas. But that's okay. That's normal Timberborn things. You'll work at getting one thing taken care of after the other. Meanwhile, go ahead and yoink out that tree. So I can actually go over here and make the path work. Because otherwise, sooner or later, I'm going to have them not pathing. There we go. So as we build this up, that's going to go dry, and this is going to go up a little bit more. But there's plenty of room for that to go up before it's a threat to me in any meaningful way. There's no point in me walling that off right now, because that's a seep right there. Or not a seep, that's a spillage. Okay. So we got 3 days left and it's gone dry. So, once again, the trees and the berries will be fine, but we're going to lose... we might actually... So the carrots are definitely lost, but we might actually get the sunflowers to the other side before they die of, dehydration. Yeah, so I think the play is to start building this up. We can move our water production up here. Because even if necessary, I can turn this on and off. And just not have it run when I need stuff done. And I could go ahead and, like, when we're ready to go farther, I could just take this as, like, a transmission, like, straight up to go over however deep I make the aquifer. That should give me a source of reliable water. It's going to take time because I get that whole power train going the whole way over. But the good news, I got almost 700 water in storage, so we are definitely fine so far as food and water goes. Still have 2 whole days left, though, of no fresh water. Yep, so I blocked this off, so this will start dehydrating away now. Or evaporating. Not dehydrating, that's not what it is. Go ahead and bump the priority up on that so that the beaver who's getting the metal can actually get a decent amount. Yeah, because they can build a house. I mean, we can just build a house right now. Because we have the mini lodge, which only gives 1, but I believe is a 1x1 space. We got the double lodge, which I believe is 2x2, but 2 tall, and it gives 6. And then the triple lodge is, I believe, 3x2, and then 2 tall, and it gives 9. So I'd probably want to go with that since there's no increased material cost so far as, like, different types of material. That we could just raise up the 250 research, build the big lodge, and that'd be just more, like, space efficient than the other ones by a long shot. And so we could start using that, as opposed to continuing to build those houses. They could probably tuck those houses kind of out of the way, like maybe up here somewhere. It's actually probably a perfect place for them. You could start, we'll put one over here. Maybe we'll put like one right there, that kind of thing. Because we don't want to put them on the fertile ground as much as possible. Okay. So we're about to be the other side of this. Alright. Yep, so sunflowers made it. But we did lose pretty much all the carrots. Meanwhile, the other beavers are just getting their work done best they can. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Yes, that'll evaporate away. Once you wall this off, this will evaporate away. Then we can figure out about getting the mechanical power done. All that stuff. We will be collecting the metal scrap in not too long. Okay, so we've been running a bit lean so far as the number of beavers we have. Not growing the population too much since I'm trapped around this little oasis. That isn't something we can get away with forever. The droughts and bad water will continue to get longer and longer as the playthrough goes along. Oh, I can't actually fit you there. Fine. We'll just put the houses elsewhere. Okay, so we got the mechanical power here. I mean, we're also routing the mechanical power all over the place, so that's fine. I could also just put the houses up here. They don't need to be too convenient to a lot of the other stuff. So that's what the current ones are that we started with. It could even be a thing that would go out of our way to like get up to this ledge, get that geothermal online, get it connected to the rest of the grid. Dude, it's been 30 seconds. Calm down. Hard gonna hard. Okay. So with this, we'd be able to build another geothermal power and hook it up to the other one when we need the power. But then we'd be able to clean up some of these areas here. You can just tell it to go ahead and just yoink all these trees as you got the availability. None of that's priority. Then go here and say slightly lower priority than everything else. But if you find yourself with extra time, get these trees out of here. Alright, so we're working as fast as we can to try and get this resolved, but we need to be working faster, I guess. Alright, so this project's making progress. I've got plenty of wood on storage. The automation could help. If we've got the materials. That's the flow sensor, depth sensor, contamination sensor, chronometer, weather station we're nowhere near. I heard you hate bad tides, so I put bad tides after your bad tides. You started the hard 1,000 island map with cycle 5 without bad water. Very good start. Secure, clean water source, though. Yeah. You find a lot of streamers playing this game right now, but only you play on hard. Yeah, you gotta keep in mind, like, this is a 1.0 release. You have a lot of people who don't play this game regularly jumping in for the first time, or the first time in a long while. So you've got a lot of people who aren't that experienced with it. I've played this game a ton over the years. And I mostly chose hard mode because the last thing when I was doing the experimental branch for 1.0, I was not doing hard mode because of achievement reasons. Hi. Love you.
I love you more.
But, so I chose to do hard mode this time. Hard mode can be a pro and con as well, in that, one, it's got the advantage of being an interesting challenge, but once you kind of get past the challenge part of it, it does have a tendency to just make things slower, mostly because between the bad tide and the droughts, you just end up with a lot of times you can't really take advantage of the water for mechanical power. But these days, between, like, having, you know, having stuff like the windmill things for the folktale and the engines for the Iron Teeth and all that, you actually have options as alternative power sources. Alright, any second now, and slam that gate up. And another day, another bad tide. Okay, it's another 9-day bad time. It's the same length as the last one. We have more water in storage than the last time. Our water storage is practically full this time. And our food is honestly being perfectly fine. So we're going to basically get the bigger houses as, well, the big est houses as what we're going to spend our research on this time. I do think we're going to put the big houses, like, up here somewhere, or up here somewhere, just somewhere out of the way. And are continuing to build this out. I'm surprised it hasn't gone dry yet. I mean, it's evaporating, it's just slow. Once I get that enclosed, I want to start trying to get that full of water. And it's gonna take work. But we'll work on getting this to be our primary water storage. And I noticed there was a transmission here. A clutch. Engages or disengages power transmission. 400. Just requires metal. So with the 400... Okay, so the wind turbine... Yeah, the wind turbine would actually give me a little bit of power with just wooden planks. So I probably didn't need to pipe all this over. But hey, that's what it is. I do remember you can only put these every so often. We'll take that one spot off. Well, that's 120. Never mind. We can use that when we need more power. We can go and work on a bunch of that stuff. Because generally speaking, I want to say those things higher elevation relative to the things around them, the better they do. Yeah, because I think long term I want the aquifer thing, or the aqueduct, the reservoir to come along here and just be squared off. And I think we'll have like an aqueduct that goes over here, and this will probably be a separate reservoir. But we're gonna have to get that handled. It's gonna be a problem soon. We've got one unemployed beaver, so that's relatively good news. We can probably do some more stuff with wellness in the meantime. So we have the rooftop terrace. It's going to be a little tricky to take advantage of that anywhere. Because the rooftop terrace, its big gimmick is it must be on top of a building. But I didn't leave myself a lot of room for that kind of thing. We can make this work relatively easy. Okay, so what I can do here is... You would have that over there. We could put a path up here. So prawns, I can make it work. It's fine. It won't be the most convenient route, but that'll get you up higher. And then from here, and put you. You'll come over here. Then grab your stuff. There's the rooftop terrace. So that'll be another thing to boost wellness. Alright. So we're getting close to the 250. The 250 I can make, well, 300 I can make metal available. That's one option. We could also make the bigger houses. I think the bigger houses we probably do first. I do want the metal, but right now, unless I plan on stamping out 1 billion of the tiny houses, I'd rather just build 1 or 2 of the big houses here and there to handle our population. Our population right now is limited to around 25. If we put down one of those, that'll jump the population by almost 1/3. Like, it'll take a little while to get there, but we can start then decommissioning the tiny little houses and going for the bigger ones. I do feel like this is where I want to put them. Let's go and tell them to make this a priority, just so we can get up there. And I can start telling to, like, prioritize these 2 trees, build a house, prioritize a couple more trees, build a house, that kind of nonsense. Okay, they're going to keep working on getting that closed off. That'll be good. Then they'll probably work on this pipeline up here. Okay. And I had that plan for the bad water pump, but I'm finding that's unnecessary because this is evaporating into nothing before that becomes relevant. That will definitely not be a thing we can do forever, because eventually we're going to want the bad water pump to get bad water as a resource. You use it for different things. Like, it's what you make dynamite out of and all that. But yeah. That's going to take a little bit. Okay, and you're getting this relatively close to being closed off. Obviously, right now, it's not going to store much water. And it'll be hard to get that water where we need it. But it's at least something that we can potentially just... Even if literally all I do with this is I put my water pumps over here, as opposed to down there, that'll help. But then the hope would be to build this up to make it be a lot more useful for this. It's going to take a lot to get the, to get this situated where I can kind of like aqueduct it in and just dump it on top of this and call it a day. Yeah, no, you can definitely deconstruct that for the science boost. I probably should do that now. I hadn't planned to come up here previously. Yeah, that gives me 200. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? It's good to have you. But yeah, no, these got added in the 1.0 experimental branch. They added all the little things around the map you can take apart for a nice little influx of science all at once. They're kind of... They're not everywhere on the map, but they're kind of scattered here and there. Sometimes in dangerous places where you have to try and grab them before the bad water becomes a problem, or, you know, wait for a drought or whatever. I'm doing pretty good. Playing some Timberborn, got a brand new run going as the Folktale today for the 1.0 release and all that good stuff. Which the devs behind it have sponsored today's stream. But even with that stuff, how's the update? It's pretty good. We haven't gotten to mess with the new stuff, which is the automation. We're still working on the materials to get that, and I'm kind of really using my science as aggressively as we get it. Okay, so there's the bigger houses. So you start by putting you here. Telling him that tree is now a priority. Oh, you're the one that... Okay, 1 second. I forgot about you. Hang on. We're still doing it. We're just not doing it the way I queued it up to be done. So, the trick with these houses is their door is on the 2nd floor. But again, for a considerably less materials and space, you do get way more residents in there. We'll build just one of them for now. And it's not even a priority. So next thing we probably do is get the smelter. And then we gotta go in and fill in a bunch of other materials. Okay, and we did have things run dry again. And let out the bad water, and then the good water chasing it down. Okay, and this time the carrots managed to not die. So we're making progress. We got gears and all that getting done. Go ahead and prioritize that so you get that done so you can snag that science. Alright. And that's sealed off, so that too should dehydrate. Or evaporate. I keep saying dehydrate. Evaporate. Evaporating is what happens to liquids when they get heated enough. So probably want to end up making this a stairway that goes up this way to reach more of that platform later. Right now I want them to finish the projects we've got. Unclog that. Get this going. Yada yada. Keep building our reservoir. With the extra workers, I could potentially turn around and be like, hey, let's unlock the hauling post, which would be a really good one for us to build, and the builder's hut. Generally, the way I treat these two buildings is I typically will just set them up, and I'll set them as low priority buildings, which is pretty much saying, hey, if you got some extra people to throw around, get them to work. If you don't have extra people to throw around, this is where we stop our stuff first. So you can also go here, and we'll give this a mild bump. We'll put down the hauling post and the builder's post so that, you know, and put those as low priority buildings. So if I ever have extra workers, they're at least keeping things running smoothly, keeping things building, getting all that done. Because right now we're actually doing really good on our resources. We're kind of lacking on the workers being able to get stuff done. Okay, so you're probably a higher priority now. We're hitting kind of the population cap. We'll go here. There's your hauling post. It knows to be regular priority for construction, but workplace you are a low priority. You only get worked if we just don't have the need for the people. Alright, so next we can go ahead and grab the smelter. I need a little bit more science. We can grab the smelter, and as I mentioned before, I've already got the power raised up there. So I'm probably literally just going to bring that power up here, and then just chuck it over to the other side to handle the smelters. So I'll tell them to rip out these trees, and I'll make those a mildly increased priority for these first 3-ish rows. And then you'll be there. And then we can go here, because you'll be here. And then that's you two. And then when we unlock the steel, I believe it's 4x2, so it should fit right there. And that'll give me metal in the whole situation where we can start actually putting that to use. We have one injured beaver who's for some reason not going over to the medical tent. Oh, never mind, they went over there. I saw him running around here. I'm like, I don't know what you're doing. I've got a medical tent for you. Alright, one more science, and that's the steel. Or smelter, whatever. Okay, so what's the next on our research list? All of these things would be nice. None of those, I think, are happening immediately. For the mechanical power, we could go for the wind turbines and all that. I don't think we need that quite yet. I do have 400 power here. Okay, a drought is approaching. Alright, it's been a while since we've had a drought. I'm kind of happy to have a drought, because that means I can put a lot less effort into managing it. We just keep everything the way it is. They've almost got that last area sealed off there. Okay, so things we can go for next is the builder's hut might actually have some value. I don't think we need the larger containers for any of these things. Honestly, the fill valve and the throttling valve, I don't see much value in. For you, I need bad water stuff. Which certainly has its uses. Because we can then get the TNT. And if we get TNT, we can start doing a lot of stuff. Because then I can start blasting this whole area down to make it a much... Honestly, that might not be a bad move. If we move towards the TNT, we can probably hollow this all out. You know, yeah, I would have this little area here I'd need to clean up or whatever. But then I could bring the power up over and down. And with that, if we blast that, we can make that into a really big reservoir. And then on top of that, I could poke a hole down here to then fill in here, that we then have, you know, the whole side of things where we can say, okay, only let the water through to keep it up to a certain water height. And that might work. That's a major project, though. That would probably be done way too late to save us. But yeah, then I could, like I said, I could literally just blast a tunnel through here. Like, straight on through. And then just, again, have, like, a sluice or whatever. Not sluice, the thing where you can control the depth. Right there, and it'll just slowly bleed into this area as I need the water. But that'd be a lot of TNT. And that would require the bad water pump first. So you just realized the extra details they added? When you hover over the resource, you appreciate that when I hover over a resource. Just where it gives you the, like, basic for hunger and all that. Like, stored in those buildings and all that. Oh, we actually have 2 injured beavers. That tells me where we reached that. Outputs, inputs? Yeah, no, gotcha. That's cool. Well-being. Yeah, we're starting to get more beavers and I got places to treat them. We build more places to treat them. So build a second one, because those things are cheap and they only take 1 by 1 space. There's not a reason to not take advantage of that. We've almost got our future reservoir made. Because that'd also be easy, because then what I could do is I could go up here. Well, no, because with this, I can just tell it to turn this thing off when the bad water starts. Okay, 7 days. That's just a little baby drought. It's not even worth noting. Okay, so we got 7 free beds, so we do not want to build in our house. One of the things you can get yourself into a lot of trouble with the folktale is you go, oh, I don't have enough workers. Let me go and build a house, not noticing that you've got a tremendous number of beds available. And then you suddenly turn around and all the beavers start getting born. And you're like, all my food and water is gone. What is happening? And, you know, you told them to make a whole lot of houses. And they did. which means they're going to make a whole lot of beavers. And they did. And now you're full of regret. And you did. Let's see, and we got Infinity Simplex at a 320 stream streak. TNT may be explosive, but so can a streak be. Hey, Jerry Mondu, how's it going? What is that emote? Is that, like, banging on a glowing mushroom? That is a fun, like, kind of tap slash bongo slash whatever emote with the constantly glowing flashing mushroom. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we're going to be a little bit short on things. We do actually have a lot of children coming in. So we're going to have a pretty big boost on our workforce pretty soon. Like I might have actually gone a little too deep with the stuff we've got going on here. That's okay. If I put you to be a slightly higher priority to build that, they'll get that done because it won't take long at all. And then when all those kids start growing up at the same time, that should give it, so again, I like to keep a building place and a hauling place as a very low priority for my beavers to work at. Just that way, any surplus beavers that we don't have other jobs for, they just kind of help out with everything. So that way, like, everyone contributes kind of deal. Alright, we're so close to having this enclosed. I do feel like I kind of want to lean towards the direction of going for the TNT relatively early. Now, to that end, when we're not in drought, I should be able to get bad water from here. Unfortunately, I have the storage built way over here, so I'm going to switch this storage to just water as well. And what we'll do is when I get my 250 for the bad water, we can put that there, and then we can process TNT up here. So I'll have to figure out exactly where I want to do that. But I've already got too many projects queued up, so I need to just let it cook, let it do its thing. Once they seal this off, they should get that power train built. That'll get this online. And then once that's online, we'll figure out the next step. Now, one thing I am suddenly coming to the realization of, I don't have an outlet for this, so it's just going to flood. Which is fine, I can just pause it. For right now. But that'll be all part of it, is we'll just sit there and continue to drill this all open and all that stuff. It's really satisfying seeing things get built over time. You guess that is common to city builders. It depends on the city builders. That's actually... So, you know, obviously SimCity, going back in the day, was like the city builder from back in the day. But that was kind of one of the complaints about SimCity, is you'd plunk down your building and it'd just be there. And, like, you know, there was no, like... You'd see, like, maybe it get built at the very beginning, but just kind of sit there. And there was a whole thing where it could change to, like, different states. But you kind of just had it, so there wasn't that gradual build-up. But there's definitely about ones like this one, and, oh, what's a very Soviet-themed one? It's something like Workers and Resources or whatever. That's another one where you just, like, gradually watch as things get built and all that. And they could all be really excellent to watch. Hey, Sui! Thanks so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Is it literally, like, everyone from Halcyon's gonna be raiding today? We've had a lot of raids from Halcyon people. But check out Sui, another fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am. Really fantastic. Been doing a lot of Product Zomboid. Oh yeah, no problem, Sui. You raid and run. Go do it. Get that nap. Totally understand. But again, go check out Sui. Been doing a lot of Product Zomboid recently, but does do a lot of indie games and all that good stuff. So definitely good times. But welcome in, raiders. I do hope you had a fantastic stream and all that good stuff. And, you know, you go take your nap. But for everyone else popping in, because I know... I've lost track. So I know before the update the other day what Sui was doing. Did Sui switch any of her settings to when they dropped the new version of Project Zomboid just a couple days ago, or is she finishing her current run before she does that? Both are completely reasonable answers. Because I know I caught Allison doing a Tileman challenge in Project Zomboid Build 42 with the new, what is it, not extermination, extinction mode, which has nighttime sprinters, 6% of them, which, being a default mode now, is a very interesting decision, because sprinters have always been pretty memey in Project Zomboid so far as a little bit clunky, a little bit weird. Yep, you got 1,000 hours in this game. Normal mode is the walk in the park. Hard mode is more interesting in the problem solving. Yeah. Sui is playing the women's history server. It's been a good time. Sui is our blacksmith. Gotcha. So doing the women's history month server. Yeah. Cool. I know a lot of people have been. I haven't kept track of who is and who isn't and all that kind of stuff. Because I know, like, Molly's been on there. I know you've been on there. I hadn't caught what Sui was up to. You're one of the tailors? Yep. Yeah, no, I know you said you were working on the tailoring a whole lot. Because I remember you were like, oh my god, tailoring is so slow. And like, yes, it is. I remember grinding tailoring on multiplayer servers before. When multiplayer first hit Build 41, I did that where I ground that thing all the way up to 10. And I had a couple people think, you have too much stuff in your thing, it's lagging the server. I'm like, hey man, this is what it costs to get to tailoring. Just copious amounts of fabric, copious amounts of thread, and ridiculous patience. Alright. And the water ran out just at the last second, so everything's fine. We got the tiny little gap to fill in. Then they'll get that power train going. That's gonna be a neat thing. The cost of doing business. Yeah, the cost of doing business as a tailor is listening to the server scream in agony as you have a bajillion pieces of shredded fabric everywhere. At least that's what it used to be. The differences with Timberborn is the parts of the city don't just get built over time, they also get built over each other. Yeah, no, that's one of the really cool mechanics with Timberborn, is that, like, literally I could be like, you know what? If I can get to that access, I can just build a house on a house. And it's not literally infinite. How high does it get? Oh man, I think it's like mid-30s or upper 30s layers deep. I think it's somewhere in the 30s is how many tiles deep you can go, that you can just fill it in the whole way down. It starts to become, like, there's definitely a point where you're like, I can't tell what's going on. It's like with Roller Coaster Tycoon 2, you could kind of just keep building stuff on top of each other as well if you took the time to figure it all out. But you end up with this gnarled mess that you can go up and down layers, so it is navigatable, but also there's definitely a point where you're like, I can't manage that anymore. Higher than it needs to be until you need gravity battery tower. Let's see, not just the sprinters though, but more stuff like CDDA or Cabin in the Woods. Oh, so far as the settings? Yeah. No, it's looked like they've done some interesting things with the latest Build 42 update. And I'm assuming that's, for those who didn't see, recently Indie Stone got on their first actual, like, when I say their first game designer, obviously the developers there have been doing game design the whole time to a certain extent, but, like, someone who's actually in charge with going, like, what is the direction the game's going, like, what is this? Because they were starting to have more and more pains, because as they kept adding more and more systems, there wasn't really kind of a holistic vision going on. So we've got a lot of stuff that kind of seems to be pulling in different directions and different priorities and all that really weren't aligned with each other. And so this has been kind of the thing. It's like, okay, we recognize this game has reached a scale. You can't really not have someone who's calling those shots. Like, someone has to be responsible for being like, hey, this thing you want to add, it's not part of what we're trying to accomplish here. So we're gonna work on the thing we're trying to accomplish now, and then this can be a fun little thing we add later. But you know, get the important thing now, or okay, well you want to add this. Does this fit into it? Let's see. Perfect example is things being taken off right click and put onto it, and then being taken off. It feels like the team were actively fighting. Yeah, and I'm team put it on the right click. Like, whether or not the game goes in a direction I want, with the designer being involved in all that, is one thing. I do think it is good for the game to have, you know, have a person who's responsible for that. Because otherwise you end up with it's not designed by committee per se, that's a very specific thing. But you end up with stuff that gets kind of in the design by committee, where people are just kind of shoving stuff into all sides of it, but none of it really kind of meshes together. Because you actually run that. That's actually, if you want to look up some of the more interesting absolute failures of projects over the years, so far as game dev, some of the ones that are interesting to come up with is the games that are like, we're going to give the players exactly what they want, and everything they decide their priorities based on player voting. And there's been one or two success stories doing that, but the vast majority of them have been horrific failures. And that's because, you know, all the people playing the game are pulling in different directions. They don't have a universal vision. There's also a lot of people who don't understand, like, game design and game theory and all that kind of stuff, because they don't need to. And then they're going, this would be nicer if this. And then they add that and you go, wow, I'm really bored of this game now. I got all my things done super duper fast, and now there's nothing left. It's like, well, yeah, you asked for it to be easier. Oh, well, it's dumb now. Let's see. Kids want candy. They don't know what it takes to keep their bodies in good health. Games are similar. Yeah, that's fair. Like, the same kind of thing. Good games are about telling you, the player... Let's see. Good games are about telling your player what they want, not what they think they want. There's a degree of that. I do feel, and this is because of Steve Jobs, I do feel like there is a certain amount of, like, not elitism, that's not the word I want to do. There's a certain amount where you run into developers who feel they just know better than their communities, which, again, you do need that, like, holistic vision, but then they use it as an excuse to ignore their players. Path of Exile. I say as someone who's a huge fan. And then over the years, eventually they cave on something people have been requesting forever, and then just the player base is happier about it. And you're like, you know, you could have caved on that 5 years ago, and it would have saved everyone a lot of frustration. But there is that kind of thing that happens, where it's like, no, you'll like, it, like Blizzard, don't you have a phone? That's one that rings entirely along those lines. So it's definitely one of those ones, and there's certain truth to it, and there's a certain, you can get yourself also in trouble by overextending on that as well. And thank you, Damon Hunter, for the 45 stream streak. I do appreciate it. I'm in Blizzard. We won't ever do classic servers. Yeah, so there's a balance to be had there, where you need to listen to your player feedback. Very genuinely, you need to listen to your player feedback. But also, that shouldn't be your only touch point. Like, there is part of it that goes, what is our game? What are we trying to do? Here's the player feedback on it. Oh, this one thing in your game is tedious. Okay, well, that's a fair criticism. How do we adjust that? Versus, okay, well, now I think your game needs to have roguelike mechanics. You're going, okay, my giant thousands of hours factory game needs roguelike mechanics? How does that work? Oh, what was the do you have a phone? It was, going way back, we hadn't had a new Diablo game in a very long time. Like, a very long time. And Blizzard was having their BlizzCon conference, their big conference. They're like, oh, teaser, here comes Diablo. Teaser, here comes Diablo. By the way, it's a mobile game. And understandably, people responded fairly negatively. And on stage, the guy who was presenting is like, what? Do you not have a phone? And I think he had pre-planned that line and was gonna get like a chuckle out of people, but you know, to say it landed flat, it landed like a sack of bricks. It was very made fun of. Okay, so we have a really, really long drought here. This is a another, well, not a really long drought. It's a fairly long drought. The last one we had was 9 days, and this is 11 days. I've got plenty of food in reserve, so I really don't care. I think we're good. We've got that sealed off. They're now getting this mechanical pipeline here that's going to connect everything up to get this thing turned on pumping water. Like a Mack truck to the side of the building bed. Yeah, no, that was definitely went to read the room, and clearly the room and that person were not speaking the same language. Did not land at all. But again, that's also juggling all that stuff. But you watch that announcement, it was awful. Yeah, no, absolutely. I remember, so I don't usually pay attention to the hype side of things. There's a few games I used to go out of my way for, like Path of Exile League launch announcements and all that. I would always keep up with historically. I haven't lately, just I don't have the time. As much as I love Path of Exile, I don't have the time. Like, as a content, like, it's funny, who was I talking to? It wasn't Sal. It was, was it Kiri? It doesn't matter. I was talking to someone along the lines of going, you know, since we got into content creation, and they were like, oh yeah, since we got into content creation, I'm able to finish so many more games. And I was kind of going, wait, really? That's your experience? Mine's the opposite. Since I got into content creation, I just don't have time to finish things. Like, there's always the next game, the next game, the next game treadmill happening. And like, don't get me wrong, if the game's like short and sweet, like we did Blossom recently, if it's short and sweet, you can get through that really quickly and, you know, get in there, get it done, move on, that kind of thing. Those ones go well, but any game that's got like real length, it's just like, there's just no time. I'm actually very happy that when we finish this run, I'll have one achievement left in Timberborn. And that's just the one where it's like finish the wonder in it's like 15 days or whatever. And that my entire plan is to just go to the settings and just jack up the cycles to be as long as possible and just go for the wonder. I think if you do that, it'll be a relatively easy achievement. Resident Evil games are always short. Low-key, I've not really enjoyed Resident Evil over the years. To be fair, I haven't played any of the recent ones. I played the first one, and I found the camera to be excruciatingly frustrating. To be always like locked in at a weird angle where half of the dangers are because weird wall obstructions and all that. And that was fine. And I couldn't tell you which one it was way later. Actually, I can tell you, because I have it on Steam. Resident Evil. So Resident Evil 5, I think, is... Yeah, Resident Evil 5. My brother got me that one, and we played through the whole thing together. And I don't like QuickTime events. I find QuickTime events to be very, very lazy way of doing mechanics that I find very frustrating. For those who don't know what a QuickTime event is, that's basically where the person shows up and it's just like, reflex, hit A. Like, it just like puts that button up. And a lot of times, the visual isn't going to communicate what button you're going to have to randomly hit. You just have to like reflex hit it. Do not like QuickTime events. In Resident Evil 5, the final boss was like, what if you had to do like this like pathing around, and then we hit you with like back-to-back like 9 of them. And then you'd go like the next phase, and then you'd do it again. Where it's just like, hit A, mash S, hit W, hit A, mash S. And you're just like, oh my god, I hate this. Just let me walk around and fight the boss. And yeah. And like I said, it could be totally different. It could be like the last 2 Resident Evil. It could be absolutely wonderful. But I didn't like the QuickTime before. And then 5 was just like, oh my god, you went so hard onto the QuickTime events. Like, this is your core mechanic in this game at this point. We're missing just that piece of pipe and that piece of thing to get that online. All right, Basset, you have a good one. But yeah, anyways, so we should have plenty of research. So what's the next thing I want to get on my list? We want to go for the dynamite. Now, dynamite requires bad water. So I need to go to my thing here and get the bad water pump. So if we unlock the bad water pump, I believe... So, bad water pump. So I can put you here. And then we could go ahead and we'll put like a reservoir for the bad water here somewhere. I'm trying to decide where I want to put it. Because it doesn't need to be right there, and I've got mechanical power available right here. This is going to be inside the reservoir, so we don't want to put it on this side. So we want to keep it over here. Yeah, we could just put it like right here where that tree is. So we can go to this tree and say this tree. Get rid of that one. And then we can go to our storage. So you're up to the point where this thing is a monster, the large tanks, where they can store 1,200 of a liquid. Literally, if we take all of my storage of water everywhere on the map right now, one of those is bigger. Now, it does require the steel and blah, 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 which is a whole thing. I don't think we go for that early, because I'm not going to be able to leverage it right now. What we can do is you're now going to store bad water. And we'll pop a pipe right there. And so the next thing I'll want to research is the dynamite. And this is honestly taking a very bold approach, because we don't have a lot of our stuff secure yet. And I'm just leaning into, we're just going to kind of go towards endgame and just kind of like, we're going to start blasting this thing out. And I'm going to blast a narrow path through here. And then right at where that gap will be, I'm going to go ahead and we've got down here the, where is it? Yeah, the fill valve. We'll put 2 fill valves down there. And with that, I should be able to assign it to be like, here's the depth I want you to keep this. And then this can just kind of fill up with water and deal with that. And what I could do then is I could kind of turn this on and off based on whether or not we're in bad water. And that should secure this area where we're just good. That I shouldn't have to sweat it at all. Let's go ahead and tell you... Ooh, that went dry a little bit earlier than we wanted. Okay, so we're going to lose another batch of carrots. And we are going to lose another batch of sunflowers. The trees and bushes will be fine, though. But that's what I was making the comment where we got to get this resolved. Yeah, so once you get that, the mechanical power will be making its whole way up here. And I'm assuming when bad water goes on, this becomes contaminated just like anything else. I haven't used the ancient aquifer drills yet. Okay, so yeah, so it's susceptible to stuff like drought and everything else. That's fine. Yeah, then the plan will be start dynamiting this down as much as we can with the intent of dynamiting a path through here. So this will probably be the... Yeah, this will be a perfectly good spot for us to dynamite first. So I'm going to go ahead and tell them to do is not as any kind of priority, rip out those trees, because that's going to be dynamited down the whole way. But then the next research we want is the dynamite itself. You go ahead and plunk you out. And with the dynamite, that'll be 400 science. We can put that here. And we'll start drilling this deeper as fast as we can. Okay, so steel production is now available. Or metal production, I should say, not steel. Alright, at some point I really need to start getting some of these things turned on. Yeah, depth sensor is probably going to be a big one. Water contamination center is going to probably be a big one. The weather station is one I definitely want. Because the weather station, I could set that and just be like, turn this thing off when it's bad water. And that becomes easy. The science counter, I don't see what I would use that for. Yeah, most of these ones over to the right I'm less worried about. Yeah, the power, I can see lots, like all the ones from like the power network to the left, I could definitely see one. With the Iron Teeth, I could see the population counter being one. The resource counter is another one I could definitely see a value in. That we could put the resource counter, like on the, like for example, on the planks. And then in the event that the planks basically get full, turn that building off. You know, do the same with the gears, do the same with the next thing. Oh yeah. No, actually, no. I could definitely see the science counter for both the like robot boosting things, and then they've got the buildings that produce science for mechanical power. I could certainly see that, like, if you have enough science in the bank, you've got like 2,000 science in the bank, that it goes, okay, just shut it off. Like we don't need this thing consuming all this power and requiring all this wood to burn. Alright. So that'll be our bad water coming in. And it is functioning. Now, as I mentioned before, unfortunately this building will have to be turned off when that fills up. But yeah, then the plan is going to be start hollowing this thing out. And I'll definitely have to like reroute some of this gearing and all that kind of stuff, which is going to be a bit of a pain. But that's fine. None of that matters until we get the dynamite. Hey, Flix, how's it going? On your 55 stream streak, really do appreciate it. And as a reminder, we are sponsored to play this today. We do have a link on the top of chat. There's not like a kickback if you use the link. Like, it's not like I get, you know, $10 every time someone clicks or anything like that. But it is a thing that when you click on those links, they do actually help a lot for content creators to continue get sponsorships. It lets the devs know that, you know, they threw money at the channel, took a chance with that and said, hey, you know, did this actually give us the results we were hoping for? And, you know, assuming the answer was yes. Oh, you know what I can probably do? 1 second. It does, you know, ultimately be like, hey, it's worth taking the time to do it. So for right now, as a temporary solution, we can go ahead and make those dams. And I don't have to manage any of this manually. We just let that thing churn. And if it starts to overfill, it'll dump out that side. And it's already time for another bad water. Okay, we'll definitely want to go and plan to get this going. I'm a little worried about how long this is taking me to get all this set up. We're probably not in immediate danger, but I am going to need to keep blasting this down relatively quickly. And that's going to require us to have the, was it 400 research for the dynamite itself? And then, oh, tunnels are so expensive. I hadn't planned for that part. Regardless, we'll keep dynamiting down and making it work. Like, it very well could be that what I end up doing is I end up dynamiting this whole thing down through. That'd be a terrible waste. But it's going to take me a long time to get that done as is. I mean, if this ends up being the top, I could temporarily put a bunch of the water pumps here once we've dynamited it down the first time. Or I could go and make a platform that goes out this way over the bad water, have the water pumps drop into this area, and then they can just pump from there, making it so we require less and less from our oasis. I'm hoping I can just get away with making this into a giant reservoir that slowly bleeds water in here as needed, and then just not having to put any thought or effort into it farther. I don't know if that's going to work out for me, but, you know, it's a bold strategy. We'll just see how it pans out. Yeah, that'll end up needing to move. I didn't think that one through very carefully. I'm genuinely surprised. We added this house and I was really expecting more. One of those was -7 wellness. Yeah, so we've got that going there. Yeah, so you're all ready to start dynamiting. So honestly, for right now, I can pause you the moment it gets close. Or actually, because we're not using this water, let's just let that run and see what happens. My anticipation is this will suddenly start spewing out bad water. Because otherwise these things would be ridiculously powerful. But we're going to close this off in preparation for the bad water. Once we get down to that 0. And if we see that bad water comes out there the moment it does, we'll just go ahead and shut it off. We just want to science it before we're in a bad way. Or it doesn't. Okay. It doesn't pump out bad water. It just stops functioning. That's convenient. I can work with that. Okay, well, if we can rush the science here... And like I said, we can blast this area out to get a channel to fill this in. Get the area down there. We just keep blasting this deeper and deeper. Give ourselves a really big reservoir here. And that'll stabilize everything I need for this area. And once I've got that stabilized, we'll be in a perfect position to start going, okay, I've got this sequestered and all that. How do I now get to the next area to open that up? You know, and that would be the answer of maybe like making canals that go like down this way. There's lots of hilly mountainous terrain here. There are also other aqueducts on the map. We'll probably want to take advantage. Another thing we could do is right now we're not supplying much more horsepower than I need. One of the other projects we can get going is I've got another one of these right here. That's just horsepower sitting on the ground not being used. And yeah, I'll need to reroute a lot of this in time because it's going to kind of be in the way here and there. But we can worry about that when we get there. Okay, so you can reach all of that probably. But for this part over here, probably going to need to give you... path down. So I can put more horsepower in there. And later on we could do stuff like make that go like really high up and take a rail over the top or whatever. None of that's super urgent right now. That's just this thing wasn't quite getting to absolute full horsepower. I've got free energy right there. Let's use it. And meanwhile, you're getting the bad water fully filled up in the meantime. What would it take us for us to get the resource automation? So that requires paper. What do we need for paper? 250 science. I think I want to go for the dynamite first, then maybe the paper, and we can go from there. Now, that does mean I'm going to need another storage building. That'll be inside there. I gotta keep reminding myself this will be inside the reservoir. That is not a good place for that yet, but once we start getting the metal out of the way, it'll be better. So dynamite goes there. Alright, and bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. I'm going to go ahead and pause the game while I do that. Alright, be right back. Thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I'm back. Just had to grab myself a new drink and I'm in the restroom real fast and all that stuff. Yeah, so we're just basically trying to get time here. Now, one of the things we'll do over time is once we get the paper and all that going, we can get the large wind turbines. We're going to want to get those pretty high, and I do believe the wind kind of fluctuates, but that's one of those things I can build them up pretty high, get gravity batteries. That's nothing that's happening soon. Right now I got pretty good horsepower. Did you already finish that? Oh no, you're not quite done. Okay, I was about to be like, dang man, looked away and you just finished the whole thing. Don't stand on this side, please. That's how you get stuck over there and die. But yeah, because we'll get, like, these geothermal powers for right now will cover most of our need. But no, this is really good already. I just need to dynamite down enough that we can get this all sorted down here. And we're working on that. The next move is to unlock this. Now the catch is I'm also going to need to do extract for the better ones, but that's okay. We can work on dynamiting this down. And while that's going on, we can work on our other processes. And that'll be one thing we can do. Because we'll need the centrifuge, which is here. We'll need the centrifuge to make the extract. Which honestly probably can go right in this area as well. How much is the centrifuge? The centrifuge is 600. We could use that to start making the extract. Because I need that for the tunneling. I also probably should be taking the time... Well, until we get the water reliably here, we probably don't want to do the spatter dock, because it's just going to get wrecked. probably get the paper. I think we get the paper next. Because we can do that right now. It's done. I push the button. There's no going back. And so, like, right here, and plug in the paper production. Then go over here to there. So we're going to tell you to get that out of the way. Because we'll get the paper going. With the paper, that opens up the windmills. It opens up a bunch of different things we can use. And we can get a lot of stuff going with that. But it also will let me do it based on resources where I can turn off buildings as the resources get to be sufficient that I don't really need them to continue producing. So let's see. You will be for paper. Hey, Alistair, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Alistair? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Absolutely someone we're checking out and all that good stuff. And you got the super secret raid sound. But for those who don't know, Alistair, another fantastic content creator, also playing some Timberborn today, which is really going. How go the beavers? The beavers are going good. We're playing on hard mode in Oasis, and it's getting a little sweaty. But so far, no one's died from anything that isn't old age. We'll see how long that stays true. But, you know, so far... Okay, so resource 1. So the resource counter automation is 250. You want pressure? Yeah, no, I looked at pressure as well. Because the idea here of what I can do is as resources are good, like this one here, I've got a beaver assigned there. They're doing nothing. They're utterly useless right now. Because there's nowhere for them to take that. They're sitting around. So I can go over here and I can put the resource counter automation, be like, hey man, when that's full, get out of here. Like you're needed elsewhere. And that should free up resources. And we can set that up for a bunch of our different things. Yeah, I haven't done enough with it yet because I've been putting all of our science into basic needs. But if I can use the automation, we should be able to go. Okay, so we're going to lose our crops again. That's fine. I've got 600 in there. That's going to start becoming a problem soon. But it's just one of those things. Like, I need a lot of science to fix that. Because I'm slowly working on getting our reservoir up here. Let's see. Although you did flood your base by... you did manage to flood your base by mistake by messing up the bad tide overflow control. Yeah. Now I can see it. Are you going to make it? Yeah, you'll be fine. But yeah, so we want to... Basically, we've got this powered now. I want to mine this deeper. And then the plan is to make a channel here, do the flow control... Or not flow control, the depth control there. Which is going to be really hard to pull off. But once we get that in, we can just keep the depth here to like... Well, I'll probably just tell it 1. But we'll keep the depth here like 1 or 0.9 or whatever. At that point, this whole thing becomes pretty irrelevant. We can just yoink that out. And then this can be as big as we need it to be. Once we do that, we can start doing the thing where we branch out, where we like make a canal off of that, and we put all the land to like grow stuff there, make a canal this way. You know, go up where all this bad water is coming from, like cap off the bad water source, or, you know, divert it to go a different route. Whatever we got to do to shape it. Because that's kind of one of the big magic things with Timberborn. Is like you start, in all the maps, you look at it when you start, and it's crap. Like, everything's awful. There's, like, the one little trickle of good water there, and everything else is dead or bad water or terrible. And it's about, like, slowly carving up pieces of the map and being like, this piece, I've got it shaped to what I need to accomplish my goal. Okay, there's the next piece. I start working on that. And you can slowly build out your settlement by just getting rid of the areas that are problematic and getting them what you need them to be. I just realized I was going to put another house right there, and I just ran the power through that. That's fine. I just go and blast these two with dynamite and then put a house there. We don't want to grow very fast. We want to take it very, very slowly. And then you, the resource counter, so that's 250. Yeah, so with as long as the bad water's been going on, we finally did have this go one tile dried up depth-wise. I do like that these things here just turn off when the bad water's going on, so there's like nothing to manage. You just power it and then it sorts itself out. There's a bunch of those spots all over the place, I believe. We could figure that out, though. Another stopgap solution to this could be we blast this open, and then I put a flow valve turned way down, and then just kind of try to have it flow so slowly it kind of counters evaporation. I don't think that's a really reasonable solution, though. Alright, so with this, slam those doors down. Let the bad water out, and immediately mix it with the good water so it turns out okay. Yeah, so we got more than enough supply of horsepower right now. We are getting our paper. So like I said, 250, we get the resource counter, I think. Because that way I don't need to up my population to deal with a lot of stuff. I can just start building these all over the place. And figuring out how this works, because I haven't done much with these. So there's gonna be some figuring this out. Some tinkering. Because I didn't check out the, so I did the experimental branch 1.0, but I didn't jump in after they added the automation. Which is a very recent change. It was like they added that and they're like, by the way, we're coming out in a month or whatever it was. And so I was like, okay, in that regard, I'll wait till you come out in a month. Alright, so we got our little powertrain with all the geothermal. There's more geothermal on the map, like there's one over here. Thought I saw one over here too. There's one over there. So we got a couple of them. And those are free power forever, you just don't have to put any effort into it once you hook them up. Because one thing I've done in the past as well is I've gone and added like 8 science labs that are all on that same like minimum priority thing. And that way, you know, like, hey, yeah, so I think I had those set to low priority. But then like 8 science labs tucked in a corner, and it's like, hey man, if you just don't have anyone who needs to be working, you know, here's where you go. Alright, so right about to get this thing. It was even later than that. I think they changed it like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, no, as if it was one of those things that they kind of added the automation. They're like, by the way, we're coming out with like 2 weeks. I'm like, okay, well, I can't really justify doing a run and then like a week later doing a run. But it's nice that they kept something like right for the end to be discovered, whatever. Yeah, because this should free up a lot of labor, which would save me building houses and all that. I think this will be a good one. And then we're going to get back onto the dynamite so we can start carving out our reservoir. Which I'm just going to get the one dynamite deep thing to start with and start working on it. Then we'll get the extract, and then we'll hop back over to the, Then we'll hop back over to... what's the word I'm looking for? We'll hop back over to getting the tunnel. The tunnel's going to be really expensive. I'm definitely going to need to upscale our science for that. Because science is definitely our bottleneck, and one of these days I'm going to get like a 20-day drought and go, dear God, we're all dead. Because it can do that. It'll gradually get worse and worse. We are in hard mode, and I think the maximum like drought is almost 30 days that you can get up to. And right now, if we get hit with a 30-day drought, you know, we give a salute and we watch everyone die. Because that's what I could do about that. Alright, so Sends a signal based on the stock level or storage fill rate of a specified good. Yeah, and this is the one I still need to figure out. Perform simple logic based on the input. Yeah, so we've got the steel here. So this is the one I've got figuring out. So this is a path to it. We're gonna build that there, because like I said, you are going to check on the stock level of metal blocks. And okay. So you're saying things are good here. All right. So when it's less than that, automate resource counter 1. Steel counter. It actually... I'm not sure those... Okay, so they are connected. It's interesting that they have a path there. Yeah, so what should happen is once we hit 90% of the total steel we can carry, that building turns off. Oh my god, please. So we'll do the same thing here. And then you are going to check on bad water. And if you're less than 90%, you'll do that. And you'll be the bad water counter. Oh, the path is district-based? Okay, cool. Alright, and you are now automated to the bad water counter. So that just turned off that building, so that beaver is free. Alright, let's go to the next one while we're waiting on science to come in. So next we've got the paper. Do those even need... So let's do our next test. Do those even need to be anywhere near the buildings they're impacting? I'm assuming they probably should. That I need to have it here so it's, you know, connected. But I haven't messed with this enough, so let's figure it out. Okay, so you're going to check for paper. So you got paper here. And you are now automated to check on the resource counter 1. And with the resource counter 1, if you are less than 90%, okay. If you are over 90%. Doesn't have to be next to it. Okay. Well, in that case, we just shove these things over in the corner. That tells me where they're located is utterly irrelevant other than they're in the same district or whatever. So that's going to turn off that building. And then we'll set you. And you're going to be for the planks. And if you are less than 90%, you run. And that's the planks. Planks. Counter. Paper counter. And you'll go here. Automate. Planks counter. And we make a couple more while we're waiting for science. So you will be for the gears. So same thing with the gears. If you are less than 90%, You stay on. Go to the gear building. Automate. I need to remember to actually name these things. Gears counter. This is so much. This is so wonderful. Gears counter. That assigns you. Right. So I can go here. The drought has started. That's fine. You just do your thing. Then go to here. You are now for berries. If you're less than 90%. Berry counter. You can go to that gathering post. Automate. Berry counter. This seems too easy with those switches. No, I think this is a really clever setup because, like, you could do all of this before, but you had to, like, manually go into each and every building and be like, stop and start and stop and start. This one, you at least have a minor material cost and you have to configure it. I think this is a very reasonable way of setting this up so that you can focus a lot more on the other aspects of it than this. So we're looking for metal scrap, or was it scrap metal? Scrap metal. Less than 90. Scrap counter.
Thank you Stop Todd for subscribing for 24 months.
And thank you Stop Todd for the Prime Gaming sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 2 years, which is a heck of a long time, so I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot, and thank you again so much for that. I do. I've been enjoying the stream and enjoying your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that. It means a heck of a lot. Okay, so we got the scrap counter there going. So I can go to you, automate, scrap counter. But yeah, so that should let me free up a bunch of beavers who are just not needed for stuff. Speaking of which, I actually don't need you here anymore. Like, genuinely, I just don't need you doing this anymore. So pause the forestry entirely. Oh no, that's not true. That's a lie. I do need you there. It's when they're doing the bushes and all that we don't need them. So science we want to keep running. The food, I don't think I can get away with turning that off. That'll be a problem. All the other stuff here is fine. I don't think I can automate well, we want to automate the buildings. Let's see what we can do, because we have resource signal here. We can leave it for water. If it is less than 90%, water near full, and I'm going to build a second one for water. Water at half. What I'm going to do with this is you automate water near full. You automate water near full. You automate water at half. You automate water at half. So that it should scale up and down that a little bit. And to be frank, it happens at a point of time where you're pretty established in a colony anyways. Yeah. Like, because if you look at all that effort, all that did is freed up a handful of beavers that can make them work on something else. That's pretty much what that offered. We will be able to get other automation stuff in here later, but that's me spending my science on that versus other things. So what I want to go ahead and do here is, at least for the midterm, we need more science. Like, a lot more science going. I'm going to go ahead and go here. What was the button for flipping it? I'm suddenly going... There we go. So you are a critically low priority on working these. So everything else gets a higher priority than those. But if we've got spare people, just go science. Because now we want to go and get that dynamite that we were holding off on going. Right. Yeah, and we're in the drought. It was a reasonably long drought. But yeah, so you can see these ones got turned off because my water storage is very, very full on all of these. Are you missing something? What happened to the, how do you open the research tab? So this game doesn't have, like, you don't bring up, like, a whole thing to, like, look for the research. The way research works in Timberborn is, say you want a double floodgate. You just click on that double floodgate, and you'll notice right there it says 250 science. You click on that, you'll spend 250 science, and now you have a double floodgate. So it's not like you go to a separate screen to, like, look down and find all this stuff. It's literally you go to the building you want that's got a lock on it, and you click on that, and then you spend your research points to get rid of it. And you get your research points by just using the inventor or one of the other machines there. But there isn't a separate research screen. It's all built in that. Yeah, 300 hours in this game in early access, and you're panicking. No, you're good. Because that's, like, one of the things you just kind of accept is every game that has research is you, somewhere around here, you'd have, like, a little, like, on along this side, or at the top, there'd be, like, a research icon, and that you'd click on that and get, like, a whole separate screen. I actually really like the way they did this one, where they kind of just combined it in. That's like, here are the buildings you can unlock. You just click on it to get them. Now, granted, that does make it so they can't do, like, the layers upon layers, but it kind of does, because if we look at, for example, the smelter, well, I can't get scrap without the scrap flag. So instead of having a formal layer where you have to click from one to the next, you just have to, like, use your brain and go, oh, wait, this says I need this, which means I need that. And that can be a little tricky to navigate once in a while, but there's a tutorial that covers everything pretty cleanly. Alright, so that's going to run dry. Yeah, so as you can see, 2 of these pumps started coming back on because we finally dipped below 90%. And then when we dip to half, like 50%, those 2 will come on. Because that should scale it up and down. I really like that automation. Because otherwise, you'd end up having... You'd build up a ton more population in your settlement or colony or whatever you want to go with. So you'd have this really high population. And then realize you're not actually going to be using a huge percentage of them. A huge percentage of them just stand around in their building going like this, waiting until they're needed. Now, if you wanted to take this a step farther with the automation, you can have the memory where you can store information. My assumption of what you would do there is you'd have, like, okay, my water's hit 90%, store the bit saying that, okay, we have turned off production, and then you can store that bit till you get down to a certain percent, then turn it back on. So it's not purely based on 90, so you don't have a beaver running over, working, and then stopping, and then running back, and then 1 second running back over, because that 1 unit of water took it from 91% to 89%. So you can kind of have, like, an on-off that's like, here's this threshold, you turn off at this one, you continue to keep it off until you get to this threshold, and you turn it back on until you get back up. You probably wouldn't want to do that with water, per se, but, there would be materials like that you don't need people working on constantly. Because you can now look at these little lights popping here and there. Low-key, I want to move these down here to be with all the others. So that way you can kind of have, like, my little spot over here where all my signals are at. Because I can also make it so I can do a really quick at a glance being like, where is everything at? Okay, so you're going to go back to being bad water, less than 90%. And you're going to be the metal block. Less than 90%. And I'll rename them once they're built. Should be fast forwarding. Okay. So we can go over here. Slow down time for just a minute. Destroy you. And you. And clean that mess up. Alright, so you will be bad water counter. Metal counter. And then we turn the automation back on you two. Probably right on the fence of turning off. But yeah, so that's kind of nice, almost to be able to, like, at a glance look at that. And then be like, oh, okay. You know, deal with what you got. So you can kind of see what is and isn't active. It's also interesting that, like, looking at all of our resources, it looks like we only have these 3 resources we're actively collecting. All the others were just not needed. Now, obviously, what'll happen is as we get more beavers, we'll probably see more and more of these lights come on. Unless they start escalating the amount of production. But that's good, because the extra beavers will go over here and help our science. So we can start working on the dynamite. I actually still need more beavers. So I really probably do just need to build another house, and I keep putting it off. Not over there. Alright, so that just ran dry. So unfortunately, it's still got 4 days left till that's over. That does mean we're going to lose another wave of crops. Which I gotta be careful. That's one of the things that can kill you slowly, is you keep losing your waves of crops, and you keep looking being like, I have a whole thing of crops here, how am I dying? It's because you're not getting to harvest because they keep rotting, like, keep getting destroyed. And the TNT that we want, that's 400 science. And then we can start carving out areas at 600 science. And then we'll have a lot of things to explode at that stage. Is there other things I want to get produced right now? We don't need the books right now. We could get the aquatic farm for relatively cheap. But I'm just concerned with this until I get the water secured. That'll be just a waste of time that they'll sit there working on them and not make progress. It is also interesting with this that with those signals, I can turn on and off the building with that signal, but I can't turn the priorities on and off. So what I would imagine would happen is later in the game, you'd want like one efficient farm here, that this efficient farm does your carrots, and that efficient farm does your sunflowers, and this efficient farm does this. So you can turn them on and off individually. Whereas right now I do not have that capability. I can only go and say, of these resources, turn it on and off, like, you know, the farm entirely and all that. And there's probably stuff you could do around that, like you could have 2 or 3 of these. That actually is how one way you could do it. You could have one of these that's dedicated to harvesting, and then you could have 2 or 3 of the other ones that each have a priority on what they plant. That's probably not even worth worrying about. I think at that point you might as well just leave them running. Okay, they did manage to get this cleared. That's good news. Alright. Yeah, so we're basically waiting on our research, and I'm going to need to get another house here. I need to not put it off. Because I wanted to blow up those 2 tiles and put it right here to have it nice and clean and organized, and I could blow up this area, whatever. That's not going to happen. It's just not. So, where am I putting these houses? I don't want to put them there. That's where my mechanical power is. I could put them up here. I've also got mechanical power here, but that's okay. So I can go there. We can move this stuff around when we need to. Let's see, maybe you could have harvesters on off on a priority base. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is you'd ultimately need X number of farms. And you'd have like the different ones with priority, and you'd turn them on and off based on what it is you need. I think I'd lean towards the planting side where I put the rules. Because I feel like the harvesting side, if I just open that up, they'll harvest it if the planting is turned off. They just won't get very much of that because the other planters will be doing that. The planters can't really know whether stuff needs to be planted or not. Yeah, I mean, but it'd be one of those things, like if it just sits in the ground, I think that's okay. I think, like either way, whether it's planting and harvesting, I think either would work. There's pros and cons. But ultimately, I think that would be what it is you'd have like, for your different crops, you would turn on and off the buildings. But yeah, I could see, like, late game, you'd have, like, a big area here for, like, your sunflowers, and you'd have the two thing. Alright. So you've got all that. Now you've got the house here, so our population should start climbing. Part of me is tempted to build a second one, which is a very dangerous decision, because that's going to be 9 more beavers. And considering our whole population's like 32, that'll be a 25% increase in population. Let's see, harvesting already turns off when the storage fills, which is usually enough. Right, but the problem is, to clarify, Nethris, is if we look at this one, they, like, the building will, like, they'll stop harvesting, but they will stay in the building and they'll just stand in the door. So that's kind of what we're talking about here, is with the automation, I can actually set it up where it will flat out turn off the building conditionally. So like here's a perfect example. I'm not managing this here. That says play, but that says pause. So with the automation, we're doing a quick check and going, hey man, down here, do you have over 90% of your bad water storage filled? Yeah? Turn it off. So now I no longer have a beaver assigned, so you get reassigned somewhere else. With the harvesting, if all your storage is full, they'll just sit in the door like they're doing right now. So these beavers are assigned to work but not working. As I suppose, late game, if you have a big buffer, it doesn't really matter. This is also true. Late game, you have the spare beavers, so you go, who cares? But I do like that this would prevent it, so instead of needing tons and tons and tons of beavers to work in an area, if you have all the machines that are not actively in use shutting off, suddenly those beavers become available again. Yeah, so I'm ending up... So I've got 11 free beds. So let that just cook. There's not really another wellness thing I could build right now without spending science. Which I probably, like... Very genuinely, I probably should spend the science to get the wellness thing because it makes the beavers live longer, work faster, and move faster, which ultimately can give you more progress that I can continue to slowly get the science, or I could potentially invest to make things go quicker. But yeah. Now I do feel like the automation is unnecessary. You can completely skip it, but it is a nice feature to let you run a little leaner as well. Maybe you don't go to 50%. Let's make you 70%, I think. 50% is letting the water get pretty low. Or even actually... Yeah, because then it could be 90%. It turns on the R stuff. Because I want to make sure that stays mostly full. Because that could also be... I could probably set and/or conditions somehow with these. Where I could definitely see it being a thing of being like, hey... Are you in drought? Okay, is your water low? Yes, turn the pumps back on. Are you in drought? Is the water not full? No, don't turn it on. Is the water, like, just fine? Like, are you into, like, normal weather? Yeah, just turn the pumps on. We don't even care. Like, until it hits, like, near 100%, just leave them on. You can also play with the light color, and have a visual signal level. Well, I didn't even think about that. Aha. Okay. So you go here and be like yellow, orange, and then have like a red one. Because I could definitely see the argument for having, like, especially with the water, almost like tiers to it. Where it's like, okay, you have just the minimum number of pumps. All right, we're getting low, turn on a couple more. Okay, but still getting low, turn on those. And then that would be a cue that if you're in temperate climate, and say you've got like 3 different of those lights, and you're sitting on the second light, you're like, okay, my population's getting to the point I gotta escalate my water production. Like, so you can kind of see the tiered up and down, versus, you know, where you're running and all your pumps are going, and you don't realize you fell behind, and suddenly everything starts failing catastrophically. Alright, so we're still waiting for the beaver population to catch up. I keep being tempted to build more, and I know that's a mistake. That if I build another house, I'm suddenly going to be, like, adding 50% to my population, and then all of my food and everything else will go out of whack. And right now, until this project's done, I can't really scale up my water. Yeah, the big one I would want is this weather one. I think that's going to be the biggest one. Because then you can just have it like bad water start, slam the lock closed, and just be done with it. Like, don't even care about the contamination level, or just slam the lock closed. It's fine. You know, okay, you know, good water, whatever, open it up. Like, you'll be able to do stuff around that. When you have a small reservoir, when you have a really big reservoir, that can be a whole thing. Pretty wifey.
Handsome puppy. I love you.
I love you too.
Can I get you anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Play the game the best.
I'm doing pretty good so far.
Okay.
Slam that floodgate. Yeah, once we get that tunnel done, that's gonna be a whole thing. So we're coming along pretty well, because more and more of these buildings should be... Oh, you know what? There's other buildings we can turn off as well. I got more automation we can do. Because I got another project right here. We can go to you. And you're going to be looking for wood. As a timber... log. There you go. Same deal. If you're under 90%, turn that on. Log counter. And then we can go to our woodcutters here. And go automate, log counter, automate, log counter. And honestly, this one could probably also be automated log counter. That gets a whole bunch more off of those works. This isn't, like, this one isn't perfect, but with how many extra trees I have and how long it takes for them to run around and do stuff, there's a good chance the forester will be ahead anyways. And if it ever does become a problem where they don't have enough trees, it'd kind of self-correct because the logs would fall behind, and then the forester would just get everything replanted and all that. Alright. The interesting one is stuff like this. So you'd have the grill, and it takes the spatter dock and it grills it. So the reason why that one gets interesting, we can go ahead and get the TNT going now. The reason why that one gets interesting is you'd have two conditions you'd want to care about. Do you have the spare spatter dock on hand? Because if you don't, there's no point. And at the same time, do you have the grilled spatter dock filled up? You'd want to know both of those, because if you either fill up your spatter dock so it's already grilled and all that, then you don't need to be making more. Just the same if you don't have, like, if you already have too much spatter dock that's made, you'd also want to disable it. So that's kind of the interesting one. Which the way we could set that up is you'd need both conditions to be true. Or I guess the other way to phrase it is if either condition is not true. But with the automation we've got here, I haven't seen the choice of choosing two things. What I'm assuming we would have to do is we probably have over here, yeah, simple logical things. I'm assuming that's those ones where you can take like two signals and go, is signal, like, are both signals true? Is, like, do and or not, that kind of stuff. And that would be what you'd do there. Because I could definitely see that being a thing that you'd want to consider in the long run as well. Anything where you go, like, what's the input? Is the input ready? Okay, well, is the output needing stuff? Okay, if both of those are true, then yes. If either of those are not true, don't staff the building, because we either don't have the resources to make the thing or we don't need the thing. So it'll be very curious how a lot of that ends up going. Alright, so the next thing I end up needing here is we would want this for 600. We can go for the bigger ones and all that, and that would save some labor, but right now I have other things going on. Oh, wait, explosives. Right, because they added fireworks as a thing. And I got explosives placed down there, that's fine. But yeah, so we're going to start blasting this thing down. And eventually I want to reroute a bunch of stuff and all that, but right now we just blast this thing down to the base level. We will blast this out here, and then we'll make a tunnel there that we will put the depth thing. And that should keep this where it's at, and slowly drain this off between good weather. Now we can deal with that on the other side. I forgot these will actually spread by themselves as well, the blueberries, if needed. So we are going to need to get more food options here. Spatter dock would be the easiest one to set up, but would die every drought, which is again why I've been holding off on that. Otherwise, what else would be our options? Boosts the production of nearby crops. We could make the beehives. That's a bunch more science that would take away from her. I think we just have to ride. The big problem is the tunnel at the last stage. But I think with how much blasting I have here to do, and as we've scaled this up, we can probably make that happen. So once we start seeing the young beavers start becoming adults, we can decide if I need another... if I need another one there. Is there any other crops we can take advantage of? So we have the aqua farm. I don't think realistically we get that. Oh, what we could do is we could make another farm for potatoes. Because you all can't reach any farther over. You're kind of spent. I could cannibalize this section, put down another farm here that plants potatoes, and then turn the grill on for potatoes instead. And that would give us more food to supplement what we got going on. So there's the cooked potatoes and the raw potatoes. Alright. That would greatly reduce our wood production. I'm gonna leave that alone for right now, I think. We're getting our explosives made. We're queuing those up. Those are gonna take a little while. And once we get those all set up and all that, because that's actually something. Because I've got plenty of wood, we can just take this to an extreme. There goes the water. I have 6 full days left, so that's all dead. We're now starting to push in the danger zone where these berries will be under threat coming soon. So all those get put to very low priority workplaces. But we can work on that. I've got to get this fixed. We're working on it. Like, it's just a matter of getting the science in time. And we've got the population going up. More and more of those labs are coming online. I'm a little worried about adding to our population as well with the food situation. We are losing our harvests each and every one of these events now, which is going to slowly wear us down if I don't get this resolved soon. Yeah, you're all busy running around stuff, so that's fine, as long as you're busy. Okay. We can get the observatory. That takes 200 horsepower, but that's 1,000 science to get that, which would be too big of a delay. Once we get to the point and start carving this out, it will be just carve it out, make a little platform, carve it out, make a little platform, carve it out, make a little platform, repeat the process, get it all the way to the base height, carve that out, get everything done other than blasting those 2 blocks. We get our 2,000 research, we blast those blocks, and at a minimum there, we could start doing that. Instead of a full tunnel, could you do a levee path for now? Well, part of it is I have to lower it. Is a big problem. Is I have to lower it down from here. It's possible I could blast the whole way down through here. Just like the whole way down, and I had to move the mechanics around it, which isn't the end of the world. But I'm kind of expecting by the time I get this lowered to make it have enough water in it to be worth considering, that I can probably get that 2,000 research done. That's at least my hope. Yeah, and you're all fine for a while. You're all fine for a while. These have all died. That's the other reason why I'm not trying to grow anything up here, is I know I'm going to be getting rid of this area. But yeah, no, I get what you're saying, that I could make like a levee path up here somewhere, and then just go through. That'd be one option. It'd only go to that depth, and I could blast it the whole way down, make my area up there, and then build it back up with levees. Which, if I do get down there and we're not near the research, is what I'm gonna do. But I got a lot of carving things out to go. You know, as the stopgap, I could also carve it down 3 tiles, make a floodgate, and that'd give me a depth of 3 to work with. Because the good news is our water is holding up just fine through these. Our food might become a problem at the rate we're going. Yeah, so water, bad water, and all that. Oh, did I run out? Oh yeah, we're running out. We're actually using our bad water now to make all the explosives. That's fair. I mean, you're burning through the metal there pretty quickly. Then my next closest metal reserve would be up here. All right. With 600, we got a lot of dynamiting we're going to be doing. For right now, I'm going to leave that where it is. And like I said, we'll eventually just tunnel through there. Because we'll also need to get the extract going, which what I could probably do for that is shove it right here, knock down one of those, and make a path to the door, because the building itself will carry the mechanical power through it. I can just make an extract storage around here anywhere, it doesn't even matter. I'm taking a little bit of a trying to make a long-term solution when I probably need to be working on a short-term band-aid. But still, there's only one way to find that out. Other than I'm looking here, and our food is getting catastrophic. Alright, that's a change of plans. Okay. So, I could, for the first step, what we could do is for our first dynamite, get a little path here, and just build a platform to get that over, and just probably put a gate or whatever right there. And that way at least we can like leak it out in there. Because food is going to get real dire real fast if we don't start sorting this out. Because we're down to just the berries. And that's just because we're losing our crop anytime we have a really long one going on. Yeah, so we're gonna probably have to do something to that end, like, you know, again, put up a little bit of a platform here, put a floodgate up there. I only have the level 1 floodgate, and the level 2 and 3 floodgates are enough of a cost. I'd probably just want to beeline directly for the tunnel. Alright, so this thing's almost over. The berries and trees are going to make it, but we lost the whole field. That's no shocker at all. And water's also getting a little low. Okay, so there's the water coming back. So you slam that down. Okay, so we're already getting everything planted. And they're just going to have to try and catch that food up as fast as they can. We've almost got enough to start doing the dynamite. So you've got 4 days, you've got 5 days. So we shouldn't starve to death, but it's gonna get sketchy. We can't build more housing to get more workers. Because I'd love to get the workers back in there. And I think taking the haulers off of that would hurt our efficiency enough to make it a problem. A bunch of these things are starting to pause to get more workers available as well. Well, yeah, so what should happen is they'll pump the water. That'll take a little while to catch up. Once the water's caught up, these will start turning off, freeing up more people for research. And I do have one that's committed to just researching, just period. Because after this dynamite, I've just got the tunnel, and then everything else, I've got all I need. I just have to physically do the dynamiting. That's not true. I'd also need the fill valve, but that's only 300, which is relatively cheap after everything else. Alright, come on. And this is another thing you run in with Timberborn. Is Timberborn, you usually will have like, okay, here's my grand scale thing I'm working on. Oh my god, it's been like 10 seconds, man. Well, this is probably pretty bad. We can at least get a harvest out of these first. Should get a harvest out of the carrots. And maybe the sunflowers. You can't get to that tile. I'm gonna leave that tile alone for then. Alright. So we are in real dire shape. The berries are running out. We're not gonna have the carrots up. This drought is gonna kill a lot of beavers. Okay, so that pump is max concern. You two are also high concern. And you are a high max concern. That way, if we take a lot of deaths, the water and food stay as the highest concern to try and recover. Because if we take a big loss in population, we do have where we could get away where the population just dips really low. And we can just stockpile stuff. But it does seem like when I built that extra house, because we don't have our stuff sorted yet, we are in a little bit of trouble on that one. Now, good news is we had a bunch of them became adults very recently, so we are getting a good 5 or 6 of our labs going. Is there much value in me making them go faster? Not really. These are bottlenecked not on labor, but on grow time. But they should be available tomorrow in game. The problem is we're going to be playing catch-up. That we just don't have enough food set aside. And it's going to be one of those things that even if I tried to pivot to give ourselves more food now, it would be too late. Use the water dump? Yeah, we could use a water pump up here. Once I open that up. And water dump down there. We can get that going. That's not a bad idea. Water dump. Fluid dump, 250. I don't have that. That would be one option, though, is to put a water dump down there to just trickle a little bit more water in here. Okay, so they're going to try their best to catch everything up. This will take a good 5 or 6 days before this goes dry. I mean, maybe less because we're trying to restore our water from the last bad water. But we'll see. It depends. If you're a short drought, we're okay. That is a very long drought. 17 days. That is a very long drought. So. What we're going to need to do is we're going to be in really bad shape here, is what we're going to be. So I've got a juggle I can consider here. I can... Let's go over to the pumps here. You now only happen when it's below 50% water. We're going to try and drag that out a little bit. If we're lucky, I can get enough of the TNT up here to blast this deeper. And maybe we could draw some water from up here. Because I can't get away with turning off the water down here. If we do that, we will just dehydrate to death. At the same time, if this goes dry too fast, I have no food reserves. Because we're playing catch up from that bad water. There's a very good chance this is where we die. Actually, I might have a really messy solution. Alright, so hang on. Destroy that spot. And let's go here. So get that there. That is now your top priority to grab those. So the messy solution here is if we're fast, as that starts to pump down, we blast this, letting what little water we can from up here down there. Let's also go down here to this area, and we'll make this a priority to hopefully capture as much of that water as we can. Because that's not going to give me a lot of extra water. The big thing here is that we can recover our food. Because we got a lot of beavers who are all on the fence of starving to death this whole time. They're all working there, they're just trying their best to keep up. And it's one of those things is once they start starving, it slows down their movement and ability to work and all that, which makes it harder for them to catch up. But they should get that sorted. As long as I can get this set up so that we can hopefully do this trick where when this gets down, I pop this, pop that, and we get like one influx of water here. And hopefully that'll be enough. You're working longer days. Congratulations. Oh, we're starting to have people starve to death. We're just reducing need. That's all we're doing. Alright, we're going to get one more piece of dynamite right there. And then we can start blasting that all through. And then it'll be ready to inject a little bit of water in there. That's not really how I wanted to approach this, but it is what it is. Okay, so number of beavers starving has been going down gradually, both from them dying and from them locating food. Okay, and in the meantime, as soon as you're out of the way, okay. And prioritize that. You want to ask a question, but you feel like it's borderline backseat depending on the answer? No, it's fine. I played this game tons. Okay, so at this stage, we can detonate those. And let that run through. Can you turn off habitats? Yes. That will massively penalize their wellness, which will shorten their lifespans and make them work less effectively. But that is technically an option. And it's actually one I did sit there and think about, but it's like, okay, but that's just going to penalize a lot of stuff. And probably kind of put me back into square one. So we're taking that little bit of extra water that was up here. We're dumping it down here to give me a little bit more time. To hopefully let them catch up the food. Because right now there's only 5 free beds. Alright, so one of the things that's going to need to happen here. Right now we go here. I want to get the mechanical power there. You're a slightly higher priority. That way when the drought's done, and then we'll end up needing to fill in a levee there once this is all drained in. But that should help offset the evaporation happening there. There's not a lot of water up here that can get to that height, but it's something. And it also gets me the first step in the next stage there. Alright, so you've got all that sorted. And you're about to run out of water. Okay, do I think I bought myself enough time? It doesn't look like it. And to get more, I gotta blast all of this out, which I don't think we get done in a timely manner, unfortunately. So I will put a levee here. I'm surprised they're still struggling so hard to catch up the food, though. I guess we did get a decent population bump. Okay, so let's go ahead and knock off some of our small houses. So this small house is shut down, leaving 1 homeless beaver. So I think we could do it that way, because I get your ideas. We could stop population growth and start letting the population kind of slowly come down to a manageable amount. So as the beavers die of old age and stuff like that, we can kind of lower the population to an amount we can actually sustain. Because the danger is if this runs out, we're just dead. I'm going to have you prioritize harvesting as well for right now. Just harvest it all. You can get that dump now. I don't think I could afford it, though. I still have 10 days I gotta keep the... Like, when I say affording, I got 10 days worth of water I need to keep for my beavers, and that's already gonna be pushing our luck. If I start dumping it down here, then I run to the problem where, instead of starving to death, we dehydrate to death. Because 10 days is a long time, and we got a lot of water to drink between now and then. So please harvest faster. Okay, so they've caught up the food a little bit. Switch back to planting. Actually, I changed my mind. Keep harvesting, because that might run dry. But if I can manage to put away like maybe 100 or 200 food, we might be able to ride that out to the other side. You know, it took the time. Like, if I could have gotten the water pump up here and then done the dump, I think that would have been good. But I'm even scared to turn these pumps off, because once I do, we're going to switch you over to... Well, actually, you're set to... Yeah, you're set to not turn on until water gets really low. As long as they mature fast, you have a day or 2, depending on the crop, to harvest them before they dry out. Yeah, I'm trying to get the food ahead enough that I've got a bit of a buffer. Because I'm actually curious if we're even going to get these harvested before it all goes dry. Let's get you switched over. Because that caught us up enough that we at least have some carrots in reserve. Because it should be able to plant those relatively fast. I'm a little curious that there's this many still starving while we actually do have food. Or that we have this many who are complaining about dehydration while we actually do have water. Okay, we're at the very end of what's there. I'm going to manually just tell these two to stop running. Because the water's about to fully exhaust here. So we're just going to try and bleed that out maybe a half day longer. Before it goes fully dry. I gotta get you back in harvesting. I think part of the issue is our population got high enough that we might have been just barely dredging water on food, not counting droughts and bad water. And so now that we're struggling on that right as well. I'm really hoping I didn't turn that off too early. But I think this will run dry in the next day, because you can actually see the grass in the bottom there. So this is about to go dry like any second now. That's the reason I switched both of them over to harvest as well. Trying to get everything we can pulled up before I switch it back again. But every like fraction of a day I can drag this out. There it goes. It's done. Alright, new shift. You don't sleep unless you need to. Pull it all up. Every last bit of it. Pull it up. You can go back to a normal shift after it's all yoinked. 7.1 days will be like right on the fence of those dying too. I'm just taking too long in this project. That's a log, I don't care about that. So what we might be able to make a little bit of helping ourselves. I don't think I need to get to that side anymore. Let's just go real fast. I should have been doing this earlier. Yeah, you'll end up needing this over here, won't you? I should have done this a while ago. This could have been something useful for us. What we could do here, I want to go for the deep pump. We're either going to make it now or not. This might let me get a trickle amount of water more. Ultimately, long term, we'd want that to be a deep pump. But let's go here. You're now a high priority build. On automate, you will be set to water near full. Because we get that set up, we can use this reservoir at least to get some water coming in. I should have done that earlier. Okay, so I got another one done. So we're gonna go ahead and pause another one of these. Because we are deliberately, like, letting the population go down. Not through, like, letting them all die from, you know, starvation or hunger or whatever. But letting them age out. And it's slowly bringing that population down for now. Because that'll help us ride this out till we stabilize things. This might not be a full wipe yet, but it is not looking great. So we got about another day to pull those last ones up. And there goes all the carrots. They're about to die. And then once they get that done, I think we put things back to normal. Oh, and these don't need to be paused anymore. There's nothing for you to ruin. Yeah, so as soon as they get that online, we should be able to get some water from that. It's a matter of whether or not our food holds up. You blow a small channel for the water down. Yeah, and the problem is more building to get there. You're not wrong. Do I have enough time to do that? We could try. I don't think I've got enough time to fix that. I probably should have done that a bit ago. Okay, so you'd need to be gone. Oh, right, and you'd need to be gone as well. Nah, like 4 days there's not. Let's see, remove the dynamite from the completed one. I don't think there's enough time for that. I think this is settled one way or the other before that happens, unfortunately. Because he only got like 4 days left. It's going to take him a bunch of time to build that out as is. So I think I could have maybe done that earlier. I think I've waited too long. I think I've just waited too long that if I was going to commit to that, it needed to be done. But we can go ahead and wait here. Because we still have 250 food. Alright, so you've done all of that. You be put it back in plant. So that's our food. We're in bad shape though. Because even then we gotta wait for that to regrow. Yeah, so we're still not out of the woods. It's fine. 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 You're not wrong. I'm not thinking about the fact that I gotta get stuff planted there. So that's 10. That's 16. Maximum priority there. Because that's got a little whiles left to go. And you're still making dynamite while we speak. So they've already got 12 dynamite ready. This only needs to make 4 in the meantime. That's going to make their dynamite before it's ready. Oh, we'll also need to go here. We're down to your last 2. Finish that platform. You've already got your materials there, and that's logs. Because that's all dead already. But we are going to need to get this resolved soon. It might still be one of those things that we either make it or we don't based on the existing situation. Okay, so that's water coming in. At least that's something. And you're working on getting this done. Okay, so they'll keep getting this all stuff going down. So trying to get that. That might get me water down there a day earlier. Unconnected building, that's fine. Having that building shut down suddenly gave me a bunch of beavers who don't have work, but that's fine. We're almost at the 2,000 as well that I needed for making the tunnel at the bottom. Come on, I only got a couple more dynamite to put down. Food is about gone. Why are you not going here? You're already set to max. Just do it. You can reach it. You don't have to do it in order. They can walk past each other. This is already set to maximum priority, so it's not a priority issue. We got 2 more to do. I think half of them aren't getting the work done because they're starting and then they have to run to get food. One more. As soon as that pops out, we should have it. We can blast that. That'll give me a little bit of water. Which will hopefully get us some berries in the meantime. We're probably going to take a pretty bad loss of starvation. I don't think this might be a full wipe if we can get it going soon. Do we have any dynamite spare? Alright, delete that dynamite. Give me that dynamite back. High priority. Then you could set this back in that spot. I just need you to get this one spot, please. Right, a little injection of water. It still bought me a day-ish more grow time. Because we're definitely not out of the woods yet. Yeah, no, the thing about this is because I have a lot of these things set up to prioritize food and water, we shouldn't properly death spiral as long as they don't just straight up starve. Like, as long as they get to the other side enough to get the food going. Alright, so with all that said, we got a couple things that need to happen now. One, I gotta put these back. And then on top of that, I need to put this back. Or else we'll just die in the next thing. Yeah, they're just already working on it, because all that's waiting on dynamite. Honestly, don't do that for right now. Platforms are fine. We can wait on it for right now. Keep building that out. What I'm thinking is we could potentially put a floodgate here to give me at least a little bit of wiggle room until the rest is going. So we got all that planting. People are starving now, though. We are going to take a lot of losses to starvation. So far, we've had deaths to old age. We're going to turn that building off. And honestly, I'll probably get rid of most of those buildings and get the more efficient ones later. Usually it's a thing at one point you want to do that. So we're about to unlock the tunnels. Ooh, that makes me wonder. For the tunnels... Yeah, because we can do the tunnels, we can remove the, the platforms, and then we can put the stuff underneath. Okay, so pause that so it doesn't flood. Yeah, it's going to be long enough for that to matter. Let's go ahead and get the double floodgate. Put you here. You're a high priority. And that'll let me at least use this a little bit. Oh, we can cut those hours back down to, I think 18's the default, or was it 16? I think it's 16's the default. That's planted. They're either going to survive till it's ready or they're not. It's not labor that's the bottleneck now. It's whether or not they actually have enough time for it to grow. Oh, and you're not connected on either side now. That's not really helpful. That'll get fixed in not too long. So as soon as you get that last bit, okay, you're back on. Alright, so that gives us a little bit buffer. We just got to survive the other side. Okay. We have lots of available beds, because a lot of people are all starving to death back to back. It's safe to say we won't be using these ever again, because they're going for the upgraded houses anyways. So now it's just a question... For you, game. Now it's just a question of... do enough survive to the other side to keep things from collapsing. You need to be maximum priority on the farms. You're maximum priority here on the berries. And you're maximum priority there. Just need a couple of berries to come in. Get back out there. There's food. Harvest. You just gotta harvest. It's right there, man. Drop you to just high priority. Why are you flooding? Oh, I see. That's a good reason for you to be flooding. Harvest it. Harvest it. Okay. Well, they're getting their food. Slowly but surely. You are now lower priority. So we did drop down to 4 beavers. Which is definitely really bad. This will end up needing to move anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and just dump it. So needless to say, all labor has ground to a stop on any meaningful capacity. We just have a handful of beavers. They're working as hard as they can, running the one water pump and running this. I'm trying to figure out where the other beavers are at. Ah, so you two can go back to just high priority. Yeah, so you've got 2 here, 1 on this water pump, and I got 1 more beaver somewhere. Where's our last beaver working? Ah, right. I've got this pump up here that's the high priority pump. Let's make you a lower priority pump for right now, because it's too much of a trek to get there. But they're going to try desperately to get that food in. And we're just going to have a whole struggle here. Now, the good news is, I don't need much food right now. I also don't need much modder right now. So those are the small things. Yeah, no, we should be okay in the immediate. So that's another 15-day drought. The good news is I do have this ready. The water's up. So we can sit there and let the water down. I mean, that's a big reason why we set these to being high priority items and everything else to being lower, is you can recover from this kind of a situation. Your level you need for food suddenly erases it for no concerning reason. Yep. Now, downsides, it does mean all of our research has ground to a halt. It's going to take a little time for the population to recover, all that kind of stuff. Now, if they could all just start having kids before the age, like they start dying from old age, that's going to be very important. The kids do need enough time to grow up. And everyone's needs are mostly being met now. You just have to actually get there. Okay, so as soon as I get one more beaver, you're back on planting. So what I could do is you're bringing the food in. Let's take one of you workers off so you bounce over to planting. So I'll have one beaver planting and 2 beavers harvesting. Will they reproduce on 24? Oh, that's... Thank you for the reminder. I had that turned up just so they wouldn't die immediately. And I guess actually for this matter... go ahead and make that 3 again. No, but you're right. I need them to have leisure time. At least I think I do. All right. And we are getting relatively high well-being now because there's an abundance of options for food and all the other stuff going on at the moment. Weirdly, another thing I could do to help with my food is slowly carve away at the edges here. To lower it down to give me more usable space. But that's a secondary priority after, fixing our water is the first one. You're very upset today for the first weekday you've had off in 2 weeks, and your favorite daycare dog showed up for the first time in 3 months, and you missed getting to see him. Aw, that's no fun. Okay. But ultimately, we don't really need wood for anything right now. We don't need planks for anything right now. We're okay. We just need to let things go. So we got our first child. We do have a baby beaver. And the good news is having 16 beds available, we should start seeing that. How do we... Oh, sorry. Yeah, 16 beds available. I do have this one little place here. I think that's just going to stay because I don't want to destroy that to have to destroy the other thing. Whereas all the rest where it's just logs there. I'm just going to let that sit. We'll find other things to put there. Welcome to the colony, little guy. Where food? Well, food's not a problem anymore. We got almost 200 food. You're just looking around being like, welcome to the colony. It's like, dude, there's like 4 people here. What do you mean colony? It'd be like being born and to be in this, like, not a big city, but, a relatively decent-sized town. And there's like 3 or 4 people walking around. You're going, clearly this was meant to have a lot more people in it. How many beavers did we had? It wasn't actually that many. It was like mid to upper 30s or so. We've just been really, really struggling with getting water secured because we have just the water seep here. And I've got a plan for doing this already, and it's started. It needs more time. I should have done this double floodgate earlier. I'm going to basically just let this thing sit until it goes dry, and then we'll knock that down 1 tick. Is there irrigation systems you can use if you add more water source? Yes, so there's a thing called a water drop. that I can go and take water out of my storage and just dump it in here. It's very, very inefficient, but it does work. If I had more water in storage, I probably would have used it. But it was sitting there going, okay, I'm already on the fence here. Because once they, like, it doesn't evaporate in the barrels, but once it's here, it can evaporate. And we got down to a little under 200 water around there with that, so I was riding the fence on both food and water. Which is the reason I was hesitant to use the water drop. Ultimately, if I would have gotten this up here way earlier, I think things would have been a lot smoother because I could have potentially put down the water drop to at least mitigate it. But that's okay, because it'll probably be able to end up getting, like, a baby beaver, like, every night or so. So we're going to start having, like, a population explosion to getting back up to where we were. But it's going to take a couple nights to ramp up, because you need beavers to have enough beavers to have more beavers. But with how, you know, how few beavers there are, again, water and food's just not a problem. Okay, well, 2 of our beavers just died of old age. So we're down to 3 beavers. So I really need the last ones to have more babies right the hell now. Because that was the danger with me pausing all those houses, is they stopped having kids at all, which means they're all kind of aging at the same time. You need to have, so the colony doesn't die, you need to have at least one more kid before you die of old age, and have at least enough supplies set aside so those kids can reach adulthood. I need you to have a baby. I need you to do it now. Get it done. This is non-optional. This needs to happen. I'm trying to remember with the folktale if it actually does require 2 beavers, or it's just magic an additional beaver can happen, as long as one's alive and in adulthood. I'm trying to remember mechanically. Because obviously, logically, you need 2 of them. Turn off all work? I could turn that work down a lot. Go forth. Have children. I don't want to fully turn it off work, but let's... A new wellness high score! Yay! Have you checked their house? Oh yeah, no, there's housing for days. There is tons of housing available. They're both very old beavers. I really need them. They're living in the same house, yeah. All the beavers are in the same house. I'm assuming there's a cooldown on how fast a beaver can have a beaver. Pardon the intrusion, may I inquire as to which element from the periodic table is your favorite? I don't, I mean oxygen because I die without it, but I mean that's true of a lot of the things. Okay. We did have, the beaver grew up. The one child beaver grew up. So that's good news. So I really need you to have more baby beavers. And I need you to do it right now. And the baby beaver grew up and then moved out on their own. Right now, I'm going to pause that and force them all to live in the same house. I don't know what the rules are here, but I'm willing to bet. Yeah, no, we had a really bad die-off a minute ago. Drought went too long for us to handle. I mean, if you lived in an abandoned town, would you not claim a house? Yeah, no, it's absolutely a valid thing. So I do think what's going to end up happening is we're going to get their schedule back to a relatively normal schedule. Because I don't think them being off all day is helping them have kids. I just need them to have some time off. So put them back into what's like your starting normal schedule. And we'll let them just continue to try and make things happen. Because they have one more kid, we should be okay. Because then the remaining beavers have a nice long lifespan to have children. I'm just really nervous about them being in their like 50s and all that. That they're going to die of old age. And then we're not going to have... I bet you wish you had Iron Teeth now. Let's see, fireplace and other stuff make them repopulate faster. Yeah, the wellness score. I've got the fireplace and the rooftop terrace going. Okay, baby beaver happened. Cool. We are out of crisis mode for 2 seconds. We're not in a good place, but we're out of immediate crisis mode. Okay, so with that, I'm going to just peek a little water down there. I'm going to refill this a little bit. Just let it. Let's see, on updates 3/4, it wasn't so hard to get to cycle 20 with 50 beavers and everything works smoothly, or is it just your imagination? Oh yeah, well normally, so keep in mind we're playing on hard mode right now, and we're playing a challenge map with Oasis. Okay, so let's slam that closed, which is fine because it just ran dry anyways. That should be probably more than enough to last those last couple days. But yeah, so the population should recover in a decent time span. We've got the food and all that prioritized. Sadly, like, no science is happening. For wellness, I could add a place for wet fur right there, honestly. And that would potentially help a little bit. Not that I have any construction people to deal with it. But that we could get wet fur to boost our wellness. Because, amusingly enough, their wellness is actually pretty high for this stage. We're at 8 wellness. Well, now we're at 2 wellness. It's bouncing around a lot based on individual beaver hunger. Despite the fact that I actually have food. On hard settings, you just grind food and water storage. Let's see, also, you never thought bots as really mandatory. It seems a lot of work with not so many benefits. Maybe the major is they make work for so many beavers. Yeah, so I mean, the big benefit with bots is the cost of them is relatively minor when it comes to keeping them up. So beavers need food and water every single day. The bot just needs electricity and every once in a while needs to be replaced. So, like, I had my run with the Iron Teeth that I went, like, where I did the achievement where the entire population was just bots. And very genuinely, just having them process metal and keep the power on, the bots could just run, like, I could keep so many more bots on because I didn't need food, I didn't need water, I didn't need any of these other ancillary things. It was just, am I getting metal in? Yep. And then, you know, you don't even necessarily need the grease and all that kind of stuff. And you can just churn the bots out and just let the bots bot. Now, likely we'll have those other 2 beavers die off soon. But there should be a thing. Bots also can't get hurt or need sleep, so you can put them into dangerous roles easily. Yep. And the fact that they don't sleep, they just have to recharge, means you just get a lot more done with them in the same time period. So yeah, no, the bots do a lot to carry themselves for a pretty ridiculous length. I wouldn't say you need them. Yeah, no, we got hit with the so what knocked us down is we had a drought that was 17 days long, and it had just followed a bad water that kind of hurt us. So it's just the combination of those two things really just ground us down. But in the meantime, we just have the beavers. We're going to keep them focused on keeping food and water up, not worrying about a bunch of the other stuff. Every couple days we should have another beaver happen until we start getting enough population. Then we should have a couple young beavers at a time. And then we'll eventually hit a point where it'll be like 7 or 8 young beavers all at the same time, which will be a little bit of a rough patch. But that's fine. But unfortunately, it does delay a lot of progression for a minute. Oh, good. I haven't actually had a hit like that in a while where we took a significant population hit. I think like the last couple runs, the worst I had the entire run was just taking like 1 or 2 little dips in population here and there. But, like, even then, I would come out with, like, 50, 60, 70 beavers or whatever. So that's fine. We should be about due for another baby beaver. Yeah, because the older beaver is going to die anytime now from old age. Yeah, because you have a 20% increased life expectancy. I don't remember what the actual life expectancy normally is. But I want to say it's around 50 years old that they usually die by, I want to say. Alright. Now, obviously, one of the things you could do as an alternative, you're like, oh man, this is pretty rough, is you could, you know, step away and work on one of the other things. Okay, so I actually am getting enough of an abundance of food. Hey, we just had one of the beavers grew up. Love to see it. So hopefully we'll have another beaver born soon. So that's another worker. There's on cue, another beaver born. And one died of old age. But that's okay, because the other ones are now younger. So they've got a lot of time to have many, many beavers before this is all said and done. Now the downside is the severity of the droughts and the bad waters, I want to say, is primarily based on time. Yeah, no, So I actually just did Iron Teeth recently. Normally I've been playing Iron Teeth primarily. The issue is I've got all of the Steam achievements for Iron Teeth. Like literally all of them. And like the last 3-4 playthroughs I've done were Iron Teeth. So I was like, you know what, let's do Folktale to do something other than Iron Teeth for a change. As a biologist, you're extremely concerned about the genetic diversity of this population. What genetic diversity? I'm sure we won't have any issues with, like, recessive traits coming forward and all that, and creating issues. Of course, on the other hand, we're at a planet covered with radioactive stuff and all that, that maybe we have a higher frequency of mutation that can potentially save us. That might actually have been one adaptation that allowed these beavers to survive in a world where it's so scarce of resources would be a significant genetic mutation frequency enough that they could survive long-term without that coverage. Hey, Deliria, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. We can get a shout out for Deliria, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, Luxray. Playing some Timberborn as well. I hope you've been having fun with Timberborn and all good stuff. Just dealing with some, might have had a minor catastrophic event recently. Nothing to worry about. Listen, this is a post-human world. I'm sure the ambient environment is handling diversity. But yeah, so again, if you're looking for Timberborn, you can also find that out with Deliria and all that, but I do appreciate that. We're doing a hard mode Oasis map on the Folktale. I normally have been playing recently mostly as the Iron Teeth, but because I have all the achievements on the Iron Teeth, I want to do Folktale today. And yeah, we got slammed by a 17-day-long drought because we're on hard mode, and it was enough that we depleted our food. We did manage to survive it, but now we're on repopulation mode. The good news is we've gotten past the catastrophic one where I had two very, very old beavers going, please, you need to have babies, you're going to die soon. They did successfully have babies, so we're not immediately actively on fire. We're just in the slow, slow recovery. I have a feeling that term that Automod jumped on real fast has a meaning I'm not aware of. So genetic reshuffle via the unique DNA recombinant enzyme. Yeah, for some reason, Automod is jumping on the quote you put there, Conrad, and it's like implying there's another meaning, and I'm like, I don't know what the other meaning is. Yeah. May want to assign one for the farms and one for water. Already done. Well, there was... I see. So, it was done, but when the one on the water died, it reassigned them back over. That's fine. That's cool. Let it do its thing. I don't know either, but now I want to Google rabbit hole and probably a cold shower. I can only assume it has to do with the other term, because it was a sex-based term. It has to probably do with the other term for beaver, is where I'm assuming it's going. Which we don't need to dig into that at all. But again, welcome in, Raiders. As a heads up, we are sponsored today. Like, granted, it was a 2-hour sponsorship. I knew I was going to play this the whole stream because I play Timberborn quite a bit on this channel. And it's just like, which 2 hours of sponsorship? Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're getting their money's worth and then some, so it's fine. If they ask me to choose the 2 hours, that's fine too. Game is cool. Yeah, so like what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be digging this down. So the plan is to dig this down all the way to the base level. And then put the depth, the new fill valves. Put those down here and just assign it to be at like 0.9 depth, at which point that water seep should not be a problem anymore, and then it can just slowly bleed that off. And once that happens, our water supply should be stabilized, that at that situation, then it can start doing stuff being like, okay, let's branch out this way, make more farmland, make more beavers, branch out this way, increase the size of reservoir. We can kind of do all that stuff from a stable point. We are doing the automation. As you can see, I've got all these little indicators. The lights on are stuff that need to be done. The lights off are stuff I actually have in reserves. I'm just at a point where there are no beavers to do the work, so you're just doing the best you can. So Rangi here is going to die of old age almost any time now. But the others should be able to have a baby beaver every couple of days. So it'll be one of those things that the population will slowly ramp up pickup speed until we're back up to like 40 or whatever. And by then, we should have a lot of these projects starting to get wrapped. It's just right now we're kind of in a holding pattern because, you know. Okay, so you're sitting around, so we're going to go ahead and knock you down to just one worker there. And just one worker there for right now. Because that should free up a beaver to go do something else for a while. Hey, we got another beaver born. So one beaver grew up, and the exact same day another one was born. So that's going to be some good progress. Yeah, so I've got 2 there. I've got 1 of you there. What's the last beaver? What's the last adult beaver's job? Oh, we can check up here. So the last adult beaver is getting berries. I'm actually okay with that because that'll be another food group. That'll help boost the wellness some more, which should help with a lot of that stuff. Couple seems to poop out a new one every like 6 days. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, is it'll be one of those things that while I only have a couple of beavers, it'll take a little while to have more of them. You don't think... I thought it was food groups that all the food groups give. Oh, no, you're right. They just help with hunger. They in themselves don't actually give a wellness bonus. And another beaver was born. So slowly but surely the population's coming back up. Yeah, I still think I'm fine with it. Get that food in reserves. So as the population grows, you don't get caught by surprise. But again, welcome into to all the raiders. I do appreciate it. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record has long since been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a really wide range of games from like simulation, city builders, settlement, builders, tycoon, roguelite, slice of life, the farming sim as in like your Stardew Valleys and all that. And honestly, it's a very wide range. About the only games I don't tend to play too much, I don't tend to play too much like puzzle games or fighting games or first-person shooters, really. But pretty much everything in between is on the table. But yeah, so it tends to be a really good time. But yeah, for those that didn't see, Timberborn 1.0 did come out today. This is a game we played a ton on the channel over the years. Let's go ahead and bleed off a little bit of water down here. And then slam that back up. Try and just top that off a little bit. But, you know, do play a whole bunch of different stuff. Always a good time. Alright. It's got a lot more drought to work through. We got another baby beaver born. So we're starting to see the population pick up speed a little bit. And I want to say they're considered adults at like 6-7 years old. Somewhere in that ballpark. Because, you know, they're beavers. We'll let them continue to expand the population. And just fill in whatever need filling in. The plan is to continue to explode this down. And then explode a tunnel through there. And once I have the tunnel through there, I will get the thing that allows me to kind of set the depth here that this will go and bleed off to. And with that, we should be in really good shape for just having it kind of just gradually during a drought slowly bleed off the reservoir. And then when the drought's over, slowly fill it back up. And then that should enable us to do a lot of work of doing a lot of cleanup around the area. And then kind of get into the Timberborn side of things where, you know, you carved out your one spot that's good and you go, okay, well, this spot I'm taking next, and do what you got to do to set that up. Speaking of which, yes, you're about out of metal. We're going to our next metal source. It's probably over there. Not that that's an immediate priority of any kind. we'll get that queued. So in the event that I run out of metal, which is probably going to happen, I do have another option for metal already ready to rock and roll. Okay, we can go over here. Okay, that's not a priority by any stretch. But that way, when this metal runs out, we can get rid of it, get the next place lined up, that whole bit. We will set you to be automated with our scrap counter. We'll turn that off based on what we need. Okay, we should be about due for another baby beaver here not too long. Granted, Rangi here is going to die like any second now from old age. Rangi is very old for a beaver. But at the same time, Rakau, however you pronounce that, they're about to be an adult as well. And when that's settled, we got 15 beds left. So we did delete 3 houses over there and like 4 over here. So we actually will need another house to get the population back up to what it was. So I'm going to go ahead and build this here as a not immediate project, but it's just on the queue. So that we can kind of get ourselves backed up to our previous population. Okay, so it looks like one of them just grew up. And we have had them finally move out. We have another beaver was just born. So we're starting to move. Yep, and finally Rangi died of old age. So we're going to start moving to the point where we start getting a rotation. So instead of just like 1-2 kids and then this long delay, it'd be like a kid, day or two, a kid, a day or two, as like the different couples have more and more. That's fine, because you're about to age up. They're going to want them to split out between the houses and all that eventually, so they're not all packed into one house. Because I believe if the house is completely full, they don't end up having kids either. Like, there needs to be an availability of living space. Alright, you grew up and then moved in the other house. Cool, cool. So we now have 5 beavers running around here working. So where did the new one go? So we've got 2 of them on water pumps. I'm okay. We got another beaver just got born. I'm okay with there being multiple on the water pumps. We do have a bunch of logic that says that once the water pumps fill up to a certain amount, shut them off. And we have it kind of go in tiers where like a bunch of stuff will do that. So keep 2 of you on high priority. This is an epic recovery. Yeah, you can recover as long as you have like the bare minimum. You can recover back from the brink in Timberborn, and it's not too terrible to even do. It's also not even that slow. Like right now it's taking a little bit slow just because of the age. But it is one of those things that once you get like 3-4 beavers and all that, you'll start like snowballing that the rate you recover. That you'll just have a couple of days. Because it's only been about, what, a cycle and a half since we did our die-off. And yeah, it's been a long cycle. This has been like a 14-day drought or whatever it was. And then the last one, we actually died off while it was outside of the drought, slowly recovering our food. But, it's nice because most games tend to have a death spiral, RimWorld, etc. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Most of these kinds of games, once things start coming unglued, it's really hard to right the ship before everything goes under. Timberborn's priority system, as long as you're being mindful of, like, here are the things, the minimum things I need for my colony to run, and it's food and water. Make sure these are a priority, that there's enough of, like, you have, like, 1 or 2 or 3 of them that are, like, really high priority, so that way if you drop down to just 2 or 3 beavers, that they're working at least a little bit to keep things stable. That you can bounce back, as long as they don't starve and dehydrate to death kind of collectively before they can bounce back. Whereas, yeah, you know, the RimWorld, a lot of times you'll death spiral where, like, you lose a colonist and then you gain a colonist, but they're not as skilled, and you still have, like, all your wealth and all that, so now you lose 2 colonists, and you might only get 1 colonist back, and again, they aren't as skilled because they haven't had a chance to go, and you just kind of get this slowly working down your way that it's kind of hard to right the ship at that point. You're just kind of watching it burn down around you. Or you do the thing like when you're playing games like Civilization, where you start, if you fall behind, the ability to recover is very, very difficult. Or like for a board game equivalent, it's like Risk, where someone is starting to, or Risk or Monopoly, where someone is starting to snowball and win. That, once they've gotten enough of a lead, the odds of them losing are very minimal. It's very unlikely. Like, player skill aside, a lot of it's random chance. It's very unlikely that they'll have the random chance land enough in your favor to make a difference. And as the game goes on, the amount of random chance that would have to be unusually in your favor would just keep growing until it gets to a point that's just not reasonable. Yeah, so you can see that these 2 water pumps just turned off because I have enough water to handle it. Pretty soon those ones will turn off and this one will turn off as well, and they'll just stop working on the water. One thing that might be worth considering is, even if I don't build it, I want to check the, where are you at? Yeah, the relay. I think the relay where we could do simple logic operations, I could see an argument for setting the relay up to be like, hey, if you have over a certain amount of carrots and sunflowers, stop bothering with these. See, in this game, you could always cut the roads to food and water to drop the population if you realize it's not going well. Yeah. Well, the other thing you can do is if you see that things are unbalanced, you can, like, as the Iron Teeth, you can turn off some of the breeding pods, so that way they age out and come down. Or for the Folktale, you turn off some of your housing so it can comes down. But it's usually one of those things you gotta have to see things are unbalanced enough in advance for it to play out. If you just try and turn them off suddenly, then a bunch of people just die. Which can be a way to recover. It can be like, hey, I'm going to write off like a bunch of these beavers to make sure I have the resources for the others to survive. That is 100% a thing you can do in this game. Okay, so we're about to have Asian age up here in just a second. And that'll give us another worker. And we should be due for another 2 babies to be born very soon. Because we have kind of noticed around about the same time it takes for a beaver to age up, that a couple will have another beaver. So, like, each couple can kind of have, like, for, like, every 2 beavers that are adults, you can have 1 child beaver going roughly at the same time. Okay, so you've aged up. What did you get assigned to? It's another water pump. Like I said, that's fine. Because those water pumps very soon will have filled up the water reserve enough. Yep, and there's the baby beaver born. So with that, we could check on the other house. And you're right about to age up as well. And then there'll be another one able to work. And another baby. And at this point, we should be able to have like 3 simultaneous children at a time. And then we'll go like very quickly to 4 and 5, and you get the idea. Especially since the wellness is staying relatively high. We'll also have the gathering flag for the berries. Once it gets close to like 90%, that should turn off. Yeah, it just turned off right there. So that reassigns the one there. Okay, and you just aged up. So we now have 2 on the district center. I'm okay with that. That means building projects can now officially start happening again. Painfully slowly. And we just had 2 baby beavers born, like, back to back. I did raise that back up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we had 2 baby beavers born back to back of each other. Yeah, so it seems like for every 2 beavers you can have roughly 1 baby beaver at a time as Folktale. which checks out. Okay, so yeah, so we got those two. So pretty soon those water pumps will start turning off, because we'll have enough water put into storage that it'll trigger for those to be disabled with the automation. And then they'll probably hop over to the district center to continue building things as well. Which is fine. They'll slowly start wearing out our planks and our wood logs and all that. We'll start running those out. And then as we get more beavers, they'll start taking those jobs over. Just hopped in. Did something happen? Yes. About 2 cycles ago, we had a 17-day long drought happen right after like a 12-day long bad water. And it was one of those things, we went into the drought not in a great shape, and we tried to ride it through. We did have a mass die-off. We did survive the die-off, but it was like we survived it with like 2 beavers left. I think there was 4, they had a kid, and then 2 of those other ones died. And then we managed to have another young beaver before that first one died, and then they were been able to repopulate slowly from there. Okay, so we got a little while left before those 3 beavers age up. But we now got plenty of water, we got plenty of food. They're just working on the various projects here and there, which is fine. They could just keep building whatever they can build. That's okay. And there was a lot of things I could have done better. I could have gone through, and where we carved this area out, I could have done that way faster. I could have gotten this built way earlier. There's just a lot going on. But yeah, so you'll see we're only getting a couple of days between our droughts. That's because we're on the hard difficulty. And those droughts will last like 12, 14, 15 days, whatever. It's going to take a lot to get ourselves back on our feet. One of the things that is going to happen is relatively soon, I'm going to want to go to those farms and turn it on so I can take another beaver at each farm. Because I need to keep those going. We'll just have to watch as we scale up. We should be way more than fine to be able to handle like 20, 30 beavers, but once we get over 30, that's when things will start getting kind of dicey that I may not have the food output. Because I think that's what happened, is I think we were running up to what I could handle in food output, not considering drought and bad water. And that the bad water kind of, ate up our back supply, and then by the time, came to realize it, it was just like too little too late kind of thing. Alright, I'm going to drop the game. You know what? We'll be fine. I'll keep the game going. I need to quickly use the restroom. We're about to hit an ad break, so I'm going to stretch my legs, use the restroom, and then we'll let this keep running so that the beavers can start recovering the population and all that. It'll be back in just a couple minutes, but thank you again so much for tuning in. It'll be back in just a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Yep, so we got the drought going on. It's fine. So you've got that getting done. So we've got all this going on. Our water is getting pretty close to full. It looks like since we went, one of our beavers aged up. Make that 2 beavers. 3 beavers have aged up. So we've got 4 working there. We do have our science is officially back online. So at least one thing is getting progression now. So that's good news. And we got 2 new beavers, 3 new beavers born. We should be able to handle up to 5 new beavers being born with 10 adult beavers now. So that'll be a good thing. It'd also be a good one to put a sensor here. We can put a sensor like right here that checks checks the depth, and once the depth gets too shallow, to shut off all the water pumps. I'm not gonna worry about that right now though. But having that little trickle of science means we can at least work on getting the tunnel thing going. Pretty soon, we have a beaver that's stranded. Who stranded themselves and how? Why are you so terrible at everything? Get out of there. The classic. The last thing I need is beavers dying to stranding themselves. That is a 20-day long drought. 19-day long, whatever it was. Okay. Well, the good news is we're still only at 14 beavers. So it shouldn't be too bad from that aspect. We're not going to have too much of a demand on our water supply and all that. We are still pumping out a bunch of water to get this all topped off. That's okay, though, because we're not running too many pumps. Pretty soon it is going to hit the threshold where it turns off all these pumps. And another thing we're ultimately going to want is I took down our builder's place. Or not builder's, our hauler's place. We're going to want to rebuild that. So that'll be another thing we'll put on the list. You're just going to get shoved there. And like before, workplace, minimum priority. Sorry, low priority. So that way, once we get more people, because we now have, housing-wise, we're actually 3, so it was what? 3, and then 4, and it built 1 extra house there. Yeah, so we still have significantly less housing than before we destroyed the smaller houses and all that, but that's alright. Yeah, so you're about to finish that nonsense. Alright, we got another baby beaver. Where? Oh, they're just, that's how far they're having to walk to get here. We'll definitely want to consider getting the zip lines and all that later on, so we can just zip line from, like, up here over there. I got her, like, I never actually got to experiment much with the zip lines, because I've been doing mostly the iron teeth, because remember the zip lines can go up and downhill kind of thing. They'll be under the path. Yeah, so you do like a zip line station. Yeah, so they're 150% speed. So not nearly as fast as the Iron Tees tunnels, or tubes, or whatever they're called. Yeah, so you're about to finish that one. But still pretty good. Okay, so bring that down a couple of ticks so we see some water coming through. That's slowly drying up. I'm gonna keep topping it off. Could be a little rough because even with this reservoir here, there's only so fast it's going to be... There's only so much water up here, I should say. Okay, so that's the first layer there, and then we got this back here to fill in here. We can start putting that in once we are ready for more. Still have more beavers getting born, that's cool. Yes, I got... Oh, it doesn't show your age on this one. Alright, so of the babies, we got 3 of them that are getting pretty close to aging up and 1 that's a little bit longer. Okay, so we got 3 that are about to age up at kind of the same time, which should then help have us get a bunch more workers. The water's got to be getting pretty close to topped off. And there's another baby beaver born. Okay. Alright, so you're still getting low. So keep bleeding off the water off of the reservoir. Because if we keep doing that, we can keep trying to top this off a little bit by a little bit. We're going through a lot of that. Okay, so we just had 3 beavers grow up and another one got born. Alright, so that should be fine for a little while longer. And we immediately had 2 more getting born, so that's pretty good. So where do people end up now? We've got woodcutters finally have shown up. And the forestry's finally shown up. Now we have finally hit the point where we do need more wood into our supply. That'll be fine. They'll take a couple of minutes to catch that up, and then that'll probably unassign them, because we've got that set up with the automation to turn off when they have enough. But all in all, food's looking pretty good. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and assign on these 2 more beavers to be on the farms. Because we're fine for now, but we are starting to build up the population. I want to stay ahead of that. Okay, we got some more baby beavers. They still got 10 more beds left. Right, so we got enough beds for 30 beavers. And it was around the mid-30s is what we had before when we started having our die-off. I do need more beavers than 30, though. But we'll have to see what our limit is. The other gathering one over here. I mean, there's not really an angle to do that. That's fine. What we could do, as I mentioned before, potentially having that. It was basically, food is what actually killed them, but basically food and water were critical. It was just having a bad water followed by a 17-day drought is too much. I think we rode up against the fence of what we could handle on food. Then the bad water kind of ran our reserves down. And then before we had a chance to correct anything, you know, we went into the drought and we were low on food and water and just trying to drag it out as best as we could. Here we got more of them aging up and all good stuff. You should be just about ready to turn off here. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm hesitant to build another house to get us over 30. Is because, like I said, we were around like 36 or 38 when things got bad. So I'm hesitant to build more houses to get ourselves back up to that. Yeah, no, the droughts and the bad water will continue to escalate, because those are based on time, not on population, if I recall correctly. But that said, with what we have now, if I didn't increase our number of beavers, we could probably go all the way into the end game, so far as, like, the worst droughts can be with what we've got set up. It wouldn't be convenient to do it this way, but we probably could. That's gonna be the last hit of water you're gonna get through here. Yeah. On hard mode, it escalates to a drought being, I think, a maximum of like 30 days. And then on regular, I want to say it's like 12 or 14 or 15 days or something like that. We are on hard mode. Okay, that's it. No more water. There's like more water in here, I just can't get access to it yet. Well, so still only 2/3? Yeah, no, it gets to be significant. It's not an easy game when you get to that stage. Now, granted, once you stabilize at that point where you can last, like, as I mentioned, if I kept the colony very lean, like us running like just 12 beavers or whatever, I'm willing to bet we could survive a 30-day drought just fine with what we've got for like that kind of thing. Probably wouldn't be the best idea, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and do this. Boost our wellness a little bit more. You can also get a contemplation spot. You can put up here. We can grab a contemplation spot. Boost our wellness a bit more. Let's see. We could put a shrubbery. Boost our wellness more. We can grab a lantern to boost our wellness more. You're probably noticing a theme here, because those are relatively cheap things. I got a long ways to go before I'm dynamiting anything so far as tunneling wise. So that's fine. I actually say that, but I could literally just go right here. Do the tunnel there once we hit the 20. And then once we do that, we can put those in and then slowly keep dynamiting our way down until we reach it. Okay, population's continuing to skyrocket. We're up to 17 beavers now that are adults. So we're starting to get a wide range of people doing a bunch of different things. Hey, wellness score 9. And that's because everyone passing these decorations gets a wellness bonus. So you look at your wellness down here, and we have, like, the shrub and the lantern. If we get roofs and scarecrows and bulletin boards and all that, that'll help as well. Yeah, so you don't have anything to pump water-wise there. Let's pause you so you go work on something else. Okay, so we're now making dynamite again. We got more beavers growing up. And so far the water is just kind of holding. I do think it's time that we go in and fully staff the farms. Because the population is already almost to 30 again. They are exploding in population. And if we can, even if we don't get the full thing set up, if I go and I knock down areas like this, every time I knock down some of this, that's more area available for that's more area available, more volume of water that I can run down in here in the next drought. We just need to get that dynamite in place. You got 5 days left of drought. Right now, pause those. Have the beavers go do something else. That way what little water is there holds up just a little while longer. So we get another day or two out of it. Then that'll be enough to get this all sorted. And wood is slowly collecting. We're making the planks. Dynamite's being used as fast as we're getting it. We can keep that going. And let me guess, there's one sitting here? Yeah, you get out of here as well. We can go and add, like, the depth sensor if we don't see it. You know, head out or whatever. And we do have that connected, but it won't run unless we are short in scrap. But now they can also get the wet fur bonus from time to time. Okay, so we do have a population of 30 beavers. So we will want to eventually expand that. Let's see how 30 beavers runs for now before I choose to expand it again. Just because we got in trouble kind of the last time where I went to like 36 and now we just kind of were just burning through our food and all that regardless of drought. And then the drought just escalated it. But then when we get 2K, the plan is to get where we can go dynamite down there. And then we'll need to do the centrifuge as our next big project. Ooh, I suddenly remembering. Does centrifuge require the special wood? No. Cool. They put the centrifuge up here, and I'll just tear down some of that. And that'll let me get the tunneling dynamite. Okay. So we've got the spare wood. Another thing that could potentially help is we can go up here and put some food storage up here. I remember doing that when I went to go to, for the achievement to get like everyone to maximum happiness or well-being or whatever. That's kind of part of the way I handled that, was just having a bunch of like the tiny little storages by everywhere we had people living, so there was just food all over the place. Okay, so that finally ran dry, so there's no point in me leaving those paused. I mean, I guess there is a point. Alright, so that means with 2 days, the crops... So the carrots will die, but the sunflowers will survive. But considering that was like a 20-day drought, which is about as bad as it's going to get for a while. That's not true. It's going to get up to 30. That's going to help. That's, you know, about as bad as it's going to get for a little while. If we continue to get this and I just keep increasing its volume, even if I have to manually throw the gate each time, that'll be enough to be able to prolong things a lot. Yeah, both of you go on harvest to make oh, the carrots are full, never mind. The reason we're not getting more is the carrots are full. And by a lot, actually. Oh, you know what I can do in the meantime? So for right now, carrots and sunflowers. Go ahead and just increase the volumes we can store. Give us more of a buffer. That won't help in the situations where we fall behind more directly due to droughts and all that. I mean, I guess it will. But it will give me a little bit more time to react to different stuff like that. So we're down to our last day. Like I said, the carrots are gonna die. That's just the reality of it. Wifey.
I love you lots.
I love you too.
I'm heading to bed, you guys.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
I love you.
Love.
Stay handsome.
Can't say what I'm not. Okay, and this drought's about to finally be over. We'll go ahead and unpause these. That'll be fine. And let me go ahead and do this real fast. Which is a shout out for Treacle, who's another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games that we play on our channel, doing a bunch of RimWorld and other good stuff. Definitely someone we're checking out. If you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. There's a lot of overlap. With all that said, you know, again, check them out. Good times. And drought is over. And this time without any catastrophic death waves and all that. We did burn through about 300 of our water. But that's okay. Yeah, so we managed to spare the sunflowers from dying, but we did lose the carrots, but that's okay. We're making good progress on all this. The dynamite's happening. Job assignments-wise, we're doing relatively well. Yep, so we should actually... Yeah, so there's exactly 10 extra of those. So the only jobs not occupied are my overflow labs. Which now one of those is assigned, I guess. It's unclear what's happening on that right there. Alright, so... Oh yeah, you'll be fine here in a minute. So we'll need you to be unpaused so we can get more bad water for dynamite. Okay, so looking at the automation, we might be able to work with that. So depth gauge. So we can get the depth gauge for 200. And that would potentially help with a bunch of the stuff over here where we can make sure they don't even try to run this thing unless there's like enough liquid there to actually run it. Same with that kind of stuff. We can put depth gauge here to turn those off once the water gets too shallow. Okay, so all of our beavers have hit adulthood. Now, what do we set the second water ones for? You're at 90, you're at 50. We're going to make you 70%. Which is going to have more beavers getting assigned to that stuff. Alright, so I have a problem where I need more food. And I need more beavers. Now, I don't think I can put the stuff there. I was holding off doing the extra stuff over here. I'm going to tell them to rip up these trees. Because it's proving that I don't really need that many trees. And I think we are going to sit down another farm to put down potatoes. Which will then mean this thing gets unpaused. And a bunch of nonsense like that. It also means I will need a couple more of these to be built. Let's go ahead and put down 2 more of you. Because you will be for potatoes. Well, grilled potatoes is fine too. Okay, so potatoes, if you have less than 90% of my capacity, Turn it off, so potatoes. Potato counter. Less than 90%. Grilled potato counter. Okay. So then you will be automated with the grilled potato counter. I just realized I don't actually have these all queued up for other stuff. It's fine. We're going to go here and do an efficient farm again. Do that. You will prioritize potatoes. You'll prioritize sunflowers. And you'll prioritize carrots. So this one probably should actually be centered more, but that's fine. Okay. So they can help out with that. For right now, I just need them to keep working on knocking down those trees. I just unfortunately have a lot of trees there. And then we're going to make all of that area for potatoes. And we already got the storage up there for the potatoes and the grilled potatoes, and that should help with our food supply a little bit. Alright. And then, honestly, we'll go over here. We will unassign you and reassign you to potatoes. Then make sure we have enough potatoes to kind of fill things in. Because when these grow in, they should get harvested and we can make those into potatoes as well. And it should help with the whole thing. And now I've got it where when one beaver dies, we almost instantly get another adult beaver. So I got the bad tide kind of coming in finally. Alright. And slowly but surely we're getting that all switched over. Try and give ourselves more food. This will also give us a wellness bonus for having yet another food group. And with this, you are now online. And I'll leave the potatoes at kind of a neutral state since they're a complicated food that requires an extra step. If we get down low population, we want to keep it to the stuff that we can just yank out of the ground and eat as is. Alright. And pretty soon these will be done. It'll be time to start harvesting those. But I'm honestly curious with this setup here, if I could just have this like be sprawling from that point, it would just work, or how that would all go. Like, could I have one reservoir that just trickles the water in, and then just have like a spider web kind of in all directions at the base level? I imagine there would eventually be a point that would just be too far out that evaporation would start to be a genuine issue. Alright. Got the last couple trees there in the corner to go. And then harvesting those sunflowers. Okay, that's all of that. That's a matter of how fast they can get these all pulled up. All right. You'd also be curious with some of this, just like knocking down ledges and all that, making space. I like the idea for the Oasis map of, despite like having ways you could probably like build up here using this reservoir. Okay, I'm glad I caught that in time. Slam this up. Alright, so that'll be fine. Okay, and you've almost got all the explosives set here. And we can blast that area for more volume. Oh, and you're waiting for your first harvest. That's fair. That's fine. Okay, so only 3 more TNT here, and then we're ready to start blasting this side open. Okay. Then the next move we'd probably do from here is like we'd want to expand this out in some way. Or get ourselves a new location to deal with. A lot of that's going to be taking this bad water, blocking it off to like divert it away. So, you know, for example, putting a levee here so it goes around that way and this area just ends up being clear. That would need to be fully enclosed, which is a whole mess. Eventually we could go up here to get that bad water source sorted. That one's a bit trolly because it's so deep in there. Even with an extremely long drought, it probably won't go dry. So being able to get down there to clean it up without putting yourself in danger would be hard. Alright, so let's clear that. And now I've just increased the volume of a reservoir. Okay, so we got to be at the very edge of these things turning off. Because we're at 1,000 water. And we're at 1.1 thousand food. Which is really nice. We're getting the last little bit of potatoes down. And then once we start harvesting those, that'll be a whole extra food group for more well-being. And we'll have increased the total yield of food we're getting. A handful of those in the back corner there. And I basically told him for one of them to prioritize the sunflowers, one of them to prioritize the carrots, and one of them to prioritize the other thing. Even though we are having them switch between, like, planting and harvesting as priorities. Hey, well-being 10 because now they're eating potatoes. I wonder if I have them all on planting, but we have enough of them overlapping if that'll just take care of itself. It probably does. I'm also not sure when you prioritize the sunflowers, we'll have them all set to planting, prioritize whatever the crops are. Negatives work on that. We'll see how that goes. Because prioritizing the potatoes doesn't mean they won't do other things. They'll just do the potatoes first. Because then potentially with that, I can do the check and be like, hey, if you have too many potatoes, like if you're 90% full on potatoes or sunflowers or whatever, you know, go do something else for a while. I think that'd actually be pretty decent for managing our farmers, too. That's, I don't really see that many cases I would genuinely want the farmers to just not do anything. But it's just the caution of, like, where these two are just standing around for the moment. That's just always the worry. Okay. Alright, so I think I'm going to get these done and just switch them over and tell them just yoink it. Okay, cool. So I've got all that set. I just realized that must have been like a 20-day bad water. Because there's still 15 days left and it's been going on for a while. Let's bleed off a little bit of water down there. I just want to keep that up and running. All right. Yeah, so it's mostly just stuff down there that's a problem. A little bit more water. Just kind of bleeding it down there. The thing for right now, we are going to pause those. And that. Because I've got 1,000 water in storage. We should have plenty of time to buffer. And meanwhile, we have our 2,000, so there's the tunnel research. So then the next research I need is the centrifuge, which is another 600. Okay, keep bleeding more water down in here. Keep pumping the water down there. Alright. New wellness high score. So problem we're running into here is we're definitely... the water level's not going up fast enough with us doing this, so we're just bleeding the water off, but it's just not enough volume. Which we're working on. We got a lot more bad water time left. Like a lot more bad type water time left. And this is not lasting very long. Okay, so you're getting close to having that thing shut off. You're just churning away at making the explosives, doing your thing. Can't get all the required materials, you just need explosives. We have 36 in storage. And you're too far from the... oh, right. You're too far from the district because we disconnected those on accident a while ago. I forgot about that. There you go. I was like, man, I should be seeing a lot more progress. We have all the explosives, they're just not getting where I need them. Okay, well, it's not going to happen anytime soon. I will go ahead and say tunnel there. And then for the centrifuge, it's 600. We got about 100, but I don't have the spare people to do anything with it. Yeah, so get that built and that'll be good. That's it. Let it all out. That's what's left. And that's it for the reservoir. Okay. Unfortunately, still got 10 days left. We turned off the water pumps a while ago. The water is holding up so far. I'm feeling pretty good about our food right now. I've got tons of food stockpiled. I'm feeling less amazing about the water. I am tempted to start pumping the water again, just to make sure we have the water. I do think I will do that before this runs dry and before that goes down. That may be what my plan is. So you can last... Yeah, so generally speaking, a bunch of these only last about a day or two. I'd say once the berries are solidly out of danger, maybe we turn on the pumps. And just go with that. Yeah, because we actually just hit the capacity that the pumps have gone low enough that these two just came up, or the water reserves just got low enough that these two just came online. So I guess I'll actually leave those paused for right now. And just let these slowly deplete the water. We'll definitely go dry before this is all over, but that's what it is. We'll keep letting them get this TNT down. And then we'll go through and get the next floor and the next floor. There's not too many floors, so we hit bottom. But by then we should have the extractor going up. Be able to blast those two tiles out and hopefully go in and put in the valves we need. Worst case, if it won't let me slip the valves down there, I'll put the valves here and I'll put levees up on top of it. And it'll accomplish the same goal of making it so it's just like fully automated to slowly bleed the water out as I need it. So I don't have to manually manage a gate. In the long run, we'll probably put deep pumps up here, maybe? We'll see. Immediately, we just gotta survive. Just gotta survive the droughts and all that we got going on. They're gonna escalate more. But once I get this reservoir set up, we'll be good for a very long time. It's just surviving until it's done, which is always the trick with these big projects. Okay. Oh, we're getting over 500 because of that. Well, what we will do, this might be a mistake. Resources, so we'd have carrots. We have the potatoes there. We have carrots. The sunflowers. We've already got the berries. So set you to carrots. If you're less than 90%. You'll be the carrot counter. He'll grab you, and if you... We're already blank... sunflowers. Sunflower seeds are below 90%. Okay. So what we can do here is you have automation for the potato counter. You have automation for the sunflower counter. And then you have automation for the carrot counter. So that those should now also start turning on and off as needs go. And since they all overlap, they'll all kind of assist each other. So even with those off, there will be a trickle of the other stuff coming in, so long as at least one of them's online. But that should balance a lot of that out. Oh, did I get you set up? Yeah, so you got the grilled potato counter, so you turn off. Cool. So that means I actually don't have that many jobs not filled because we got all the automation turning on and off. So I actually have a lot of research places all plowing away at the same time right now. Which I think a big part of that is the intention is that you don't need 100 beavers to run a city colony this size. You only need like 30 because you can turn off the buildings as they're not needed. Only with not requiring you, the player, to constantly manually do it. Okay, I just realized I could probably put you back down here, bring you across, put a platform there. That'll ultimately get settled over there. Because that'll be for our next depth getting blasted. And at 500 science, we get the centrifuge. And once the centrifuge is done, we'll probably start going after stuff like decorations, all that kind of stuff to start boosting the wellness again, so that our beavers work faster. They're doing a good job of getting all this dynamite caught up. One of the other things we should probably do is somewhere around here where we got a little bit of space, we should build a builder's hut. Hey, Gerald, how's it going? Here, only 100. Let's do it. So we can go you don't need to be located anywhere particularly convenient. You are another one of these ones that's a low priority workplace. Just to be filled in as needed, where if I just have a bunch of extra workers, they just become builders and they can run out and do builder things. Because that will happen eventually. So this is going to go dry any time now. But I've already got, basically my supplies are all full, so there's no reason for me to open that back up. You know, the ones doing the potatoes are keeping up with it. That's good news. They're occasionally running over here and getting some sunflowers too, which is good. Okay. Yeah, I don't care about the district crossing. Getting the bigger warehouse and all that, that's a nice thing to... Oh, I forgot you had the underground pile. That if you build them on ground, they just have a very large capacity. It's like a factor of 10 higher. I forgot they had that. And you're basically spent. Yeah, those pumps have literally gone dry underneath them. We're getting no more water out of that. Alright, so there it's done, so we can go ahead and turn this off. So we got down to 3.5 days. That's fine. The potatoes will all die. All the crops will die, but we're basically full up on the crops. There's no... Like, I can store some more potatoes. So prioritize harvest over that. It's not going to get very far. But, we can store a little bit more, but as far as final products, I've got 1.3 thousand food. We should be good. I've got another 800 water in storage, so we should be good there too. Yeah, it's not going to matter. So that'll be good. And by the time that we have the next one, I should be able to blast that area out, and then this will all be extra volume I didn't get to take advantage of this time. And then the next thing after that would be to blast down the next floor, and then we blast down the next floor. It doesn't have to go that far down before we're at this height. And then once I've got that set up, then I've got the ability to go through here and start building this up higher and higher we'll just have to, like, finagle the gearing over the top. Like, when I get to that phase, I'll probably build this up to a near max height on the gearing here. And then tilt it to the platform, and then just put the gears, like, way up high in the sky, and then worry about building the reservoir up underneath it. And then we can worry about having, like, gravity weights or the windmills or whatever we want to do there. Because I'm basically not running at all on water power this run. With the Oasis being my only water source kind of in the middle, I just don't have much mechanical power. Like, I could put it over here now, but only during, like, bad water and such. Alright, so I got 2 more days, and then we're in the clear. And I'm tempted to increase our population again. Let's see here. So the Lido, I could make a Lido down in here. Just take this path, cut it across there, and there'd be a room for a Lido there. Don't think we'd worry about that, though. But first I need the centrifuge. Alright. Yeah, because if I make another house, that should... We have 4 injured beavers. How do we get so many injured beavers at the same time? Alright. So that tells me I'm going to need more places for injured beavers. So there's another 2 places for injured beavers to recover, because I already have 2 other ones. Because I want to make sure I have enough of those I can handle whatever injured beavers we get. Probably something like you... Yeah, you have a high chance of injury. So it's probably the ones working in the explosives factory. Between that and the steel is probably where all those injuries are coming from. Because the other ones are all low chance of injury. That's fine. The explosives are happening. We're not letting that happen. Alright, we're back to normal. Okay, this is probably a mistake. I do think I'm going to build another house. Because that'll put us just above where we ran into a die-off event last time. We have since then added a decent amount of potatoes and given ourselves a decent amount of increased water volume on our reservoir, and we are continuing to expand on that. So we are giving ourselves some more benefit opportunity, whatever you want to go with, to handle these things. We gotta wait for them to get that last little bit done. We've already got the TNT made, it just needs to be put in place. Now we can blast that. Because it'll be really nice when we get down here. And that could even be something we prioritize. That once I get this filled in, I could, the moment we get the centrifuge, just keep blasting in these 2 spots the whole way down once that's done. And then we could go then and backfill the rest to expand the capacity. Regardless, it's waiting on the centrifuge, which is waiting on more beavers. I mean, we are researching, but we're not researching fast. Oh, you were never built. Okay, that's a good catch. Because we don't have those built, they don't work right. And those things will just stay off forever. I was just sitting there, I was like, okay, I mean, some of those are pretty high, but 90%? I don't think so. Luckily, we already had enough of backlog, it didn't really matter, and we had already waited, like, I'd waited to really cut those things off until we had already gone past that point. We get the centrifuge next. That goes up here. What all do we need for the centrifuge? The centrifuge should get built relatively quickly. Yeah, because that's we've got all the materials literally just sitting here waiting. So 600, yeah. So 600, we put that there. Use it to like funnel everything through. We set up its automation, yada yada. And we can go down here for when we have that. In the meantime, we can go ahead and make another medium tank down there. And you will be for extract. No real priority on that, just when you have a chance. Centrifuge goes up there. Then they don't have to go back and forth between those two spots, and that'll be pretty good. Let's get that last little bit here, and then we'll go and blast another big chunk out of this reservoir. I'm gonna have to bump you up in priority, or you're just never gonna get done. Because that should only take a minute for them to build. So we can start having the population go up. Alright, there's the next drought. Don't love to see it. I really need them to finish this up before that's done. So you are the top priority. We got 17 dynamite left, so it should be more than enough to get over here. Okay, just need 7 more. And then the next day we can blow those. That'll increase the reservoir volume that much more, which should put us in a reasonably better position for dealing with the drought. It seems to get like there's getting 5 or 6 of those done. That's partly because of how far they have to path to reach that. From this side, they should be able to go down and be a little bit better. Yeah, so you should get those done tomorrow during the day. We blast it. We'll have a full extra day for it to refill the reservoir. Then we can start queuing up the next part. Yeah, and you're all good. You're paused by automation. We have plenty of water, so we're good to see that. Alright, come on. Just one more to go. And then get back to building that house. And just like that, the reservoir is bigger. Okay. And next up is making it deeper. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, it's just one of those things, like, I try and keep up with the ads, but, like, I used to try and time it so I would pause, like, what I was doing every time the ad break came up, because they do try to make it so that, people don't miss out and stuff. And, like, it was one thing when, you know, I was doing, like, Project Zomboid and doing big runs and all that. That was a little bit easier, because, you know, you don't just kind of get in the flow of things, you can kind of just take the pause or whatever. But yeah, no, especially, it's unfortunate. It does suck, the situation with ads on platforms where it could really take away from the content, but it's the nature of the business. If you're not paying for something, you're paying for it in some way, and in this case, it's ads. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I run Twitch Turbo, is just, I don't want to see those ads. I've been using Twitch Turbo for a very long time. Okay, so you're getting that done. We do have the house done, so we should have our increase of, increase that. But yeah, no, I apologize. To be fair, you only missed like a fraction of a second because it didn't bother slowing down the fast forward, so I just went... That is a 26-day drought. Okay. Alright. This volume will certainly help, but stacking an extra 6 days, that's near the max the game can ever give you. The max is, I think, 30 days. Which it does have a thing that it tapers on how long you can go for. So that is going to be a rough ride, to say the least. Oh, you think you got the clip? Oh yeah, no, if you got that, if you can give that to Luxray to post, that way the people who did get caught with ads, they can see the satisfying explosions. But yeah, if you just DM Luxray, then Luxray can post it so everyone can, you know, everyone can like pull up the clip and watch it, that kind of deal. Get that dopamine. You had to wait for me to put all that dynamite out, you might as well get your payout on the other side. Alright, so we got a lot of kids. Now we're gonna get a lot of adults here in a minute. The bunch are gonna age up at the same time. I'm a little concerned that we're going into the longest drought we've had with a 20-something% increase in population going into it. There's nothing they can do about it now. They're there. Oh, you got part of it? I mean, it's also okay, like, if you weren't able to get the clip, I mean, if someone gets the clip, that would be good. It's okay if it doesn't happen, but, like, you know, it's always cool to have good moments and all that. Granted, that was just a normal dynamite, so it wasn't, like, a huge thing. But yeah, so hopefully that clip works for everyone. Oh, right, you're VIP. You don't need to pass it to Luxray. I forgot about that. Yeah, I totally forgot about the fact that, big thing. Did you do it right? That was your first time? We can, slow down time and just take a quick little peek. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to wait till it loads. Then pause it. I'm gonna go ahead and put it up on the screen. It's bad at the pausing. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so this is the explosions that you missed. Oh, okay, so it's... Yeah, no, it's all good. Thank you for trying. Yeah, because you can adjust the length of it and all that. Yeah, no, usually... So the way... Yeah, no, you're all good. So the way you do clips is you go to the end, like right after you've finished whatever's happening on there, and then you hit clip, and then you can like kind of go back and adjust the time, but it has to be after whatever it was you clipped, you want to clip it. That's kind of the way it works. But once it's concluded, you can kind of do that. But yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you for trying to get that to go, and like they still got to see part of it. Yeah. No, but everyone's learning the clip for the first time at some point. I'm gonna bleed off more water into the supply down here. Just try and ride this out as long as possible. I'm not feeling great about this one. I don't think we're gonna die off, but I do think this is gonna be messy where a bunch of food goes to waste and everything. But on the plus side, we are very rapidly getting the TNT down here to continue to expand for the future droughts. So if we just make it through this one, that'll be good. As a lurker who didn't pay attention to what we were even talking about, this was neat. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely the satisfaction when you get like a whole big area of TNT and hit the button, just watch it go. Now, how do you get how do you do the expanding that is already underwater? The beavers can just go underwater. They're beavers. We almost have our 600 for the centrifuge, at which point we're going to break these open. Is the TNT waterproof? It is. The TNT does work underwater. Yeah, the UI clipping is very tricky, even after 20 or so clips with the new UI. It still takes you a few attempts to work out eventually for what you're having. So it's not anything. Yeah, no, it takes you a little bit. Ah, okay, so lights underwater. Yeah, we'll just pretend like it's an electronic fuse or something like that. Even though that makes no sense considering you see the giant wick sticking out of it. But still. Because otherwise, if you had to wait for it to be dry, it'd be so hard to use TNT for so much stuff that they just didn't make that a concern. Oh yeah, so we'll want to go here, here, there. And I'm just making the path so I can reach it all, because if it's too far away, they'll be like, I can't reach it. Which is probably why these other ones didn't get set. But yeah. It's a thermite fuse. I mean, it would work. That's just the person who has thermite's like, no. It doesn't matter what the solution is. We're using thermite. I got you, man. I understand. Sometimes it's not about what is the right solution. It's what's about the most fun. They just electrocute the water. Alright. So far, we haven't brought down a full tile yet, but we're also only about not even a third of the way through this drought. We're working on it. We're almost at the 600 for the centrifuge. The big question is, when are we turning off the pumps? I believe we have more than enough food that if this all dries out, as long as we're down to like 10 days or less, we can just ride out the rest of it, even if the whole thing goes barren. Alright, let's knock it down another tick. That'll get all the water off the top of this. Here, I have a substance that burns through steel and won't be extinguished by water. If you're telling me I can't solve a problem, I'm telling you not using enough of it. As long as your problem involves cutting something or burning something, it can do it. I don't think I can turn off the water pumps yet. I know I'll need to. I don't think I can afford to turn them off yet, though. Because that's a long drought. Alright. Missing materials? No, not really. Well, I mean the dynamite a little bit. Yeah, so it's saying construction lacks materials. It's going to be all the dynamite, and then I've got 2 down below that need extract. But yeah, the dynamite's going to be a big thing of that. That's probably honestly almost all of it. Although a few other things. We're making the dynamite. The extract I'm about to make up here. In just a minute, yeah, the extract, we're about to go up here. I'm going to break these connections here real fast. And just tell them to prioritize building the centrifuge, during which the dynamite and all that will be brought to a pause. That's fine. Let us go work on building other stuff. Okay, so pausing real fast. So I want the centrifuge. So let's unlock you. So it's a 3x3, which is a convenient size. We're going to go right here and say 3x3. You're done. And go to the centrifuge. You're now a max priority site. Is there ever a situation where thermite isn't the solution? Cold fusion. Childbirth. Vaccination. Cooling down ice cream. Coffee shortage. I mean, I do feel like thermite actually could solve coffee shortage by removing demand. For grim outlooks on things. But yeah. And as a reminder, this game has come out in 1.0 today. So fully released now, you can just jump right in. And absolutely fantastic game with its timberpunk aesthetic. One of the things I haven't been doing much of in this playthrough that you can just build on top of your other buildings. You'll have to make paths and all that, which can be a whole thing. But yeah, like there's a lot of verticality in this game. Alright, so we need to bring you down a little bit more. Slowly bleeding that water down there. And they'll get that built, and then we'll get back to making dynamite. And we'll be able to do extract. And once they can do that, then these two become the absolute top priority. So we can blast those. And then the next thing we would want is the fill valve. Because with the fill valve, I should be able to set this to be like, hey, keep this thing at like 0.8 or 0.9 depth. And where I've been kind of like slowly ticking down... slowly ticking this down a little by little each time. I shouldn't have to do that anymore. Oh, we want to make that full speed again. I was like, man, that's going way longer. Right. Very quickly running this thing out. Hey, Soulspire, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Soulspire, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Hope you've been having yourself some good streams and all that good stuff over there. Playing some Pokemon Pokopia. Oh, we had a good time with that. Alright, we just need a couple more planks, and then the centrifuge will be built, which allow us to get our extract, which allow us to tunnel down here. I will also need to go over here. And because they added automation to the game, to turn on and off buildings, so we can go here and say, okay, you will be checking extract, and if the extract is under 90%, extract counter. Then you'll basically have your little light on. We'll give you that priority. You have your little light on, and you will be automated by the extract counter. So basically, anytime I have less than 90% of all the extract I can hold, turn the building on. If I run into a situation where I do hit over 90%, turn the building off. Well, that's annoying. I did do this to myself, but still annoying. The ports for getting power into this building are on the sides there. So I need you to go and build that immediately. And then build this one. And then build that one. Yeah, Vintage Story? Yeah, no, Vintage Story is great. I've played Vintage Story a number of times on that channel. I really like Vintage Story. Other games have conveyor belts. This game has conveyor beavers. I like the fact that like, we have this idea that you can just like take this, long mechanical shaft and just like put all your torque along it or whatever. It's such a silly thing because in real life that wouldn't work. There is, no matter what your material is, there would be a certain amount of flex and deflection and all that. This kind of having like this kind of power over that whole length, that thing is gonna be trying to force its way out. You're just gonna break that thing or its housing. Okay, so we've got all that fixed now. So we should be getting extract and it'll slowly be going into here. But first we're gonna go down here. Oh, they've already... I guess I don't have to actually trigger it to explode, they just did it. We can get rid of those. And so now what happens is once we get to 300, yeah, we can regulate the downstream level. All right. Still 15 days left. I don't think I can turn off the water pumps. I think we're genuinely just going to just drain this in there and ride it out. Just accepting we are losing our whole crop. But I have plenty of food. I have 1.4 thousand food. But I only have 1,000 water. Alright, that's it. Slam it open. When that drains, that's all the water we got. So you're waiting on logs and bad water. Right. And there's no bad water. I mean, realistically, beavers are less sophisticated than this. Not by much. But yeah. Well, these are post-apocalyptic sentient beavers. You can't compare them to your run-of-the-mill, river beaver. These beavers have hundreds to thousands of years of evolution on their side. Alright. So you're taking the last little bit of scrap up. Oh, no problem. Always like to support other fantastic content creators. Alright. So the good news is these are turning on and off from keeping the water kind of at their capacity. After hundreds of thousands of years, the planet will have completely healed itself? Not necessarily, depending on what we've done. Like, with this, we basically have polluted the world to death. There's a lot of pollution that just doesn't get processed. Radioactive materials. Yeah, you'd have radioactive decay, but some of those radioactive decays take incredibly long times. you can hose things up for a lot longer. I mean, you look at some of the stuff we have, like plastics out there that, people are talking like, okay, several thousand years go by, people find the ruins of humanity or whatever. Like, would our structures still be standing? It's like, not most of them. Most of them would have collapsed or not been recognizable. It'd be like finding ancient Roman ruins. But we would leave a layer of plastic. That we would have a distinct earth layer of plastic because plastic takes so long to break down, even with the bacteria that can eat and all that, that the volume of plastic we would have had would literally leave like a layer that you could detect later on. Look at the Chernobyl wildlife and botanical quicker than expected. Yeah. The point is, it's also a video game. Like, it's a video game. If you apply a real life logic to it, there's just no point. It's one of those realities that, like almost any video game or movie, the moment you start looking at realism and those considerations, you just go and ruin the experience for yourself. Especially like if you get into sci-fi or sci-fantasy. Where there isn't a single sci-fi you can look at and be like, it's realistic. It's like, nah, man. It's really not. I don't think I could turn these off. Like, I'm expecting the crops to die. That's fine. I mean, realistically, beavers are less sophisticated than this. Yeah, I mean, if I said realistically first, whatever. But, it's one of those things you just end up not overthinking things too much. Well, I don't think we're going to die off here. I do think this is going to suck. Because I think I've got enough food to ride out the rest of the drought. The water, I think I do, but I'm not confident about. We do have 1,000 water, but it's also 12 days left. And we ain't getting any more water out of here. Even if I go and I carve that path, this is like a little spit of water. So we either got enough or we don't. You were commenting down the pipe, something you didn't catch that? It wasn't realistic. It didn't push itself out. That's what I was bouncing off of realistic beavers. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Yeah, not so things like. But yeah, no, I was making the comment. I'm glad it works like this for just like the fun of it, because like this wouldn't be practical. But it is kind of funny that you're like, I'm making all this horsepower over here, and I'm just shipping it, a mile away by just turning some gears and putting it on a shaft and being like. I'm glad they didn't go for realism, because realism-wise, you could maybe get like 2 or 3 of these before you'd start getting super dodgy. And it would be one of those things that you'd start at like 100 horsepower here, and you get to the other side, and you'd be like, well, it's like 80-ish horsepower now. Well, that's it. Water's gone. We got 10 days. And I'm not feeling good about it. Can I get down there in a way that's practical? Probably not. Alright. So the curiosity I'm having is, if I could move one of these down here, I could get a little bit more water out of here. I don't think it would be that meaningful. Oh, we are going through that water way too fast. We are going through that water way, way too fast. Now, I can stop them from having more baby beavers by stopping the building, which basically makes them homeless. But on the other hand, they won't have more babies. So any that die from old age, they'll be out of the population and they won't be replaced right away. I probably should have done that the moment the drought looked dodgy. But, I was kind of hoping I could just kind of wean that off until we get there. But that literally, that drought we're enduring right now is almost the maximum it can go. 30 days is the maximum. We were at like 26, 27. So it's probably not going to make a big difference, but we might shave off 2 or 3 beavers from old age to at least reduce our water consumption a little bit. Yeah, because we consumed a little bit over 120 water in the last day, it looks like. Now, it does take a couple of days to die of dehydration in the game, so we might ride through that whole situation where the water runs out, but then, you know, I got just a little while left to get that going. How much is it for, like, the really big water containers? 600? I think that's our next move, is we just get the really massive water containers. Alright. I could really use some more beavers, just, you know, let's have ourselves like a City Skylines death wave where like everyone ages out at the same time and suddenly the population drops by like 40, 30-40% because they all happen to be elderly at the exact same time. We might be okay. We're hitting the end of each day and it's taking just a little over 100, and I have about 800 in about 8 days. So it's gonna be a little rough, because when those pumps come back online, hey, look, we just had one die from old age. We just reduced our overall necessity of water by a little over 2%. Almost 3%. If we can just keep doing that, we can reduce our overall water need. Now the downside is, as long as that's going, all these berries are dead. All of that's dead. That'll be annoying to deal with, but it is what it is. I guess another question, can you even fill the reservoir in the wet season? Probably. The wet season does last a couple of days. And even though, I mean, we'll eventually get to the point where I won't be able to fill it all in that time frame. But by the time we get to that, we should be able to manage this. And then there is other places over here where I can unlock to add more aquifers. When we hit that point where I can't keep those things going up, we'll get more sources of water to split the load. We'll want to do that, certainly, but right now, it doesn't matter getting more water out if I can't retain enough to matter. Do you have enough food and storage to survive long enough to get your crops harvested? Yeah, we haven't seen this go down yet. It's been almost 3 days, and we're still sitting at 1.3k because of the food still in the buildings. So food, we're gold. We are in great shape food-wise. Water, we are riding that fence in a dangerous way. We're definitely taking that, like, right up to the edge. I guess there's no reason to... Well, I mean, we'll wait till that's filled in. It's way more satisfying if we fill up that whole area. Okay, we got a couple... We just had 3 more die of old age. All of that is helping. We've almost reduced our overall consumption of water by over 10%. By just, people aging out and not replacing them. Which is certainly one way to make the water last longer. It's certainly a way to make the water last longer to be like, what if, just everyone started dying of old age? Yeah, you die in 3 days, there's nothing I can do about that on a meaningful level. Because I'd love to be able to, like, have the drop off and drop some water in here, but the problem is I'm going to run out of water to drink. And unfortunately, because I've run out of bad water, we're no longer making dynamite to progress this stuff. Okay, we got a bunch more that died of old age. We're almost at the point I would be able to shut down another building to keep that all going. Yeah, so we're officially in the clear, I think, on the water side of it. We've reached that point where because we were using about 120 water per day, but because of as much people dying of old age as we've had, that we're now pulling less than 100 water per day, and we have under 5 days and over 500 water, so we should be in the clear there. And then food, we've only gone down about 100 food out of our 1,300 food. Okay. So we have had all of our beavers that were children have grown up. And to be clear, this is about the worst we can possibly have these be for this run. So if we can endure this, then we are able to endure just what the game can throw at us. Now, granted, to say we're enduring this, we're tenuous. But if I make this one tile deeper, that means I could probably drag this out for another 2, maybe 3 days before it runs out of water. And that would be more than enough to be able to ride that whole thing out without things in there. But yeah, so all of our main production is kind of gridlocked at this stage. Okay, I'm going to unpause that building and let it fill back in. They'll start having baby beavers. At this stage, you've got over 100 surplus water from the amount that I'd expect. And that could just be when this goes back up. All the beavers will get back to work on those water pumps to start refilling the reservoir. That's a little bit of more where I'm kind of concerned right now. It's not this refilling. It's a matter of getting all of these containers filled back up. And how are you doing towards getting your thing? So there's the fill valves. Hey, Popator, how's it going? Target height would be 8. Cool. And you can make those a priority. But how was your stream and all good stuff? Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had yourself a good time over there. Guessing RimWorld? Yeah, playing some RimWorld. I hope you had a good time with RimWorld, and welcome in, Raiders. If you're looking for RimWorld, you can find it over there with Popator and all that good stuff. But today we're doing the 1.0 release of Timberborn, which just dropped today and all that good stuff. We are having a little bit of a sweaty, dodgy drought here. It was a 27-day drought, which is rough. As you can see, the water, it's all gone. We got a little bit in storage so we don't die, but all our crops did. And our berries did. That is what it is. But we are going to get through with a couple hundred units of water. And it does mean I'm going to have no berries for a while, which is certainly a problem. I actually don't need the berries that much in this run. They don't give... You know, honestly... They don't really give me a bonus. That could be land I repurpose for a different crop that makes more sense, but we'll worry about that later. Because this stuff should really be up on the ledge and leaving the fertile ground for food, but we started down in here, so we just had to deal. Alright, we're down to our last day, and like I said, we were consuming, when we had our max population, about 120 water per day, give or take. And we still have about 280, and the moment the water comes up, it'll instantly fill this, and we'll be back in business, and that's just a matter of pumping everything to get our reservoir stuff. And a call that Randy had mercy on you? Nice. Yeah, no, Timberborn is excellent. It's just, like, the whole, like, mechanics behind it, so far as, like, actual, like, torque mechanics, And then the water management is like really what makes it, because it's sure it's a survival city builder and all that, but instead of being, you know, the spring, summer, fall, you gather all your resources to weather the winter. In this one, it's kind of the weathering of you have like good weather, drought, and bad water, and they just mechanically require you a little bit different to deal with each one. None of them are particularly ridiculous or anything, but it does make you put a little bit more thought in. The water system is so unique. It's one of the best city builders, in your opinion. Oh, I agree 100%. It just does something to really differentiate itself. Right. So we can lock you back up to position. Because now this will all start going, so all the farmers can start running around very quickly and trying to catch up all the food. Because we hit our reservoir, or our reserves pretty hard, which is one problem. We've got this all going. You've got your metal going. Have you depleted that yet? No. You've only got 3 left. We're going to go ahead and turn off the automation here. Let you grab that last 3, and then we're going to destroy that. Then we can get rid of that because it's not needed anymore. Alright. So we're working on digging our reservoir out where we've got TNT here. We're going to fill this in, blast all this down to make it deeper and deeper. On the other hand, we've got our fill valves here that should keep it going. And now I think about it, new plan, new adjustment. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is, let's see. So those are the 2 tiles it needs. Oh, I didn't realize it's fine. It's fine. What we're going to start doing here is I'm just going to tell them to keep blasting this area the whole way down. Oh, that is all up in that way, isn't it? Boo. Yeah, so these mechanics have to move someplace else. Because I've got to blast down here. You know what? That might not actually be true. Well, it is true, because I'm going to have to... It's fine. So, I need to move the mechanical power elsewhere. Because I need to go and take TNT along these 2 tiles and go straight down and just keep on blasting. Now I could bring this over here and around. That would certainly not be an easy thing to do. Okay, so you're done there. That's why we took that off the automation. Alright, so for the moment, to get this sorted, bring you over here. Actually, don't do this that way. Okay, so I'm going to need you to yoink these 2 trees out. They gotta go. This is not at all an elegant way to deal with this. You're too far from the district to do that. That is fair. I also don't like it. So you're gonna have to yoink the trees the whole way along there. So I can get a road out there far enough. But yeah, so what I'm gonna be doing is we're gonna be making a platform to go across here to the wire that up there. So you're basically full. Get rid of that gearbox. You need to be this one, which can go vertical. You're now max priority to keep that water pump going. And they'll bring you over. And another vertical one to come back down. Straight power across. And then the plan is to bring that the whole way around. Just do one of these things. But I gotta get these trees out of the way. Let's look at this game. It's piqued your interest. For now, gotta head to bed. No problem. You get your sleep and all good stuff. Alright, Bad Tide is on the way. Hopefully it is not a long one. Because we're getting to that home stretch where I'm going to be able to finally open this thing up. Alright, so now we grab you. It'll probably have problems reaching some of that, but that's okay. Because once that goes around, I could rip this up, like all this gearing over here, and we could start just dynamiting straight down as fast as possible, and that would let me automate this whole process. But all that's, again, still depending on dynamite, still depending on a lot of the stuff. We are just using all the extract as fast as we can and all that. And you still only got that corner done because of how long we did without the Bad Tide. Yeah, so they're building as fast as they can, which is good news. Now, when this runs dry, I want to get rid of the floodgate and replace it with levees. But only after we got that down there. And the good news is that's basically full. It's not quite over. Oh yeah, no, it's full because it's going over. We've got a dam over in that corner that doesn't overflow. We've got most of our water capped off. We still got 200 more before it's properly capped off. And these are working on getting caught up as well. The big loss is these berries over here. That's the rough one. 'Cause they all died. And they won't get replanted because you're not in range to do it. Yeah, so they're building up as fast as they can. We have a pretty good number of planks. They should be able to get that done. We've already blasted the under area. Okay. And then once you hit 0, we slam this up to contain the bad water. Okay, got it contained, so the bad water will stay in there. 13 days, we can do that. That's fine. 13 days is no biggie. We just went through like 27. 13 days is nothing. I don't even have to do much tweaking of the gate there. It'll be able to grow stuff through the entire time. I honestly might even be able to put more water down in here, so when we open that out to let out the bad tide, it just keeps going. Okay, you've almost reached the point of getting the mechanics on top here. 13 days of poop water? Pretty much. They actually imply it's radioactive. But, you know. Whatever it is, it's a bad time. Radioactive poop water? That's fair. Yep, so this is coming along pretty well. Notice you're called poop water, you cannot unthink it. To be fair, it is some pretty rank looking water. It's very rust red. Which I may not know the best and like what, you know, the healthiest and least healthy water looks like. But rust red definitely does not seem like the kind of water I want to be drinking. Yeah, so I got one there, these 2 tiles, and a little corner there to finish up. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. So they can't quite reach that. So let's go ahead and we can go... like that. And then they should be able to reach these ones. That's all piped over there. So yeah, so this will all be settled long before... Alright. That'll be settled long before this is all done. Okay, so that all goes away. That platform can go away. These 2 platforms go away. Okay, so now we have a slight change in our plans here. Those are relatively high priority. Let a little bit of water out. There we go. Now we're actually letting water out. Okay, so what we're doing is we're slowly bombing this the whole way down. Because we blast this the whole way down, I've already got way down here on the bottom. I've got some fill valves designed to try and keep it at 0.8 meters deep. So what should happen is once I build that, I won't need to manage this gate anymore, we can just get rid of it. It can just become 2 levees, and that's fine. I'm gonna let this one get blasted. Okay, detonate you. Detonate you. And then we'll start blasting that back and forth the whole way down. Because then we're done with the floodgate at that point. Okay, and you're just continuing to get your extract and all that. Yeah, so that extract's going to fill up, and then this will shut off, and then we'll have less of a draw on the bad water. Would be good news. Alright. There we go again. Queue those up as the high priority. There's a very good chance this is the last time I need to, I say there's very good chances the last time I need to use the gate. is this particular bad water. It'll have that cleared up, and then we just keep clearing this out more and more. It'll increase the volume. And then all that's automated. And as we increase the volume here, we should be able to endure, like, the maximum a drought can be. And there'll be just a matter of being careful to not overdo the population. And there should only be 1 or 2 more blocks down here before we have reached the maximum depth, and everything's just ready. I want that to definitely be done before this is over. Okay, it's probably it. Then I just got that little spot there to patch up. To bring the pump back online. Okay, a little bit more water through there. And you're still doing your thing. Okay. And it is done. So I can go ahead and get rid of you. Get a pair of levees in there. Yeah, so now what should happen is it should just bleed in a little bit more water to keep it at 0.8 depth. So it'll slowly drain this off. I mean, granted, there's nothing left to drain off because it did just run out of water, but that's okay. The point is, it is configured to now automatically handle where it just slowly bleeds more and more water in here. Genuinely, with this kind of thing, I could, in theory, tell it to stay at 0.9, and it would never let the seep do anything, which is probably a reasonable thing to do. Yeah, so now it's honestly just them putting the TNT to do that. And we got the mechanical power going the whole way around now, so that's good news. And meanwhile, I don't need you anymore. Let's go ahead and tell them to clean that mess that's up. Alright. And I got a bunch of science. Right, we're going to be using that for the larger water tanks. So we can start consolidating all these random dispersed water tanks into really big water tanks. And then it might even be in my best interest to like slap one of those really big water tanks. You know, just so, well, I mean, probably just put it out of the way. Because I want to put it near pathing, so maybe up here somewhere. Because I have this torque the whole way around, I don't have to worry about it too bad. With all the water pumps, you'd want it to be more convenient, though. I mean, I could put it down here on a platform, because then we could probably get the spatics down here. And then get ourselves in our place to cook spatic up here, and get ourselves in our food group, help out with the food. Yeah, so the whole time while this has been going on, our food's actually been going up, and our water has been going up. We might run this dry right towards the end, but that's fine. And the temptation was to start having them place bombs around the edge to expand this flat area on the bottom. Which is a temptation. Just give ourselves more usable space. Because all this is not particularly helpful. All these different ledges and platforms and whatnot. But for right now, I think the correct decision is to instead just let the dynamite focus on expanding that. I'm trying to remember, so with the, right, so if we go with a triple dynamite, it's 1.2k, but it's only one dynamite and extra extract to blast that down. We'll definitely want to unlock those. I think we prioritize the large water tank more. Because it's, 4 times as good as these ones. So it's just way bigger. We're going to have much more of a water buffer when it's full. It'll take a while to get there. But that'll be necessity for other stuff. We already got our housing maxed. So bad water rigs seals a bad water source. Employed workers can extract bad water directly from the source. And I can just close it entirely. Yeah, so those will definitely be some late game things. We would need to get the fancy wood going on. Another thing we'd also do that I've been putting off that I forgot about was the beehives. Where if we use a beehive, it'll boost the production of the crops there. That wouldn't be a bad move either. Just kind of put it some like here or here so it's nice and centralized in this area, and then go down here and put down the spatic. Yeah, so we might just be riding out, what was it, like 12, 16 days or whatever, bad water, and not even have things go dry. Not even have this kind of go dry or whatever. Okay. And the moment the bad water ends, we just open this up. And just like this, we have plenty of the water just going in here, instantly topping this thing off before this starts filling itself back in properly. And then once it gets to a depth of 0.8, the valves down here close. And then this will start properly filling in. All right. I can definitely automate that to be less of a pain too. Okay, so our water's basically topped off with all that. We're about to get where we can get our large water container, which is a good thing. Reservoir is continuing to fill. You're continuing to get us the bad water. Now, we can eventually close off the bad water sources. Like there's one up here. And if we go in here, I can actually get these things. We get the bad water rig where you can go and have people to extract bad water out of there versus needing to use the pumps and all that. Which is what you usually do in the long run in a lot of cases. We can also go for the observatory kind of stuff as well. We're doing okay on mechanical power. Yeah, eventually we'll want the mines. We'll also want the tapper and the wood workshop. Those I think are a later thing. So yeah, I think we get the large water tank. And then after that, I'm almost leading towards getting the really deep going dynamite. So that maybe by the time we get to the next layer after this one, that we can potentially blast 3 tiles deep on the whole thing, because I'll have the extract to spare to speed this process up. As far as the big water tank, I'm still deciding where I want to put it. Because this area will be where the spatic goes. So I could put it over here, and it'd be convenient for those 2 pumps, okay for those 2 pumps, and terrible for that pump. I think I'm going to do that. I think that's where it's going to go. So we'll go here. It's 3 by 3. And then on top of that, I also think we're going to go right over here. I'm going to go and pull up these trees. He's going to make room for a Lido over here. And then I can put a Lido there. And boost people's moods and all that. Now, once I get this big one, we'll probably take all these little ones and just shut them down. They won't even be remotely relevant anymore. Yep, and you basically fully refilled already. You're dumping all the stuff out the side. But yeah, we'll set all the tiny ones to empty and just have the one giant one here. Okay, like I said, next I'm debating going for the 1.2 thousand for the triple dynamite, because it only takes 1 dynamite and then 2 extract. And I'll honestly be able to do like entire giant areas of this reservoir much faster. We'll stick to the 1 dynamite till it's done, though. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, because it's going to take us a while to get that. We do have our population at the 39. Oh, we're up to 6 injuries simultaneously, so we need more medical. Because it's got medical for 4. There's another bad tide coming in. That's fine. So let's go ahead and we can put another medical bed here and here. Make sure we keep up with injuries. Honestly, in this case, I could just leave you closed already. Because this is already spilling out all the water I need into there. I just don't have to worry about it. That's all good. You're continuing to pause and unpause your stuff as needed. What would it cost me for going for the aquatic one? 150 is pretty cheap. I just need to locate a pair of warehouses somewhere, and then we can put the place right there. Yeah, I can put a pair of warehouses here. Because then you can be spatic, and cooked spatic. And at 150, I can put the aquatic farm right there. And then we just put spatic for anything we can cover down there. Now, the one downside is while we have fully recovered the water for our current storage, once I get this thing built because of how much it is, I'll have to be careful because we could potentially just pump all the water into that, creating a new problem. But that'll be something we can address as we get there. Well, I also guess my plan was also to expand it this way. I can go ahead and add for you to get blasted down a couple of tiles. To get you lined up with the rest of it. Yeah, and you're getting that done, which is fine. Because ultimately I'm going to square this off, is the plan. But that's fine for now. I guess this tile should also go over here. Can I reroute the path right here? Remove the one little tree there. And then again, we'll add a couple more, and we'll just kind of knock that down. I should be double checking. None of you are a ledge, right? No, that's the wall there. There is a ledge there, but that's fine. That's already in excess of where I want to clear anyways. Because we'll knock this tree down, move that path over. Right. Okay, so I've already closed it. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we can go over here and move your path over there. And delete that segment of path. We're just going to lower it down to the same height as the stuff below it. Okay, no overhanging ledges or anything I gotta worry about accidentally dumping my reservoir on my head. Okay, and you're getting the last of your planks in there. And they'll get the giant container of water here. That is a 24-day bad water. Do not assign that to be holding anything. Dear goodness. Alright, so that is a really, really long bad water. So now we get to see how this whole setup works because it's not been tested. This is the test. But like I said, it should slowly bleed the water from up here down into this area where it'll be consumed. But yeah, so I paused filling this thing up because if we fill this thing up during this whole time, I'm going to empty a ridiculous amount of water in there and kill all my crops. Which we could probably endure, but is definitely not the play right now. All right. So with that said, while that runs for a minute, I'm going to quickly pop into the bathroom and all that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right. Yep, so I got 22 days. This is already down about 3/4 of a tile. That's a bit faster down than I want it, but at the same time, not unacceptably down. And they're continuing to deal with all that. Yeah, this will start to really take off once we start getting this to be like 3 tiles deep or so, that this thing is going to have a really large volume. And we're basically looking at about as long as the bad waters and the And the droughts can get it. It's about 30 days is the absolute max. Oh, I also just realized you're done, so... Oh. Alright. So you got all that going on. I've got no projects being built over here right now. So the next thing, like I said, is we'd probably go over here and set up an aquatic farm. So we go here, grab the grill, turn you this way. You will be set to be spatic. And then we can go over here, yoink up those plants. And then we can get the aquatic farmhouse. Or spatter dock. So get the spatter dock. Alright, so when they go to build that, there's the spatter dock. No, that's good. And you'll be able to go basically to there. So there'll be plenty of that. And that does mean I will need 2 more of the automation things. So you are going to be for the spatter dock. A little grilled. And spatter dock. And what we'll do is the same thing we've been doing for all of them. If you get to 90% or less, then it passes to tell it to turn it on. And then same exact idea here. I really like this automation. It's fine, I can't type the whole thing in there. Alright, so with that, we can go to you and tell it, hey, automate grilled spatter dock. You should not be paused by automate. Oh, you're paused by automation because it's not built yet. That's fair enough, I guess. And then you will be done with that. Yeah, no, get that built. And that'll be fine. Alright, so water is continuing to go down faster than I'd like it. That is basically the rate we want that to go in. Is if this is at less than 0.8, just keep feeding the water in. There's no point in keeping up here. It's not doing anything up here. But yeah, that's going to be another really rough one, I believe. So if we learned anything from the last time, it's we burn about 120 water per day. So with this, we don't turn this off. Like, we don't turn off our water production until such point as the number of days is, you know, this divided by 10, or divided by 100. So this is good for about 10 days worth of water, give or take. And I need about 18 days worth of water. So we're going to keep pumping it, and we just hope that this holds up. And if not, then it's a catastrophe and all that. And I'm going to go ahead and just as a precaution here, try and pause that building. So if we have anyone dies of old age during this time, we just reduce the population. Yep. Hey, Drongo. Can we get a shout out for Bloody Drongo as well? How's the dam? It's doing damn good. Doing damn excellent. It's right. It's right there. It's right there. Damn. For those who don't know, Bloody Drongo, absolutely fantastic content creator. I've been playing a lot of Slay the Spire 2 recently. Plays a lot of similar games to what we played on the channel, you know, RimWorld and a whole bunch of the R1s. Definitely good times over there. But yeah, so definitely someone to check out. Are you going to be checking out Timberborn or not really? It's totally fine either way. I'm just kind of curious. You know what? Hey, Ultra, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? Yes, sir. Response tonight. Nice. That is more than likely where we'll be going when we're done here then. But yeah, for those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Absolutely someone worth checking out. Does like a lot of simulation, Simulation, I'm going into my own spiel. Simulation games and similar, but has done like RimWorld, Project Zomboid, Farming
Thank you,
Simulator,
Penny
and all that
Meowie,
stuff.
for subscribing for 12 months. Ultra
Um,
Soar Love Ultra Raid.
And thank you, Penny Meowie, for the tier 1 sub. That's 1 year you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that as well. I'm assuming you're doing Timberborn as well? Nice. How many beavers died? But now how did your stream go and all that stuff? And also, if you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you and all that good stuff. But yeah, we got everyone popping in here. But yeah, so we've been doing a pretty sweaty lots died. Yes is the answer. I see. We're maybe doing the same here. We are on hard difficulty doing the Oasis map, and thank you for all those follows and all that. We just got hit with a 26-day-long bad water, so we get to see if my setup holds up. So far, it's going okay. You did see Ultra feeding a lot of poop water to the beavers. Yeah, it happens. We got down to 2 beavers at one point. I got hit with like a 16-day bad water or whatever, immediately followed by, I can't remember how long, it was like 18, 20-day drought, and just really struggled. You hate the weather doesn't have a taste, so maybe you'll thrive in Ultra's beaver community. That's certainly a thing. Twitch killed. Oh, like the stream went down? That's no fun. That's no fun at all. Or do you mean Twitch as in chat? I'm assuming you mean Twitch as in like an ingest server imploded. Alright, well that's all the water we're getting through our system here, unfortunately. Stream went down like multiple times. Happy you were playing Timberborn so you could send your people there? Gotcha. Well, I'm sorry that all got messed up. Okay, so we've exhausted our back supply of water because our reservoir is still being built, and I still have 15 days of bad water left, so that's spicy is what that is. All that spatterdock we planted, dead. You died due to contamination? Oh, you died due to contamination because of that in there. I was about to be like, what? You should die of contamination. That's all in there. That's fair. Alright, so we are deliberately letting our beavers that are old reduce the population willingly as they die of old age to try and give ourselves as much of a chance of riding this thing out. Because, you know, if one of those houses goes completely empty due to everyone dying of old age, that reduces our total consumption of water by 25%. So we're looking really good on the food. The food, we are solid. The water, I think we're okay. We're definitely on that fence. We're drinking about 120 water per day, and I've got about 10 days worth of water in storage. We got about 14 days left of the bad water, but we do have water still here. I do believe that is going to go dry long before this is over. But I feel like we're going to be able to put enough water away before that happens that we'll be able to ride out the rest of it. Once we hit like below 10 days there, I'm going to feel perfectly golden. In the meanwhile, we're just going to keep putting down lots and lots of dynamite to continue to make this deeper. Because that's all I need to do right now, is make my reservoir as deep as I can to give myself as much volume as I can. And for those who don't know, this is the Oasis map that we're playing on. It's been a surprisingly challenging map, because everything is around this one water seep in the middle, and it's a pretty rough map. I still think the map that caught me by surprise for being hardest the most is there is the, 1,000 Islands or whatever it is. That map it's doable once you kind of get your mind wrapped around it. But it's definitely one of those maps that surprises you in its difficulty, because you're just like, there's just water everywhere. This is great. And then you realize it's actually pretty hard to work around. Once you get stable on any of the maps, you're good. Oh, good. A lot more beavers just died of old age. That's what I need. Keep reducing that water consumption rate. You're on Oasis too? Yeah, no, I think of the newer maps, Oasis is one of the more interesting ones. I did Spillage for my last one, which is an Iron Teeth playthrough that we did. We did everything. We unlocked all the achievements that Iron Teeth could do, on that one, with the exception of the 15 cycle one. I didn't do that one, but I did that on Spillage, and that was an interesting map because it trolls you. That is a very trolly map. Nothing dark about cheering on the death of the elderly. That's actually why we're doing the Folktale instead of Iron Teeth. Is my last 3 or 4 playthroughs have been Iron Teeth, and I've got all the achievements for Iron Teeth. So I'm missing achievements for the Folktale. So when I get all those done, that's kind of my goal for the run, is to knock out all of those. And then on my own time off stream, I'll just do the one for like speedrunning the 15 cycles. There is a trick to making large water tanks, if you're not aware of it. There is a trick to making large water tanks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sure, like I played the game enough that, like I said, I've been able to do just fine in hard mode. But I'm curious at that. I'm curious it'll be like the oxygen not included, like infinite storage tiles and, you know, shenanigans, where you deal with computation issues to make stuff be able to store limitless amounts of resources. Because Timberborn can be a hard game, like a genuinely hard game, but at the same time, once you kind of figure things out, it can also be a game that is very manageable. But there's definitely that, like, it's real easy to throw your stuff out of whack without realizing it, which is what we did, where we, like, again, in this run, we died down to two beavers, and just barely managed to have 2 kids before the 2 beavers died of old age. So literally everyone in this entire place is, you know, direct descendants of 2 beavers. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. What could possibly go wrong? If you put tunnels at the bottom level, dynamites to the side, and then delete the tunnel frames, it clears all the terrain tiles. Who needs genetic diversity? Yeah, so I actually went down here, and I went ahead and blasted through the bottom. This is actually how we're filling this in. Is I've got the new fill valves, and I've got them maintaining this at like a decent thing. So that way I don't have to like slam up and down gates and all that. Because for those who didn't see, they got rid of sluices. Sluices are gone. So that thing that we waited forever and everyone, oh my god, they gave us sluices. This is amazing. Those are gone now. Instead, we have the fill valve and the throttling valve. So this one is how high it should be after it comes out the other side, and this is at what speed it should be on the other side. And so those kind of replace it directly, but all the other functionality, we now have automation, and the automation is amazing. But you get the automation kind of made the sluices an unnecessary thing. So they kind of like ripped the sluices into like 4 different pieces and put it in a bunch of different things. Which is fine, because really with the sluices, you kind of use them in one of 2 ways. One to control depth, and the other to control bad water versus good water. And that's kind of what everyone used them for. So now I can do that between the stuff here. You wonder if they'll add beaver genetics like Dwarf Fortress? Would be cool to see the effects of Bottleneck. I doubt it. With the style of game this is, it's definitely not leaning to try and be like Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld or anything like that. Considering like how little like so much about the beavers really matters individually. Like there's no traits, there's no family tree. I don't think adding all that would, you know, serve the game in a big way. I think that's wonderful functionality for Dwarf Fortress and stuff like RimWorld. I think that's great because those are a storytelling game at its core. Where this is definitely like just, you know, survival builder heavily based around water. If they were to allocate a bunch of time and resources, I think the big thing would be around having more like fluid dynamic stuff to deal with and all that kind of stuff. If you like don't remember a single thing about how to play the game without dying, well, that's fair. Like if you're only playing like once in a while, it could be a whole thing. Yeah, and you saw Francis John doing an Oni creative use of mechanics playthrough with multi-level tree farms. Oh yeah, no, that's Oni for as much as amazing stuff as it goes, there is some shenanigans you can pull off in Oni. Yeah, so pretty much what we're waiting on now is to get all this dynamite laid. Okay. Do I turn off my pumps or do I just leave them to go dry? Let's pause these pumps. Because I officially have more than enough water to last the entire rest of the bad water. So I kind of want to try and keep that with water there for as long as possible. I do think it's going to run dry and a lot of our crops are just going to die anyways. It is what it is. But if I can keep that damp, the longer we go, the more that this all builds out. Yeah, no, this is definitely one of those games you take a break from it and you're like, okay, I get everything set up, and then you'll get a little ways in and go, I forgot to build the forestry. And then by then you're already in a bad way. I don't want to just blow up this ledge to expand it that way, and I probably will, but I keep being tempted to start other projects that would not be this, and we're riding that fence on what I can handle with the water, so I need to be focused on the water, which is what we're doing right now as we're getting that sorted. How are we doing on our science? Because the next thing on the science I want to do is really big, deep bombs. Going down to where I can blast 3 tiles deep at a time, so I can just plow this thing to the bottom as fast as possible. You only played it once, and it honestly went very well. Only old age deaths, but it was a long time ago. And now you wouldn't even know where to start. Yeah. Well, to be fair, almost all the new stuff they added, you can get at it pretty early, but it wouldn't be the very beginning. Okay, so we just officially ran out of water. I figured that was coming. That was a little bit earlier than I expected it. But consuming about 120 water a day-ish, and I've got just under 7 days, and just over, like, 8-9 days-ish. A little over 8 days worth of water. And you can last something like 3 days before dehydration gets you. And then on top of that, the population is continuing to decrease because they keep turning these buildings off as, you know, enough beavers die of old age that they're not needed. And when we get down to, like, the last day or two, then I'll go ahead and turn those buildings back on. And we'll let them start repopulating. One of my favorite achievements they added is for the Iron Teeth. There's a really fun achievement called Surplus to Requirement. Because the Iron Teeth don't technically need houses to live. They're not happy about it, but they don't technically need them. And so it's an achievement of, was it getting 200 beavers without having any houses? It was a thing hitting a certain population without having any houses at any point. Yeah, no, we're fine, Ultra. I got about 6 days left, about 9 days worth of water, and I've got, literally, my food is almost maxed out. I would rather there still be water down here, certainly. But they're fine. In the meantime, while we're waiting, I just realized we're ready to make room for the Lido. So I can go and shift that path over. Ooh, I haven't actually unlocked the Lido. Ooh, so we're gonna wait to actually get the Lido. Hey, our wellness has gone up one. See? Things aren't good. Our beavers have never been this healthy. Despite the immediate appearance of the situation, and the fact that there's mass die-offs from old age, our beavers have never been as healthy as they are right now. The beavers yearn for the camping life? Yup. Oh yeah, no, it's so ultimately what it amounts to when you do that challenge is you're taking a permanent -3 wellness penalty, which early game does suck a lot. Because wellness, for those who don't know why you care about wellness, if you look over here, this beaver is working 20% faster because they have a wellness of over 5. And they're running 5% faster because they're a wellness over 2, and they live 20% longer because they're wellness over 7. And you can see, and it goes up. And it gets really, really high. Can you stop the contamination by double walling or something like that? Yeah, so what you have here is the contamination barrier that will prevent contamination from going through walls and all that. Okay. I don't think we turn off another building. I think right now we've got the 2 houses there and the tiny one down here. We keep it where it's at. When we get down to 2 days, I'm going to turn all... You know what? Actually, I don't even need... Wait. Just turn these all back on. Go forth, beavers, and propagate. I will also request that you do so very quickly. Because while we did allow a controlled depopulation through old age, I must have you go ahead and repopulate now. Because they have plenty of time. That's going to take them a little while to have the babies. We have enough water for about 8 days. We have enough food for probably 14, 15 days. And that's when we're at full population. So I could have turned that back on earlier, but it doesn't really matter. Government mandated sex. Yes. I mean, that was when we got down to 2 people. I'm like, I need you to have baby beavers right now. It's like, you're both 50 years old and you're beavers. This is not boding well. And luckily they did have 2 kids. But, it was definitely one of those like, don't do this to me. We survived technically. I just need you to have enough kids to sustain the species. Which, again, thankfully it wasn't 2 males. Oh no, they're like, what is it, what's it? Is it flounder? Are flounder the ones that can change, like, just gender as needed? Or sex as needed? Not gender, I guess. Sex as needed? There's a number of animals that do that. I think clownfish do that as well. If they're the same sex, one will just flip to be the other sex to keep propagating the species. Hey, look, and we're doing even better now. The frog thieves in Jurassic Park did that? Yeah. Was supposed to be Finding Nemo's plot. A very different version of Finding Nemo. You think their sharks are, sharks the ones that just become asexual? Oh, like if they don't need to have more, that they just stop producing entirely? Clownfish have one dominant female. If she dies, like in Finding Nemo, the next biggest one goes female. Yep, gotcha. So Nemo's dad should have become his new wife. It's just, hey, it's that or they die out because there's not anyone's to handle it. Think of the follow. Welcome to the species. So like either species, welcome to the stream. So it's one of those things that like, in that scenario, if like Nemo and Marlin, if Nemo and Marlin were the last one, that would be the end of their species family line, because they're not the only clownfish in the sea. But in the other, like they flip, technically they can go on. It'd be real bad, but you know, thing. Of course, love the Halcyon Frequency Fellowship. Yeah, no, that's so like genuinely has been like, this has been the Halcyon Frequency in this chat kind of situation. There's only 3 people in the entire team I haven't seen on yet, and that's because haven't seen here yet, and that's because all of them will be waking up later. Called Parthenogenesis. Genesis. Interesting. It's been just a wild like collective gathering of everyone. Halcyon Frequency cuties are cute. Fact. Best stream team on Twitch. Might be biased. Probably biased. Certainly biased. But still, I'm very happy to be part of the team. Alright, so baby beavers are happening. Not as fast as I'd like. We are still having many beavers die of old age. But I think we are starting to flip that over the other way. And with that, the end of the, 26-day bad tide? And so we're going to wait till that water gets in here just enough to fill it in. And release the bad tide. Okay. Do I have you paused? Oh, I have you paused. Yeah, it's honestly fine. Okay, so with that, we are going to turn on that giant container I built right as we went into that thing, and it's like, don't fill that, you'll kill us all. Because we would have just drained that thing way too early. But now that we've got effectively limitless water for about 30 seconds till the next thing, Because I think it's only 3 to 7 days between events or whatever it is on hard settings at this difficulty. So we basically get like an in-game week and then an in-game month. Or an in-game week of good weather and an in-game month of ride it out. And it could be anywhere from, I think it's like 12 days at the minimum at this point to, I think, 30 days at the maximum. It's somewhere around there, give or take a couple days. Yeah, so that's backfilling. That's all good. Looks like we only got 5 more spots to put explosives here. And then it'll be time to go and explode an entire area. And hopefully I remember correctly, and that takes a plus sign space and not a square. Because if it lets me put those there and it's a square, that'd be a real bad time. And then we blast all of that. And then we blast this. And I do have a thing set up, all these extra research areas. These are set as the minimum priority. Basically, I'm taking the RimWorld strategy of, if I have extra people and I have nothing to do, get to the labs. Yeah, no, I've got it set. It's just going to take a while. Because it is 1,200 water. So that one big container is worth 4 of those medium containers. Literally this thing here, I have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the little ones, and then 3 of the medium ones. That carries more water than all that combined. Speaking of which, these little ones, start emptying them out. Their services are no longer welcome or needed because very genuinely they're so irrelevantly small now. I'd rather use those tiles for, like, food or whatever. The medium ones we can keep. But the little ones are utterly useless for us. They're important early game, but we're past that stage. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because as you can see, we have fully depleted all of those in a matter of seconds. And we barely dented this thing. Alright. Now, the downside is we did have all our berries die in one of our bad droughts earlier. Okay. Alright, so those are all placed. Okay, so there's no... Because the last time I went to do a big blast, and that happened, right as it happened. Alright, so 3, 2, 1, deeper reservoir. And now that reservoir has a much, much more significant volume of water it carries. As we click out of there, that was the top of this tile. And so this platform serves no purpose anymore, so get rid of it. And now we do the same here. And then the plan is going to be, is once this all gets blasted and destroyed, I want to move to the 3-tile deep bombs, I'm hoping by that point. Because then we should be able to drop it a ton all at once. Because that's what's going to give us the chance to, like, really survive long term. And if you're wondering how I'm getting all my mechanical power, one of the new things they added to the game is the geothermal engines. So you can only put them on certain places of the map. Here's a vent right here. But you can put them on there. They don't give a lot of power. It's 400 horsepower. But it's still, you know, it's free. And with the automation being able to turn off buildings as I don't need them, that 800 I've got between those two has been enough to keep everything running. Eventually that'll be a problem. But with this map, especially Oasis, I haven't had much flowing water to work with. Like, I've got some bad water flowing by here, okay-ish. That has certainly been an option. It's actually got a good flow rate down there. Okay, it's been about 5-6 days. It's time for another bad day. But we've already filled this reservoir back up, and we should be in much better shape than the last one. Now, we actually haven't recovered our population from depopulating. But that shouldn't be necessary. We are still filling this thing up, but that'll be fine. But yeah, like to give you an idea of the automation we've got going on here, that's what all these little lights over here. So for example, I've got this little light here. And it says, if for at any point my amount of water in storage goes below 90%, that you turn that on. And so then we can go over here to these, and I'm kind of covering it up. I mean, can I move that? No, I can't. Well, actually, basically all you need to know is on the bottom it says water near full. That's what this little drop box is here with that. That's the water near full drop box or automation switch. Which you notice it's yellow, that's yellow, and this is named water near full. And so it'll turn on and off that building. So when our water hits 90%, it shuts it off. So you'll notice here's my wood production, those are all paused. If we go over here to my logs, which is there. Right now our logs are at 90%, 7% of the amount I could store. And I've told it, hey, you're over 90, turn it off. It's amazing. Because normally you'd go in here and you'd have the building fill up and then the beaver would just stand around. And it's still assigned, doing nothing, just standing there. And so you end up needing a lot of extra beavers to run your place. But being able to have it like shut off the building since it's not needed, you can run pretty lean on the beaver population. Where like, okay, you made all the planks you need, shut the building off, go over to the next building. Oh, you made all the gears you need, shut the building off, go to the next building. And that's been pretty helpful that I've been able to run with a little over 30 beavers to keep everything going at all times. And that's with some pretty greedy buildings. I am going to be planning to boost the population because this is what we've been waiting on, has been our big bottleneck, why I couldn't go with a higher population, is just I needed a water reserve. I have, like, you look around, there is no other water resources on the entire map that are readily available. I can go in here with the, if I unlock it, there's the aqueduct drill, and I can go to places like that and give myself a water source, but that's the thing. One neat thing about the aquifer drills, they don't ever bad water. When bad water happens, they just shut off. Which means I don't have to go through the gates and all that kind of stuff. It's just a non-issue. But they require mechanical power to operate, so I gotta be careful about what I use. You need to be closed. Now, one thing that we could potentially do here is if I get this to the point where the volume of water is high enough, I could keep this at 0.9 depth, which is enough that that seep would not function, and effectively not have to do anything for bad tide at all. But I don't want to lean that strategy until I know I'm going to have the water kind of reserved. Because if I were to start that and it wouldn't be, like if it wasn't enough, that'd be a whole thing. Now the thing is, when this does start getting the bad water through, it is going to kill all the spatterdock around it. I just figured my beavers get practice planting spatterdock again and again. Who really cares? So this was a 24-day bad tide. So if we compare to the last one, it was a 26-day, so this will be 2 days shorter. And then I also have like an extra probably 3rd or 4th%, like, 30, 25%-ish increased volume in my reservoir up here. So that should help tremendously. We're at 500 research. And I needed what? Was it 1200? Yeah. I really want to bump the population up again. And I really know that's going to make things dangerous. Is there a way to purify bad water? No. Not unless they added something I'm aware of. You cannot purify bad water. It's radioactive water. It is what it is. You use it for stuff. Like you'll notice I'm pumping the bad water out here, putting in this barrel, and then I take it up here and I turn that bad water into extract, which I use for industrial reasons, but you never purify it. It never becomes drinking water again. Yeah, you can heal beavers from bad water exposure using extract, and then you do use the bad water and extract as a crafting material for other things, but you never turn bad water back into water. Yep, so you're all doing fine and all that. Okay, we're still filling in the last of the housing. We're still catching our population up. Yeah, we're not going to want to deal with that. Where do I want to put our extra housing? Because I had originally planned to dynamite and put it over here. Let's see, all the beavers in the world should build a gigantic mega ultra super reservoir that contains all the world's bad water, and then have the sun purify it by evaporating the hydrogen only, and then filling the entire thing with concrete and lead. Never really looked at this game, but it reminds you a lot of Oxygen Not Included or Frostpunk. Yeah, I can see the similar thread, because you're like not doing chemistry like you do in Oxygen Not Included, but it is a thing where you are juggling a bunch of different materials. Right now I'm just kind of deciding where we're putting our next house is kind of where I'm at the moment. Because generally speaking, you want to kind of put your houses not on the green stuff, because that's where your food is, and the only place your food can be. So you don't want to waste that on housing and warehouse. Early in the game, you kind of just have to sometimes. Okay, you know what? Nah, that's fine. We'll leave that for the automation. I want to keep that for the mechanical stuff. Yeah, we can go up here and... Well, part of the reason I want to keep it up here is I can put the decorations to force the beavers to go past the decorations constantly. To get wellness. That's fine. We'll go ahead and plunk you right here. Delete that tile and this tile, because the door on this one's on the second floor. And that'll let us start increasing our population. And we're just getting ready to start hitting the bottom of the first tile on here. It's great, but that's what it is. Yeah, like that's, Oni allows for all sorts of, weird stuff where you'd be like, okay, like you have the machine that removes the heat to create power, or sorry, creates heat to create power, to then use that power to reduce the heat, to then create the heat to create power, and it becomes a system that effectively you gain, you gain stuff from. So it's effectively an infinite energy machine. There's silly stuff you can do. And then also you have like volcanoes and that kind of stuff that, sure, it's an external resource or whatever. It's a perpetuum mobile with explosion. Yeah, with occasionally where you realize you've goofed up and now the room is like 80 kilogram pressure per square tile or whatever it is, and you stare at it and go, anyone who goes in this room is going to kill us all. But it also needs to be dealt with because this thing is just continuing to build pressure and will eventually break out of containment on its own. Let's see, originally the Oni devs didn't want any sorts of infinite resource generation, but they ran into problems with rounding that they couldn't resolve. Yeah, floating point and double numbers and all that stuff. To be there, I can think of very few games that don't involve constantly breaking thermodynamics. Yeah, not because a lot of those things, just to make the mathematics not computationally heavy, they use stuff like floating point numbers and doubles. And all you need to know about that is they allow you to go up and down in magnitudes by just dropping digits and adding digits to them, but it creates an imprecision. Because you look at it and go, okay, well, I'm in the millions. Who gives a crap about my 10th or my 1000th position? So just drop it. But in that is the devil in the details, where you then can kind of like go there and, that little bit you're dropping can cause all sorts of things. Your biggest game was a total mess with areas outside your base was constantly venting to space hellscape, alternating between natural gas and CO2. One of my very first successful Oxygen Not Included colonies I had like my little base that everything was good, and I had basically completely mined out almost all the rest of the map, and there was just like a soup underneath my base. That was just any liquid I didn't have sorted just goes into the soup at the bottom. And then I had just a pump on the bottom there, just pumping the liquid up into a bunch of filters to separate it out. And kind of the same thing with just some air pumps here and there that were just pumping stuff into a bunch of filters. It was utterly cursed. But like my colonists had their needs covered. Yeah, no, just a soup in the bottom, you know. Just a little water, clean, polluted water, a little bit of oil, a little bit of petroleum that got loose here and there. You know, the usual. And you just pump it up and you just filter it a little bit and then everyone would drink it. The asteroid bilge, yeah. It was pretty cursed. Actually, I think I had like a thin layer going out to space because I'm like, I don't want to give up my atmosphere. I worked hard to get all this gas. You know, and the only one is I would have my pumping system, and my pumping system would just pump out extra CO2 when the stuff was full. It was a very cursed setup. And I also had like all of my little all the different like geysers and volcanoes. I had all those in their little boxes doing whatever. And some of them was like, I don't need this, and I just closed it off and did. Let's see. So where do you get clean water in Timberborn? You can't clean bad water. When that's all flowing around. So what happens is if you look here, the water seep, this trades back and forth between good water and bad water. Sometimes it's good water, and I get that, and other times it's bad water. And that's what the bad water event is that's when it does the flip from, okay, I'm not giving you good water right now, I'm going to give you bad water until this finishes. And then this here, the aquifer, that pumps out only good water while we're not in bad water. During bad water, it just doesn't do anything, so we slowly burn down our reserves. Because that's kind of the cycle of the game, is you have like your temperate climate is your normal day, and that kind of goes for a little while. And then you switch to either drought or bad water, which is your bad cycle. And then you go back to the good cycle where you get good water, and then you go back to the bad cycle. So you just kind of ping pong back and forth. And the only thing you're not sure of is my next cycle going to be a drought, which tends to be longer, or is it going to be a bad water, which has like more negatives that go with it, but it's shorter. And then once you manage to get enough water in reserves, you can stabilize your colony, where then like you can just ride out the stuff as long as you don't blow up your population too much, which is what I might be doing by building this extra house over here. Let's see, the games did bad things to you, and then intentionally did a bad tide. Yep, that is how we almost died in this run. We got down to the 2 beavers, is, like I said, I had the mistake I had made as a player is the amount of food I was able to produce. I kind of run myself, like, up to the fence of what I could handle, not counting the bad tide and drought. And then we had a bad tide, I believe it was, that really, really kind of messed things up a little bit. And then we got through that, and it was fine. Like, we rode through that as fine, but our water reserves were very low, and our food reserves were very low. And like I said, we're kind of at an almost, like, equilibrium on what we could handle for our food. And thank you to follow, welcome to the stream. And so when we immediately followed up with, like, this 17, 18 day or whatever drought, it was just like, oh, I do not have what I need to get through this. But we did manage to drag it out long enough that we made it through. Ooh, 2 beavers seems like a genetic catastrophe. I'm going by the theory that this is, you know, many evolutionary generations since we have sentient beavers, that these particular beavers have a ridiculous level of mutation frequency in their species, and therefore the genetic bottleneck is not as significant due to the aggressive nature of how they mutate. Now, granted, that doesn't actually work because you'd have some, like, random beaver with, like, a tentacle coming out of its forehead every once in a while. But we're pretending they basically evolve like viruses. Just ignoring the fact that the reason why viruses evolve that fast is because they duplicate bajillions of times due to the fact that there's bajillions of them. Aspergin colony. Yup. We're just doing a lot of hand waving, that's all. So we've almost got enough dynamite for the next set of explosions, and we're halfway through getting the really good dynamite to just blast this thing down to the bottom. Yes, I need to get that path done, this section over here, and then I'll pull that staircase up. All right, so we officially ran out of water in our reserve. We still have 13 days left of the, what was it, 26 days? 24 days? And we've only now hit this area. And actually, with that, let's pause our pumps. Because like I said, we're consuming a little bit over 100 water per day. And so I've got 12 days, well 13 days, and I've got 1,600 water. Maybe the fact, maybe they're in fact orcs. Orc beavers use spores. Well, I love Warhammer 40k orcs. I know they're a very you either love or hate them kind of group. I do like the idea is like orcs exist because the orcs believe they exist, and you go, but wait a second, how does that work? Because like they had to exist to believe they exist, but like they do exist and they continue to believe they exist, and therefore they do. Huh? It's for a universe that does so many silly things, or like so many serious things. Orcs are made by another race as a weapon. I thought there was a whole thing in the orc lore, and maybe they've retconned it. I thought there was a whole thing that the orcs, in a way, like what they believed in a lot of ways, they could like just make happen. Like things work because they, you know, they believe they work, kind of stuff. It's a good thing orcs don't think hard, otherwise they'd realize there's a paradox and cease to exist. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because I actually don't know the origin stories for the orcs. It was just like a whole thing that I remember. Did someone mention the Empire accidentally wonder what the universe would be like existed? What pattern orcs exist? Orcs function like why fungi hive mind. Their belief, when strong and wide enough, has an impact on reality through the hive mind psychic. Yeah, no, exactly. That was the whole thing. Let's see. The orcs believe things into existence. More internet meme exaggeration than actual lore. From what you understand, yes, it's a hive mind psyker things going on, but nowhere near as big as the internet loves the meme. Yeah, that's fair. There is Warhammer 40k is like super dense with lore. Because there was a couple of the different book series I went into to like read for 40k, and then there's eventually points like, man, there's just too much. Because I went in and I read a bunch of stuff with the Dark Angels. Because I liked the Dark Angels faction. That was when I played tabletop. That's the one I did, is I did Deathwing Drop. Because no one does Deathwing Drop. For a really good reason. But I did like doing that playstyle where you could choose to walk my army onto the board or being like, no, we're Deathwing dropping this one. And I've won games doing that where people just didn't know how to deal with it because it's such a weird way of playing. It's also one of those ones that's a very RNG. Is it possible to dig tunnels in this game? Yes. So in reality, I dug a tunnel down here where you see that fill valve that pokes through on this side. So I dug down and across. So we did that. You can also go this way, and if we keep, you can kind of zoom down through the layers. But you'll actually see underneath here, there's a couple of areas. Yes, there's like a little bit of a tunnel down here, a little bit there. This map doesn't have so many, but there's a map called Spillage. And Spillage is like, there are tunnels everywhere, and they will get you. Red Goes Faster works, but they don't actually have strong psychic powers. But yeah. But it was one of those things that, like, you know, I liked the faction, the playstyle about it and everything. And then was like, oh yeah, let me go ahead and read the books and all that. And I actually, the Dark Angels is one of, like, the more edgy of the factions in Warhammer 40k. There's a lot of edgy factions in Warhammer 40k. I won't spoil anything for people who care about that. But, it is one of those things when you play the Deathwing Drop play style. It is you can have the start and just RNG die. Because the whole gimmick is you sit there and put like half your troops and say they're Deathwing dropping in. and you just sit there and they can just drop right next to people. But there's all sorts of rules, like if they drop on certain things, they just die. They straight up are gone. And so there's times, because it can drift a lot with the way you roll your dice, and there's times you'll start there going, I'm Deathwing dropping, and you'll roll like 3 of your people right off the side of the board, and like, well, screw me, I guess. That's more than half my army. Why is half your crop submerged? Because it's Spatterdock, and Spatterdock needs to be underwater. It's a aquatic crop. Okay, and we're almost ready to blow up another area. Let's see, most of the Warhammer 40k K books are between mid and meta-me. You absolutely love the Cyphus Kane books. Kind of parody-ish, and a lot of less grim dark in those. Yeah, no, I'd definitely say, like, I enjoyed the lore side of the books I had read, but I will say, as far as, like, the actual story aspects of it, I would agree. I would not say they were the most interesting / whatever reads. I definitely, because someone had given me the Ultramarines book, and that one was rough to get through, and just being like, oh, I am not really enjoying this book. It was one of them. I know they have a whole bunch of them. How do you control the water flow to the lower level? Is there a floodgate in the tunnel? So, if we look down here, this is called a fill valve. So what this does is it checks what the water is on this side of the fill valve, so it's back there. And if the fill, like, if it is not at 0.8 meters tall, like, high, then it opens up the valve and lets water through. Once it hits 0.8 meters, it shuts the valve. And there's a lot of other ways to control it, but that is how that one is being controlled. Okay, so we remove the ramp. And one last piece of TNT right there. Nice stream, coffee, and Roxetta's greatest. You haven't read anything, but you did play Rogue Trader CRPG, and man, the game is really depressing. Yeah, sacrifice 1 billion people in the Emperor's name. It's cool. Oh yeah, no, like, very, very much the Warhammer 40k universe is like, what if everything was as sad and depressing as it could ever possibly be? Okay, and we're gonna just do more of that. We remove 1 extra soil layer. Yeah, we're working on tearing that down. Is what we're doing, is we're working our way down here. And then I'll need you to be able to access over there. Because yeah, what we're doing is we're making this deeper. Because the deeper I make this, the more volume it can carry. And the more volume it can carry, the longer I can last during bad tides and all that kind of stuff before my water actually depletes. Yeah, you've been turned off for a while, that's fine. I was making sure my water pumps weren't pumping water out of there, so we hopefully don't have all the crops die. If they die, I have 1,400 food to spare right now, which is more enough to ride this whole thing out. So for right now, we're going to just work on getting that ramp down. Ultimately, what I'm hoping to... I have the science. I have not been paying attention. Boom. The good dynamite. The deep blowing up dynamite. We're going to explode the whole way down, so... That's the good stuff. If these fascist future humans, they controlled by dogma. Any progress is hunted by literal inquisition. They sacrifice humans or God Emperor. What? No. They're not the bad guys. Not the good guys either. But others are mostly worse. Yeah, no, that's pretty much the 40k universe. Is like, everything is awful, and no matter the most awful part you think you found, there is a more awful part than the awful part you think you found. Don't worry. It gets more awful than that, though. It can be a fun universe. It can also be a universe where you're like, you know what? I'm tired, man. I just need a game that's gonna have some fluffy little animals, maybe a unicorn, maybe some wholesome like ooh romance or something, just to clean the palate from the utter dismay and just nihilism of this thing. You mean Product Zomboid feels wholesome by comparison? You're not wrong, because Product Zomboid is like, well, everyone died, try and survive, and you're like, oh, okay, I mean, this sucks, but like, you know, at least the downward spiral has ended. We've hit the floor, and now it's just a matter of we can climb ourselves back out of it. And the answer is probably no, but like, you know, the bottom's there. It only goes so far. To clarify, you love the universe and the lore. You're not a big fan of Grim Dark and Grim Derp leaning too much into it, but there are good works in the universe. Yeah, no, exactly. There are good guys still, like the Tyranids who just work hard to feed their kids and make them grow healthy. From the perspective of the Tyranids aren't the bad guys. They're just a hive species who has a very large family to feed, and people happen to be made out of food. From everyone else's perspective, they're terrifying things that are dominating the entire universe and eating everybody, but you know, that's just because they're on opposite sides of a conflict. You can find ways to go farther down the spiral after everyone died. Yup. The orc boys who just want to party. The orc boys just want to live their best life. Their best life is incompatible with most other life, but they just want to live it. Did you play Dwarf Fortress? I have played Dwarf Fortress. It's not really for me, unfortunately. For me, the issue, because it's one of the very few games I've ever refunded on Steam, I love the idea of Dwarf Fortress. I love watching Dwarf Fortress. But for me, playing Dwarf Fortress, I find the UI just so painfully obtuse that, what was it, $30? That I'm like, I'm sorry, man, $30, there's a minimum bar I expect on my user interface at that price. But I love the storytelling elements. I love a lot of that. And when I say user interface, I'm not talking about the retro pixel art and all that. That's fine. We're talking about the breaking out the 80s menus, and then, you know, I need to assign this role. Well, this role is assigned over here, but this other role is assigned over there. But these roles are assigned over here. And where is it? Start clicking and find it. So for me, Dwarf Fortress is rough. ASCII-based games have a hard time getting a good UI. So that's the thing. You can actually do that. I genuinely would love to see. I would love to see the devs of Dwarf Fortress just hire someone who's entirely dedicated to UI and be like, this is yours to work on for like 3-6 months or whatever it takes them to fix it up. And very genuinely, with a UI like that, it's just going through thing by thing going, okay, we assign roles. Where is the place we assign roles? It's here. Okay, well, here's our storage place. Here's a link over from the storage place to the warehouse role in this other thing. The crap UI is probably intentional. No, I think the reality is just the nature of the devs. That this has just been a passion. They don't have like the professional training behind like user interface design and all that kind of stuff. So it's very much one of those things that they kind of build up from there, and that's fine. A lot of games come that way. But there's a certain point where your game comes to a scale that you have to step back and go, okay, there are problems here that need to be dealt with. Like Project Zomboid's actually a game running into that problem right now. Project Zomboid's user interface is certainly no bastion of hope. It's got its good parts, it's got a whole lot of bad parts. But, so with all that stuff, it's actually been a very recent development at IndieStone, the developers behind Project Zomboid, that what they've actually done is they hired a lead game designer. That previously it was kind of the different devs and people were all kind of doing a little bit of game design, but you had all sorts of conflicting philosophies and all that. And historically, it hasn't been that big of an issue, but we ran into problems in Project Zomboid where one dev would go, okay, well, this is going on the right-click menu, and the other one would go, no, and it would take it off the right-click menu, and then the other one would put it back on the right-click menu, you know, update to update. And they kind of realized that they had reached a point in the scope and had so many teammates that are like, no, we need someone on the team who is responsible for this is what the game is going to be. we are moving this direction, and that's what we're going to work on. And so that's been a big thing that they've just recently done, which is part of why we now have new modes in Project Zomboid where Apocalypse has been reworked to not have respawns. We've got the new, like, what was it, extinction mode and all that. A lot of that came out of that whole thing of being like, no, we have a holistic vision now that we're going to start moving towards versus just hodgepodging it and then, the game doing some things really well and then other things just utterly tripping over itself. Alright, so let's slam that down, let the bad water back out. And we're on the other side and we're good. Let's see. Not just Toady anymore? Spaghetti Core? Spaghetti Code? Dwarf Fortress Spaghetti UI. Yeah, like any game that's been around, or actually any project that's been around in software dev, if it is not a conscious effort to do the technical debt, you end up with Spaghetti Code. Like that's a natural progression as your business logic changes. You have to be like, we're going to set aside time, just clean it up. Zero new functionality, just clean it up. And that's what it's going to end up being. Yeah, Tony's brother being sick, they helped with the Steam release to ease on the medical bills. Oh, I hadn't heard that. Zomboid's UI is pretty manageable. Their new crafting stuff scares you a bit, then you expect it to be a mess. Yeah, so they've been moving more and more stuff off the right-click menu, which I, as someone who uses a keyboard and mouse, actually disagree with. That's their approach, and I think it's fine. It's got its advantages. But it annoys me when I'm like, I want to barricade a window. And it used to be you right-clicked, barricade window, left-click, and it's barricaded. Now you have to be like, okay, go to the construction menu, go here, go to the defense thing, go to the barricade window. Okay, now place it on the window. And then meanwhile, you're trying to do that with a zombie chasing you. It's just really obnoxious. Let's see, you played until roughly the different temples and taverns? Oh yeah, so I don't know enough about that. Imagine Zomboid 1.0, maybe in 15 years. Well, so hot take, in my opinion, Project Zomboid shouldn't be allowed to ride the early access flag anymore. They, in build, like, arguably 4041, they had a complete game that was fully functioned, that if it never got an update, would be worth the price. Hot take, it shouldn't have the early access flag on it anymore. I don't see early access as being an allowance to just endlessly do all sorts of breaking changes. To me, early access, you should have this is what our goal is for our project early on. And that's like a reasonable stop. Like, early access should not exceed like 5 years, barring some extreme circumstances. Yeah, no, that's it. Like, Build 42 being unstable, that's fair. So in my opinion, Build 41 should be, released. It is not early access, and then Build 42 is the unstable branch of, the game. Zomboid is still changing core mechanics, in your opinion, not even beta. Counter argument, Stellaris also changes its core mechanics all the time. You have games like Path of Exile that change core mechanics on a regular basis. You also have games like Warframe that have changed core mechanics on a regular basis. Elite Dangerous has changed core mechanics on a regular basis. Dang near every MMORPG that's ever existed changes core mechanics on a regular basis. Terraria changes core mechanics on a regular basis. I wouldn't sit there and go, Terraria is an alpha. That would be very frustrating. You haven't played Stellaris in like 5 years. You're a bit afraid to install at this point. The good news is everything's changed, so honestly at this point on, it wouldn't make a difference. Everything's changed. You'd be learning from whatever the thing. Stellaris changes stuff, you can't keep up anymore. Yeah, no, I last played Stellaris on a big level. And thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. I last played Stellaris on a big level, like, after the first time they completely reworked the planets. And then when they reworked them again, I'm like, I'm old, man. I don't have time for this. I love your game, but man, I don't have the time for relearning this again. This isn't my forever and only game. It's a game I play a whole bunch, but I don't have a forever and only game. But yeah, so it's a challenging thing, especially like because all games as a service, for example, hopefully change their mechanics on a reasonable basis, because that's why you're supposedly paying for it on a regular occurrence. If not, you're getting scammed, which is the answer most of the time, is so many of those games of the service are just a strategy to dragging more money out of it that you look and go, you know what? This game never fully released quality. Fully released quality kind of thing. And yet, I'm being charged like $30 to buy it, and it's full of MTX. What? It reminds me Europa Universalis 4. You stopped playing it just after the New World and Colonization DLC, Paradise, and then read the patch notes. Oh, nothing I know is relevant anymore, yeah. More content leading to mechanics, sure. But taking the old mechanics or changing them, please no. So, I don't think they shouldn't change existing core mechanics. I think you should, like, because, for example, for this one, we used to be stuck behind districts. That everything had to be a district. So your colony would be this little box like this, and you need a separate colony like this, and a separate colony like this, and you'd effectively trade between them. And it was obnoxious to deal with. Way early in its early access. And that's all gone. You can still do it if you want. It exists. But it's gone. But yeah, no, there's definitely a point of fatigue where you're like, you know what? I'm ready for this to be its own thing. But there's definitely a struggle there where when you make those changes, you are going to alienate some of your existing audience. Wait, what? Do you not have to make... Oh, no. Not anymore. It used to be, like, they still have the district crossing thing, but I can send someone to build all the way over here, and it is more than happy to let me do it. Like, this up here would have been way outside of the district range. Because you can see where the red line, we would have been cut off... we would have been cut off around here, somewhere in this ballpark, is how far I would have been able to get to on the old district system. Because my main building's down there, I would have been able to get up here. But instead I can keep going all the way up there and over here and such. Let's see, change core mechanics before release, sure, but at release you assume you buy the game as it is now. If you change the game mechanics later on, something you dislike, you don't offer an old version to me, I should be able to refund it. That's not the game you paid for. Yeah, no, that's... I don't disagree. That and it's a thing you can do in games, and there are games that do this. Like, you can even go into Timberborn right now and you can right-click on the game and say, I want to play version whatever, whatever, whatever. And I think that is totally fair and valid to have that kind of thing. Being like, hey, if you're going to do a big breaking change, just let me play the old version. And honestly, most games nowadays let you do that, if for no other reason than modding support. Contaminated beavers. Well, that's bad. So we got 2 beavers who are going to die. They must have gotten themselves contaminated in there. So let's actually, because I haven't been doing any research, let's go ahead and get stuff done, because I have been sleeping on all my research because I'm just working on that big project. There's a Lido. The herbalist will be needed to make the medicine for the beavers. We could plunk you. I don't want to put you where I've got mechanical power, because that's premium real estate. I can put you there for right now. Then we can go over here. Creates an antidote. So create the antidote, but where's the actual healing thing? I guess this one doesn't have a dedicated healing thing. They just get a bottle of it. And you require extract to do this. So we've got a whole big fancy building for wellness reasons. There is not a good position for you. It's fine. I'll put one space so I can at least weasel a path in between there. Because you didn't require mechanical power. You require mechanical power. You just require extract. Okay. So we're just getting a whole bunch of wellness stuff. Yeah, you bought the base game at Stellaris on sale at some point. I'm quite happy you didn't drop $3,000 or whatever it was for all the DLCs. Yeah. Folktale beavers take treatment and then go to whatever, go wherever rather than just staying in a building yet. Yeah, because the Iron Teeth, they have to, like, float in it. Stellaris does allow you to do that through the UI? Probably. Yeah, most big studios don't do beta branches. Yeah, no, I mean, these days I've personally found the bulk of times when you're talking like a proper AAA game, I broadly don't end up enjoying dealing with that nearly as much. Alright, so you're still working on your TNT, that's fine. We got 2 contaminated beavers, 2 injured beavers. I already have plenty of medical places for them. So let's see. So you need the antidote, so we need storage for the antidote, so let's get some storage going on here. Where am I gonna put you? Because there's not really a good place for anything, because we're getting really crowded in here. I need to build up more. We can actually do that just fine. So we'll go here. So we'll put the antidote... Should go in here somewhere, right? Are you really a liquid? That can't be right. Oh, you are a liquid. Okay, well... Carry on, I guess. I'm still going to build the path to get up here just to have it done. So we'll go here. Put a staircase up a floor. Bring that around. We'll have those for whenever I get my next food. I was not expecting that to be a big thing. I don't really need a big barrel for the antidote. We probably won't be exposing ourselves to it too much. Alright. Last AAA game you bought full price was StarCraft 2 thing. You can get a good new indie game for like 20-30 bucks. You just don't see a reason to buy like 80. That's kind of the thing I run into as well, is like so many AAA games nowadays, the bulk of them, the minimum price is like $65. And it's kind of a hard sell when you're like, okay, I could spend that. And honestly, a lot of the AAA games I don't get as much fun out of, and they run like a lot worse because it's just so much about the graphics. And you know, certainly there's a point where graphics can like look bad or whatever. But I'm not exactly someone who's like, no man, I need to be able to see every little pore on their face. Like, man, I don't care about that. You know, you get it to look better than the original Tomb Raider, and I'm pretty happy. That's already kind of good enough. These days, you mostly get indie games. Yeah, no, so it's the exact same thing. So, like, they're not even making games I particularly want with a lot of that stuff. And all that stuff. When you're 10, SNES is brand new and amazing. Yep. And I mean, honestly, it's one of those things that comes up. So there's the antidote. It's one of those things that comes up that a lot of times, like, you'll be like, this game supports ray tracing. It's like, cool. What's the first thing I'm going to do when I play it? I'm going to turn it off. Do you know why? I would much rather get a nice, solid, steady frame rate than tiny improvements to tiny improvements to shadows. Like, very, very much, I just want the game to run smoothly. I will give up a lot of graphic fidelity for it to run smoothly. You get decent polygon count, and I'm happy enough. When was the last time someone said polygon count? Yeah. Shadows are taxing, and one of the first things you turn down to low entirely. Yeah, well, it's also like... So there's stuff like brush detail, like when I'm saying brushing, we're talking like shrubs and grass and these kind of things. And it's definitely a thing that, like, when they get lower enough, it can definitely make a game look really, really rough. But that is definitely one of the things that can be more taxing on performance. And I have no qualms with knocking that down a peg if it takes me from, you know, 60 frame rate with an occasional dip down to like 30. If I can turn that down and I stay at 60 or higher, I'm good. To hell with that grass. Get it out of here. For nerds. I say as someone who definitely qualifies as a nerd. There isn't a reality where I don't qualify as a nerd. Okay, so one of the things we're going to add here is right around here, I'm going to get rid of that one sunflower. Because I'm just looking at all the different things we can add in the meantime. Because this is one of the things that we've got a major project going on. And so that's just going to cook. And so we just let that thing sit up there and cook. And honestly, yeah, we just let that cook up there and just kind of toss down a bunch of projects. So we'll go ahead and get a beehive. But the graphic chaser is basically why we have 10-year development cycles. Oh yeah, and that's there's been more and more cases where there's been game companies are like, we can't afford to keep pursuing this. We're just going to go cheaper or whatever. And then it's a thing where they end up cutting back in a major way on their spend on graphics. And then their game just sells better. Yeah, so I want to get that, the detailer. We can also get a bunch of the aesthetic things. These aesthetic things end up being huge benefits. Because it's a little stupid little thing, you put it there. And when people walk by it, that as folktales, have a beaver get stung by a bee. Okay. Cool, I guess. Do you need mechanical power? You look like you do. Yeah, so these little statues and stuff we're building, those will boost our mood, because we look at our wellness. Here's all the things that contribute to the wellness. So up here, we've got like your hunger, your thirst, and all that, and then we got some people who are contaminated, and some people have bee stings. Better graphics are mainly for marketing. Can't run an epic trailer ad with pixel art. Yep. And then each of your food types, each one of those will give wellness as well. So we can get like the grilled chestnuts, the bread, the cattail crackers, and the maple pastries. Then you have social life and aesthetics. So these are like your different recreation stuff and that. All of these contribute to wellness. And as I mentioned before, when you look at that, the higher your wellness, so here's one at 1 wellness. They've got a minus 50, well, they just got better, so I can't actually show you that. Who's got the lowest wellness? So yeah, we got a minus 6 wellness because these ones are sick. So in their case, they move only at about 30% speed, and they can't physically work. Or here's one that's 0% bonus to speed, but they walk 5% faster at 4. But if we go up to one of the ones that are really doing well at 17, they work 60% faster, and they move 15% faster, and they live 40% longer, and it all contributes. Okay, so we got a new maximum wellness of 14. So what we'll definitely want to do, and not too long, is we'll definitely want to go and get more food happening. To get more varieties of food happening, I need more space. We're cramped on this oasis, so what'll most likely end up happening is I'm probably going to start taking TNT and start blasting away a bunch of these walls as far out as I can kind of expand our area. And the reason I want to do that is because then I can go and make little trenches here to effectively give myself little areas here to just kind of fill out that whole area to give myself more and more farmland. This reservoir will have to grow as my needs grow as well. Eventually we'll want to get over here and then tap that to do the same kind of thing. But as we scale up our population, we'll be able to do more. Right now I still have 11 jobs available, of which 10 of those are just labs that we don't care about. So we're in pretty good shape. If these 2 beavers were, you know, not sick, then they would be able to take care of that. So what do you need? I didn't even look at what you need. Ah, you need dandelions. Well, that's not going to happen, so we're just going to turn that off. I'm not growing dandelions yet. But yeah, so the plan is going to be to kind of just go up to these edges and slowly blast this away. I know I can get at least that far before I have a problem. But that'll be kind of the trick, is to keep blasting this farther and back and all that. And then once we get to the point where it starts being, like, barren where I can't grow on it, we start making a path up, crisscrossing the water. Because you can build on all this terrain, and there's ways to make it work. But I do feel like we're going to be doing some heavy dynamite shenanigans in this run. And eventually I want to make this reservoir deeper. Like, vertically, but right now we can just keep dynamiting it down and calling it a day. Do this the low-effort, low-tech solution. And so far, we're almost halfway through the drought, and I've done nothing to change anything in this. We haven't configured anything, we've not turned anything on or off. We're just letting it burn. I could probably go here and turn those 2 off for right now, because I got more than enough water to last us for right now. So this will let that stay wet the whole time. We can continue to grow stuff in here. Now, with that said, though, chat, it is getting to be pretty late. And I do need to be wrapping up, because normally I wrap up at 4 a.m., I say, as I go long for a lot of times. But I've had a lot of fun with Timberborn today. So I believe what the plan is going to be is tomorrow we're going to do another stream for Factorio Space Age. The stream after that, we might wrap up Stardew Valley, and then we'll likely be back to Timberborn. I'm going to keep the rotation going. I think we're about ready to finish Stardew Valley, at which point we can hop back and forth between Timberborn and that for a little while with Factorio, and then we'll get something going on. We do have another sponsored stream on the 16th doing the Rabbit Hall, which looks kind of like Cult of the Lamb, but a little less culty, but you kind of build your city. And then the big difference is instead of going out and doing dungeon crawling, the enemies kind of come to you. But we're doing that on that day. Otherwise, we're probably going to be doing a bunch of Factorio, a bunch of Timberborn, good times. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. We are going to go ahead and don't go anywhere here because we're going to go raid over. I believe Drongo should be live by now, probably playing Timberborn as well and all that stuff. And again, it's great having everyone who popped in there. We've had so many raids tonight. Ultra popping in here. We had a whole bunch of people from Halcyon, and a whole bunch of others. Like, it's been a wild night. I'd like to recognize everyone, but there's like a huge list. For those watching over to YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there because I don't have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. And with that, let me go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and seeing who, I'm saying see who